Keeping your pride and joy perfect is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Start with Slick Mist Speed Wax. Simply mist on and wipe off for professional detail or shine. For your tires and trim, there's Lucas Slick Mist Tire and Trim Shine. Spray on and wipe off for better than new look. Then finish her with Lucas Slick Mist Interior Detailer. Just spray and wipe. Easy. Use Lucas Slick Mist Car Care products and she'll never look better. Fast, easy, and professional. Really, it's sort of like having an extra set of hands. Or 3.
Morning everyone, we're down here on the F4 America's grid, and as you can see it's a massive grid of cars. Now I just want to put this in perspective because one of the most popular motor racing series at the moment in America is Drive to Survive, and everybody says it's just a wow. We watch all these $40 million racing drivers go round and round and we hear about their lives. That's not Drive to Survive. This is Drive to Survive, and this is where it begins for all these youngsters. And that's why I love this championship so much, is because this is where the future stars. Lando Norris started in an F4 car exactly the same as this. Daniel Ricciardo started in a Formula BMW, almost identical. So this is where it all begins. But I tell you what, why I say this is Drive to Survive is there's a field of over 30 cars here and they're all trying to be the top man. Jay Howard is running one of the teams here. Jay is from my hometown of, well, England anyway, at least. But Jay, I'm just saying, Drive to Survive, forget Formula One, forget all the big money. This is what real stuff is. This is where the next Lewis Hamilton's going to be found, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, this is obviously a first step for the kids that come out of karting, or even kids that don't have a karting background. You know, come here and start learn all the techniques and everything that they need to develop to move to the highest levels of motorsports, whether it's F1, IndyCar, whatever it is. This is where it starts.
Who should we be looking out for? Jay Howard Development have got plenty of drivers.
All of our drivers. All of them.
All of them. All right, come with me. I want to point out one particular driver who's just got to the grid, Hannah Greenmeyer. See if you can have a quick word. Hannah, how do you feel?
I'm good. I'm pretty nervous, but I'm ready to get this race underway, and hopefully we can do better than yesterday.
Well, listen, best of luck. She has come straight from karting. That's where it all begins. And this is Drive to Survive. F4 America's about to get underway. Carl Bennett won the first race. Who's going to win the second? It's anybody's game. That's it. Back to you, Ben.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. Another fantastic grid walk from Jonathan Green. I love watching his grid walks. I'm joined here with Callum Hedge from Auckland, New Zealand, who raced yesterday in the FR race. So, Callum, as they're here at the grid, what's your thought process? What's your heart doing? What's the adrenaline like?
Yeah, well, for me, this is the most nerve-wracking part of the event. You're sitting on the grid, waiting to get going. Sometimes there's a bit of a delay, so you can wait there a bit longer than you'd like to. But the idea there is just to stay focused, stay calm, and think about that race start.
And you can see we're looking at the front ends of these Formula 4 cars. They're a little bit different than the front end of your car. These Formula 4 cars have one wing, have a little bit less downforce. They don't have quite the motor. But did you come up through the ranks through Formula 4 into a Formula 3 FR car?
No, for me, no. I actually don't really get to drive a single-seater very often. So just recently, Formula Regional in New Zealand, formerly known as TRS. That was the first proper season I've actually done in a single-seater race car. So I've never even driven a Formula 4 car, so I'm probably not the person to ask on how they go.
Now that is cool. And this is what Jonathan said, like the true Drive to Survive. This is 31 cars, 31 drivers, all trying to make a name for themselves, to move up to possibly FR, and then possibly into F2, F1, IndyCar. The sky is the limit. We've had a lot of FR, F4 drivers go into sedan racing. or Trans Am racing. And really, the sky's the limit, but this is so great for driver development. You can see this driver here in the number 48 going out on sticker tires. Jimmy Lockhart, Fort Lauderdale, Florida with BRD, and they're releasing grid. So pretty soon we're going to walk you through the grid as they come around NOLA Motorsports Park. As soon as they register, 31 cars will take the green flag. They're coming into their formation lap now. I'll walk us through. I can't go in grid order, so we'll go in driver car number order. In number 1, we've got Everett Stack. Car number 2, Landon Matriano. Car 3, Michael Boyadzis. Car 4, Dane Scott. Car 5, Tanner DeFabus. Car number 6, Frankie Mossman. Car number 7, Eric Wisniewski, who was in our driver development program last year. So great to see Eric Wisniewski back with us. Carl Bennett, who was in the booth with us yesterday, number 9. Daniel Cara from Woodlands, Texas, number 10. Cole Kleck at number 11. Garrett Detman, number 12. 14, Alex Benovitz. 16, Jesse Lacey. 17, Tyke Durst, who's back with us in the series. Great to have him with us, Ganella Racing. Matthew Higgins in the number 18. Number 19, Michael Costello. Number 20 is Logan Adams. 22, Aiden Potter. 27, Patrick Woods Toth. 29, Keke Huanio. Sorry, Keke, I'm sure I'm getting that wrong. Number 30, Lewis Hodgson. 31, Titus Sherlock, who's back with us. Great to have Titus back. Had a great showing with us last year at COTA. Bacon Zelenka, number 45. 48, Jimmy Lockhart. 51, Nico Ambiado. 74, Hannah Greenmeyer, who we spoke to at the grid. 83, Christopher Parrish. 88, Robert Torres. 91, Luciano Martinez. Alec Berg back with us in the 08, and Madison Oust back with us in the 09. So now, going back and forth like this, they're just warming their sticker hand-cooked tires. What else are they looking for? What are they looking for in their gauges, Callum?
Sorry, can you ask the question again?
What are they looking for in their gauges? What are they looking for on this formation lap? Are you talking to your team?
Yeah, for sure. A lot of the cars are out on new tyres this one. So on the hand-cooked tyre, you've got to get a lot of temperature in it before the race. So these guys will be working pretty hard to make sure they get the stickers off, get that mould release off, so that they have some grip for the first laps. But it's also quite important to not go a bit too aggressive, so that you don't take some life out of the tyre for the long race we've got ahead.
Mate, you can't be throwing gauges at him. You got to speak the language of the Kiwi.
What's that?
So, Callum, you don't give it full gentle right now. You just hang back, look at the systems check, and do all the right things before you go out, right?
One of the cars took out one of my signs.
Yeah,
that's not good.
Driving around with it.
We'll see. Yeah, they're driving around with it. That's going to be a little bit more downforce, more than they bargained for, probably. But Jonathan, I don't know how you got up here so quick. And I know you've been so excited. He actually texted me a couple weeks ago about Callum Hedge coming and what we can do. So excited. But you see this car right here? It's got my blue sign on the front of it.
That's no good.
Oh, he just pulled into pit lane.
Well,
I saw him slowing down to try and get it to come off with a bit of wind brushing on the front of it. So we'll see what the go is when they get it off in the pits.
I got a question for you, Callum. What kind of grip is there out there? The conditions pretty similar to yesterday. What kind of a track is it compared to what you've driven before?
For me, it's obviously quite a different style of track compared to New Zealand. It's very flat here, but there's a lot of bumps as well. And the surface is quite old. It's reminding me a little bit of Taupo, the last round we had in TRS. The surface is very abrasive, very old. So there's a little bit of tyre degradation, but we'll have to see how these green tyres go for the F4 drivers.
All right, well, as you can see, they are lining up now. Jess Lacey. Is it Jesse or Jess Lacey? I'm never quite sure. But anyway, I know one thing. He was a Ferrari Academy winner back in Australia in 2021. The Aussie is here. So it's great to have Kiwis and Aussies. We've got Aussies out on the grid. We've got Kiwis in the booth. There's a host of Kiwis. There must be about 8 Kiwis racing in single-seaters in America right now. So that's just why we've got Callum up there. There's no question. They're eating something right. Away we go then for the start of race 2, and somebody moving very quickly. One of the Jay Howard cars in the midfield moving right across the track there, but it looks as though everything's A-OK as we head out. JB Lockhart is the man who's setting the pace at the moment, diving into the big machine. Spike Coolers turn 1, and a nice clean start through the 19-minute race to go. This is race 2. Carl Bennett won the first race, and a host of cars trying to get position here early on with the tyres probably not up to perfect temperature yet, as Michael Costello, that was one of the men that Jay Howard, who I was speaking to, one of his drivers, he said, I said, who should I watch out for? And he said, Costello. Costello's one to watch. So there you go. Down towards the back of the circuit once again. Whoa. Not a lot of grip out there, Callum. I saw you throw a wheel out there a couple of times yesterday.
Yeah, we were on Struggle Street yesterday. We had a couple of issues with the engine, and half the front wing fell off. So the front wing basically looked like the front wing of the F4 car. So we're missing a couple of percent of downforce. But that's all tuned up today, and hopefully we can go a bit better.
Shocker Street is not like Easy Street. Shocker Street is not a good day at the office.
Yeah, Struggle Street, no good. When you're on Struggle Street, it's not been a good day.
Have you seen any gators yet?
Seen any gauges?
Gators.
Gators? I'm still not convinced on your whole alligator theory.
He doesn't believe me. Tell him. Oh, we've got a big talking to gators. We've got 2 cars stuck out on track. One of them badly damaged. The other is the 83. I believe, and that could be
Parish.
Yeah, Christopher Parish. So that's going to bring out the safety car. Sure enough, it does. Not a surprise to see the safety car out then. And we come to a grinding halt in this 19-minute race, and it has been red flagged because it was quite a nasty incident, and I think there's a fair bit of damage out there. And I'm not so sure of the procedure, but I'll ask the man who was right on time for the driver's briefing. What happens now then, Callum?
Well, I actually haven't done a red flag in the United States before, but in New Zealand, in New Zealand, we have a red flag control line, so we normally all stop on the side of the track and wait for the incident to clear. That's generally the procedure.
To be honest,
and then they make sure the drivers are okay. That's the most important thing.
Well,
and it looks like those
drivers
two are all
out.
good.
That's good news.
So you can see there that one of my brake markers got hit at the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. And our red flag procedure here is they're going to follow the pace car into pit lane, and some cars might go to the wall. Some cars will line up in what's called the hot pit lane, so those cars can get released first. If the driver has a little bit of an adjustment to make, or the team does, they go to the wall, but they will be released last.
Yeah, it's also at the discretion of Scott Goodyear, the race director. And he'll decide exactly how he wants to play this. Like you say, we can line them up, line astern, or they can line up in the pit lane and effectively just wait. But this is a hard time for any driver or any race where you have to sort of stop-start it like this, because you've got all the adrenaline going, you've got ready for the race, and then suddenly you've come to a complete halt. Great field, though, eh? Great field, Ben. And I was looking this morning. We've got so many great stories, both in Callum Hedges' class in FR and also here. We're really starting to attract international drivers too. Callum's got a teammate that's from Mexico. We've got a couple of Aussies in the field. Got some great Americans coming up, trying to chase the likes of Kyle Kirkwood and Dakota Dickerson, Hunter Yaney now in FIA F3.
Yeah. So I'm hearing word from race control that it is just a double yellow, not a red flag. So they're going to follow the pace car around. The starter was showing a red flag, and then once the pace car came out, I think they went to double yellow.
Okay. Well, that's good news for the actual race itself, because for the drivers, the one thing you don't want to do is stop, because it gets hot very quickly, right?
Yeah,
we did see both drivers get out of the car and get into the truck.
Yeah, it can be a bit claustrophobic when you're sitting there on the red flag. We had one at Taupo, and we sat there for about 20 minutes on the grid. Sometimes you end up needing to pee, sometimes you get a bit sweaty, and it also kind of just ruins your rhythm and routine of the race. So it's always nice that you can keep going.
Callum, while we've got you under caution here, let's hear a little bit about you. I know you had Shocker Street, as you said yesterday, but I know how quick you are, and I know you'll get to grips with it. What was the problem yesterday, both in qualifying and the race?
In qualifying, we had a little bit of an engine issue. We're down a little bit on power, and we thought we fixed it for the race, but then something still wasn't quite right. So they've changed the engine overnight in my car. That was the decision the team made for me, and also the elements on the front wing. Just one of them fell off, so we're missing 5 to 10% of the downforce on the front of the car, which is a bit of a shame. But we know what the car can do. We know that we can be quick. We're fast all through the practice. So we're pretty confident we can set a good time in race 2 and hopefully be up the front for race 3.
And just let everybody know what your year is going to be. It's pretty impressive. You're going to the airport straight after your last race today, heading back to home and then on to Australia, because you've already finished one championship. You started the one here in America and you're off to Australia to start another one.
Yeah, it's a bit of a full-on schedule. TRS at the start of the year with 5 weekends in a row was very intense, and then we got about 2 to 3 weeks off. So that was very nice to just to relax, unwind, refresh, and then come over to the USA. Long flight, bit of jet flag. 2 weeks here. I fly home. There was supposed to be a couple of days, but the dates got changed. So basically, I fly home, get about 6 hours to sleep, have a shower, etc., and then jump straight on the big metal tube off to Australia to do some testing.
I know you've raced with Earl Bamber before, or Earl Bamber Racing before, but that's a championship, a very prestigious championship. You've got to be looking forward to that as well. Yeah,
it's a huge championship. The Carrera Cup in Australia is regarded as one of the highest levels of Porsche racing there is. It's one of the best Carrera Cup championships there is, basically behind Super Cup. They always credit it as being very competitive. 2 of their drivers from Carrera Cup Australia have gone on to become Porsche juniors through the shootout. So it's a very difficult championship. I'm going to be working hard to try my best.
Thanks, Callum. Well, we're under caution here. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with the action as it resumes very soon.
The Mission Foods Atlanta Speed Tour returns to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta March 24th through the 26th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association International GT. Saturday, take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Laps. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Atlanta Speed Tour, March 24th through the 26th.
Thank you for coming up.
Ticket discounts and camping is available. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
You're in for the race, son.
I was going to say,
welcome back. Here we go, and we are still under caution as we go through the final complex here. What you're looking down at right now from the drone is one of the major overtaking positions here. And Callum, I don't know if you'd agree with me, but this is the obvious place to overtake. But it's bumpy going in here as well, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a very large bump on the braking zone, so it's actually quite difficult to judge where you are, especially with your brake marker. You've got to actually accelerate past the bump before you can brake, otherwise you end up locking tyres. So for me, it's quite difficult to pass there, but I think we'll see a little bit these guys using the slipstream up along the front straight here, and I think the front straight will also have a bit of action.
So we are under caution here, as you can see them weaving from side to side, just trying to keep temperature in the tyres. It is quite warm. It's humid here in New Orleans. Always hot here down in the Big Easy. But that doesn't mean that the temperature of the tyres, I was learning a little bit about tyres yesterday, and obviously the weaving is fine if you want to get temperature to the outside of the tyre, but you actually want the inner part of the tyre to be hot, and so the heat comes out. So that's why they're doing all this pushing. Now, it was Logan Adams, Chris Parrish, who are both out of the race. That's car number 20 and car number 83, who we saw in that accident. Both drivers out, as you saw, and having probably an interesting discussion on the way back.
Yeah, I can imagine there was possibly some stern words, or just a quick, "Are you all right, mate? Sorry about that."
So have you had any chance to meet any of the Crosslink QE F4 boys?
Yeah, we did a day at Crescent, which is their home track.
Yeah.
And the young Aussie Jesse, he comes over to the.
Is it Jesse then?
Well, I call him Jessica to annoy him, but
okay, good. Yeah.
He's always coming over, trying to wind us up. But yeah, he's a good lad, and he's doing a very good job. Same with all the other guys.
I still haven't found your American race name yet, but my mate Ben here is great at that sort of stuff. So he'll come up with a good old boy NASCAR name for you, because you've got to have an American race name.
Well,
Willie T. Ribs. I mean, that's a great Wally Dollenbach, you know?
Wally Dollenbach. What a name.
That's not exactly. That's a Trans Am champion right there. So Ben, have you got any ideas sort of off the cuff?
No, I'm going to have to spend the afternoon. We'll think about it. But, we've had some great names. Dick Trickle, for instance.
I mentioned him yesterday.
Car name, yeah. So I've heard reports from Race Control, possibly Carl Bennett was passed by 2 cars under yellow. So I think Race Control's going through that. But I believe we're coming back to green because the lights are off, Jonathan. So
Yep.
we're about to get excited again.
Oh, you know it. Carl Bennett, of course, the Thai American, grew up both in Thailand and in the US of A, and got his first ever F4 win. He did a season last year, but yesterday was his first win and his first podium in the series. So we wish him luck, and that could move him up the board if Ben's what he heard was correct. Very hazy here this morning, but off comes the pace car, and we're going to go racing again, and it is Lockhart who will lead them to the green, and he is in control of this race in the 48. Jimmy Lockhart, there he is in the all black on the right hand side of your screen. They have to stay there until the line, then they get to spread out, and away they go. Good start from the 19 Costello. And also going to the inside is the 6 of Mosman. He was a feature yesterday as well, and just bopping out there. Here comes Jesse Lacey into second place there, the Aussie. Good start, good restart, and everybody funneling through. Down towards the Bridge Hall Bennett's corner, turn 3. And that's a much better start, or a much better restart anyway. And Lockhart leading the way at the moment. Woods Toff is one to watch. He came from the Radford Karts to Cars school or scholarship, and he's a Canadian coming here for the first time, and we're looking for big things from him. He's just ahead of Costello, Mosman, Huano. It's a Hawaiian name, I'm told, Huano, KK Huano, and he is in 6th position, just ahead of Bennett, Hodgson, Daniel Cara, a Brazilian-American in 9th, and then Sherlock, who was right at the sharp end, vying for the win yesterday. Titus Sherlock in 10th position ahead of Kleck. Wisniewski, who of course did the development program this time last year, not old enough to race in F4, and he now is a fully fledged member of the F4 fraternity, and away he goes. Just behind him, Alex Berg in his 2nd season, or returning season for F4. Callum, it doesn't seem like they mind to go wheel to wheel. How comfortable are you when you're really at that close quarters? Or because you know that they're pretty much the same level as you, do you trust what you're up against?
For me, it's a little bit different racing in the single-seater. Normally, I have a door and a bit of a roof around me, yeah, exactly. So normally you got to meet a couple of meters that way and a couple of meters the other side as well. So it's getting a bit of an understanding for me of just how close you actually can, because you can see the side of your car and you can see the side of theirs. So you can push it up to a limit, basically up until your interlocking wheels, really. But contact is obviously a no-go on a car like this. So you can get very close, lean on each other, but you've got to give a lot of respect so you don't come together.
Well, you make an interesting point as well, because for all of you guys starting out in single-seaters, especially these guys out here, this is their first run. You go from karts to slicks and wings, and there is a modicum of downforce. They are mini Formula 1 cars after all, but obviously not the same kind of downforce that you get at that level. But where do you feel it, behind or side by side as well?
In terms of like aero wash?
Aero wash.
Yeah, for me, when we were racing in New Zealand, the start of the series at Highlands, there was a couple of corners where initially I was just lifting off and braking, and that's what I would normally do, and then it felt like I was losing a little bit of grip. So then the next lap, all I did was just keep my foot flat, and you can actually feel the downforce push the car into the ground and go through the corner. For me, that's pretty unreal to get that feeling.
Yeah, I heard a lot of times it's a case of trust. We've got some good racing going on here. 2 cars on the grass for a moment. And we've just heard that both Nico Abiado and Luciano Martinez made contact at turn 4, but both are continuing. So there's a lot of action. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. There's a trust with the downforce. You don't even, if you've not driven downforce, it almost helps you stick to the ground and therefore have more grip. But you've got to know where it is, and you've got to trust it, and you've got to kind of feel it or experience it before you trust it.
Yeah, it's hard to get your head around it. At the start, I wasn't fully trusting of it, but now as I get my head around how to use downforce, how to drive with it, and how to race with it as well, because once you get up behind a car, it's you lose all the downforce on your fronts. So you've got to understand how to find a different line to make sure you get any form of air on your front wing.
So we are getting down to the business end. Look at this side-by-side racing, and that's exactly what we've just been discussing, which is racing at close quarters, but being comfortable enough to do that. And as we come down to the business end of this, we're watching Bennett, who won the first race. He's not going to win this one. He's way down at the moment in, 7th place at the moment. But Lockhart, Jimmy Lockhart, is doing a superb job. He's got a 1.2 second lead now at the front of this race. As we look at Mosman again, another one of the J. Howard development drivers. Speaking to Jay Howard this morning, good to see him here. Great team manager, turned from IndyCar racing, the Englishman, into the Howard development team, and has been running junior series for the last few years. So it looks like it's going to be a run between Lockhart, Lacey and Costello, and it's anybody's race in the midfield. Another good run by Greenmeyer. She was the girl I spoke to, the 20-year-old Greenmeyer, Hannah Greenmeyer. She's come from Colorado, and she was one of the SCUSA, or the first females to win in SCUSA pro level, and she's literally come out for the first time here to Slicks and Wings. She got a 12th yesterday, and she's on for a 13th today, and that's high praise, because it's no easy feat to jump straight into this championship. But here you see the gap for first, second and third, and well, you mentioned Lacey. Can he do it? Can he get up there? What would he have to do? He's taken the gap, Callum, down to a second, but he's running out of time.
Yeah, he's got 3 minutes and 22 seconds to catch and make a move. So if he's faster than what's his name, Jimmy or Lockhart?
Jimmy Lockhart, yeah.
Jimmy, I believe he's gonna be looking where he's weak, where Jesse's faster, and he's gonna be pushing pretty hard to try and make that move. He hasn't got long left. The guys on the radio will be telling him, so he's gonna have to push hard and see if he can make that move.
There is Bennett again. He's got Daniel Cara just ahead of him as well. Cara and Sherlock, who featured heavily in the first race. Sherlock not going to get on the podium this time. There's Daniel Cara. He's got a Brazilian and American flag, so it's always good when we have young Brazilians, and we've had many come through the F4 ranks. This is a good place for South Americans and Mexicans to come up here to America. I was talking to Manuel Rosa yesterday from Mexico City, who's in FR against Callum, and he said that, you know, there is an F4 series in Mexico, but anywhere really in South America, you need to get to North America as soon as you can, because if you want your career to keep going and not stumble over, then you need to keep going and doing single-seaters, and F4 and FR are the perfect place to be as we set off our season. So this will be the white flag, I think. Maybe they'll get to it. No white flag this time. Interesting. Lockhart then with another lap to do it, and Lacey with another chance, and Costello coming into play potentially in third place. There he is in the 19. So we're getting a little bit closer together. That shot, though, belies the actual angle, because we're so far away from that turn that sometimes when they're coming towards you like that, they look closer than they actually are to each other. But this is good stuff. Woods tough as well, the Canadian, coming into play in fourth place. Hodgson now looking to get close. The gap from Lockhart to Lacey down to 0.8. That's impressive. He's taken 4/10 out of him in the last lap. Meanwhile, the 0.8. That's Alex Berg. His father was a Formula One driver. I'm sure he hates to be reminded of that, because everybody immediately clicks onto that. Only briefly, mind. But it's still a great accolade. Good to see, talking of Formula One, the likes of Roberto Moreno, talking of Brazilians here. He works with the Crosslink Kiwi team, a bit of a legend. I don't know if you've met him yet.
Yeah, he's up in the engineering room. He's always barking up. He's always got something today to say. He's got a lot of knowledge. He's been in the sport a long time. He's been through a lot of different eras, so it's very cool to lean on guys like them for information.
Yeah, I had Alonso Jr. here, who has also played a big part in some of the F4 careers along the way, two-time Indy 500 winner. So you never know who you're going to meet in this paddock. And there's some pretty big names that have been there, done that, and got the T-shirt, so to speak. Boy, look at this battle through the complex here. You wouldn't think there was overtaking. Here's the white flag then. And Lockhart has led this whole race, but will he hold on? Lacey, though, now under pressure from Costello and Woods top as they all try to go line astern, get that slipstream if they can, then bop out at the end of the corner and try to make it up the inside, and that's exactly what Costello is trying to do. He's had the door shut though by Lacey. Great racing between the pair of them, and out of it all, Woods top has joined the battle. Well, this is exactly like yesterday, and Callum, that's the way to go. You watch somebody else battle and you go, all right, I'll watch you two and then I'll have a go myself.
Yeah, Patrick's obviously had his eyes up. He's been looking at the road in front, and he's seen the two cars ahead battling, coming into some close quarters side-by-side racing, and he's managed to capitalise and make a place up into the podium positions there. So very good driving by him.
Yeah, well, we're under less than a lap to go, but it's far from over, although Lockhart has pulled the pin a little bit. We're watching this battle for second, third, and fourth, and in the middle of that battle is Woods top from Canada. 16 is Lacey. He's lost a little bit of the ground now, has Lacey, to the leader Lockhart. And so Jimmy Lockhart should pick this up and win this race if he continues at the front as he is at the moment. That will be another good win for him. Making his debut, Jimmy Lockhart, this weekend. And just like Carl Bennett, will be very pleased with his performance. One more race to go from F4 after this. You've been listening to Ben Sissel and Callum Hedge. Callum will be in action in the number 17 in FR Americas later today, so cheer him on. And there's the checkered flag, and it is Jimmy Lockhart who wins by just over a second over Jesse Lacey of Australia. Michael Costello is third, Woods top of Canada fourth, Hodson fifth, Mosman, Cara, Sherlock eighth, Bennett, yesterday's winner, in ninth, and Alex Berg rounds out the top 10. So a good eclectic group at the front of this battle, and a good international field as we'd expect. Formula 4 America's all about bringing young Americans, but also trying to bring competition like Callum Hedge and entice them to come to this championship so they can really gauge just how and where they are on the international scene, because it's no good just racing against your own countrymen. You need to put yourself and pit yourself against the very best in the world, and that's what we're trying to do here in F4 Americas and in FR Americas. But let's just have confirmation. Jimmy Lockhart for Velocity Racing Development gets the win. Jesse Lacey for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport is second. Likewise, Woods top of Crosslink is third. Michael Costello, the first of the J. Howard Driver Development drivers, is fourth. Then it's Lewis Hodson, Frankie Mosman, Cara, Sherlock, Bennett, Alex Berg. We'll take a short break. My thanks to Callum Hedge. Watch out for the number 17. He'll be in action very soon. My thanks to Ben Sissel. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back from NOLA after this.
There's a challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
But here comes the battle for the checkered flag. I believe it is Ryan Ness getting the win.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsport Park, live here high above from the drone. The perfect spot, really. I wish I could get up there and have a seat up there because you get the best view up there. It really has transformed motor racing, because to see it from above, from a commentator's point of view, is just a different perspective that we never had before. Now, talking of something completely different, how about this? Let's get radical. And let's take a look at John Field, who is one of the radical competitors. Had a great day yesterday. And it's the Radicals' third race of the weekend, so they should be dialed in by now. They started off in inclement weather, which is not often how you run a Radical, because you kind of want the best weather possible. These are powerful machines, lots of downforce, varying in capacity of engine, but everybody happy. As you can see, we've got 3 categories. Platinum, which is the most powerful, and that's what you're looking at right now with Alan Miller in the 500. Then you've got the Pro 1500 class, which is, if you like, the big class, or at least the Premier class, has the most entries in it, and that seems to be the choice du jour for most of the competitors. Danny Chelsky there having a good weekend so far. He's been right at the thick end of some great racing in both those races that have been before. And then in the Pro 1340, the smaller cars, or the SRXX as we call them, and really it's a matter of horsepower. The cars are very similar, and it's interesting to see actually on a course like this with a long straight, the big horsepower cars gain advantage obviously, but because they've got the big horsepower, they've also got heavier engines, which means in the slower corners they lose time, and the quicker, more nimble 1500s catch up. And so you do get quite an interesting battle. They don't stagger them, they put them all together, and that's part of the game here, is that you don't know who you're going to come across. You could be fighting with somebody who's in your class, or you could be fighting with somebody who's not in your class, but you're struggling to get past them because they may well be just a better driver, a quicker driver, a more experienced driver, or they may well just be a little bit slower. As you can see high above the bayou, and we are just about 25 minutes from New Orleans. And the World Finals last year was held in Las Vegas. They haven't announced where the World Finals will be this year, but that's an exciting prospect because there's 14 Radical Championships around the world currently, and some 3,000 of these cars littered all over, I say littered, but all over the world racing. Some 1,200 of them here in North America. So we've got here on the grid some entries from Canada. They're going to be racing in Canada later this year. They are going to be spending some time with IndyCar, which is going to be great. Very prestigious event to be with IndyCar. So they're going to be on some very prestigious circuits and at some very prestigious events throughout the season. So kicks it all off here at NOLA, and it's a good place to kick it off because you've got the time, you've got the less of this stress, if you will, than an IndyCar race weekend where you're probably going to be in and out very quickly. And then that Canada race on a street circuit, I think that's the first time Radicals have been to a street circuit, and that is going to be a new part of the Radical history now in its 25th year. And am I right in saying, as I'm joined by Tom again, Tom Drewer, all of these cars made in Peterborough in England?
Indeed, yes, all of them typically flown over in the bellies of commercial aeroplanes, whether that's Virgin or British Airways, but all of them coming over at around about 60 to 70% of global sales of Radical sports cars end up in the US and Canada. So it's a huge, huge market for us, and I think the competitive nature of this series shows why. These cars just fantastic, not only for this national level competition, but of course, if you want to start your racing career, whether that's at a SCCA local level, NASA Unlimited, they're also eligible for, or in fact just a country club racetrack. So a lot of these guys have started their careers at Spring Mountain, Autobahn, Apex in Arizona, Atlanta Motorsport Park, and then stepping up to full-blown national competition, and a number of drivers racing the world with Radical, whether that's in Europe, the Middle East, Asia, Australia. And so yeah, we're delighted to have so many wonderful customers, and they obviously like the product, very loyal. Some of our customers on their 6th, 7th and 8th Radical now.
And I'm guessing that they last forever too. I mean, you can rebuild them, you can retune them and make them able to run for many, many years. And really, it's the point is, it's a simple car at heart, and therefore they should go for some time.
It's spec racing at its finest, and that means that you really still can turn up with a car that's 10 years old and be pretty competitive. So the fantastic thing is that from time to time we'll see people with older RS SR3s and things, and they turn up and they can be mixing it up at the front of the field. Of course, the newer cars always slightly quicker. And speaking of newer cars, you'll notice a few out there. The new SR3 XXR. You can tell the cars because they've got some big fins on the back of the engine covers. And the number 19 of Nick Persing, who just went through screen there, is one of them, as well as the 61 of Mike Anzaldi, and the 65, the black 65 coming towards us now, Dave Tweedley, also in a brand new car, just delivered, just in time. In fact, they flew into Orlando on Tuesday and were immediately trucked over to NOLA Motorsports Park.
Any drivers you want to point out? This is your show, so to speak, and over the weekend I've got to learn about a few of them. But it's such an eclectic group of youngsters, experienced drivers, young women coming through. There's really an opportunity for anybody from 15-year-old to 55-year-old.
Yeah, well, we heard from Greg Gorski on the podium yesterday. He's 54 years old and mixing it up with these 16, 15
and loving
year olds and loving it. And that's what it's all about. I mean, you're only as good as your competition, aren't you? So for everyone out there, they just want to race the best people to become the best drivers. And look, I think when I look down the order, the one to watch perhaps today is the 17, Aurora Strauss.
What's her background in terms of getting to this point?
Well, very fortunate in the sense that her father was part of the consortium that created Monticello Motor Club. So she was very lucky to get behind the wheel at a relatively young age. And Ari Strauss, big proponent of radical racing cars, has always owned SR3s and SR8s in the past. So she got behind the wheel, a little bit of a radical early on, but then went into some sports car racing, has been doing tremendously well, whether it's IMSA, SRO. And I just think that last year she showed her class by coming in, gaining a number of podium positions in the opening round that she competed in at Watkins Glen. She then went on to take 2 wins in the final races of the season at Sonoma. And she struggled a little bit for pace here this weekend after almost putting it on pole in the wet conditions on Friday. So I think she's one to watch in this race because I know that she's been working hard with One Motorsports to find some pace in the number 17. Another one to look out for perhaps today is the 61 of Mike Anzaldi in that new XXR. He's a former SR3 1340 champion, stepped up to the 1500s, and he certainly knows how to wheel one of these radical machines.
Let me ask you that before you go on. So stepping up from the 1300 to the 1500, is that the progression that you advise for young drivers coming up and learning?
Yeah, I think the 1340s is a great place to start. The reason being is that the 1340cc engine's a little bit less stressed than the 1500, and it just means in terms of value for money, if you like, you can go testing, you can do a little bit more between rebuilds. So it is a great place to start. Obviously, also being the lowest horsepower, it's a little less forgiving, which really trains you to carry the road speed mid-corner. It gives you... it teaches you good habits. And
like that.
So we often see the guys that do start in 1340, whilst not necessary, certainly carry good habits and typically some good craft through the ranks. But I think the big story from yesterday was the fact that Robert Soroka managed to be second fastest in the Pro 1500s. And so he's leaped up the grid, if you will. He starts second in class, 6th overall. But it'll be interesting to see if the 94 young Robert Soroka from Canada can take it to Danny Dashelski, who's been just in a class of his own in the 88.
Yeah, really impressed with Danny yesterday. He like you see him weaving from side to side in that all light blue car. You can't miss it. And he just was in a world of his own at one point, and no one could touch him in that second race. And then he was right in the thick of it in the first race as well. So he got a lot of TV time, that's for sure.
I think the other person that will be looking to make amends today is Alan Miller in the 500 Blue Marble machine. He actually, the reason we didn't see him in yesterday afternoon's race, I found out later, he broke an axle. Amazingly, One Motorsport ran back to the paddock, got a new axle, put a new axle in that car. Wow. He went back out, managed to bank some fast laps as he started to carve his way throughout the field, and that's why he's starting from P3 today. But here we go. John Field in the 37 will lead this field to the green, and we'll see who gets a jump. Yesterday, he was caught napping while Louis Schreiber got a great start.
Well, Schreiber's there again as they come out of the loop. The safety car goes off. John Field in the red and grey lines up in pole. Schreiber right there. We're watching for Miller as well. But also watch the 1500s. They got a good start yesterday, and watch out for Danny Chelsea in that all blue 88.
Oh, there's some bit of commotion at the back of the field. There's someone rolling on early and then having a big lock-up and a big pop early by the 09 of Alain Dersey. He looks like he's side by side with Al Miller as the four SR10s at the front of the field head down into turn one. So far clean at the green.
Yep, and it is Chelsea going through on the 1500 Pros to get the good clean start. Field, though, leads. And good clean start for all the Platinum men. And good Dersey, as you say, jinked out very early on. I hope that wasn't too early. But Miller in second place at the moment.
Now, it looks like the person who's got a cracking start is young Austin Riley, second in Pro 1500 at the moment. That's an awesome start for him. So whilst Duchelski's got a mouthful, if you will, of the 09 of Alain Dersey, behind him, Austin Riley's rocketed it up.
36 minutes in all, so plenty of racing to come from the Radicals. This is their third race here at round one of the North American Championship. And we've had some cracking racing, and already the field's starting to spread out as somebody's got some smoke going on in the back there. Let's hope that's not Terminal, but midfield, I don't know who it was.
That's the number 94, I'm pretty sure, of Robert Soroka, who we mentioned had done an outstanding job with his lap times in yesterday's race. So that's bad luck for him on this opening round. And it looks like another big lockup. No, that's rear bodywork, and hopefully it's not going to come down.
He's had a touch on the left rear for sure.
Now, I'm not too worried about that in terms of he is coming into pit lane though, so he's worried about it. Obviously, I don't think we were going to lose a piece of bodywork, but the big fear is you're going to cut down that Hankook tyre. And Soroka, knowing that it's a long championship, just coming into pit lane early to fix that. It also looked like someone was following him in there too. I think that might have been Reed Stewart in the 27.
Louis Schreiber, though, moving up to second place behind John Field after that long straight again. There you see it. Schreiber in second, getting ahead of Miller. Dersey still fourth. And then Duchelski in fifth place. And the man you're looking at now, Riley, in sixth position at the moment.
Now, we haven't mentioned what this race has that the other two haven't, and that's a mandatory pit stop. So 15 minutes into this race, Beau Barfield will tell the starter stand to open the pit window, and then we'll see who blinks, who tries the undercut, who stays out in fresh air, and all drivers will have to make a stop. It's a 60-second delta between the pit inboard and the pit outboard. It's going to feel like an eternity because pit in is right at the start of that pit lane entry.
And how long do they have to stay stationary?
Well, it's up to the teams, but the delta is 60 seconds between the two boards.
Right.
So I think it's off the top of my head around about 15 seconds is the stationary time here.
I bet that feels like an age when you're doing it.
Oh, it's absolutely horrible. You're coming in from being on song around this circuit and then all of a sudden have to woe it down and just sit there quietly while everyone whizzes by on the main straightaway. And of course, you're just hoping that your in-lap and out-lap have been good enough. I think what's going to be crucial at this circuit is that long approach into the pit lane. Who's conservative and who perhaps bites off a little bit more. Of course, all at 40 mile an hour, but still easy to lose a few tenths.
Yeah, and if you're unfamiliar with this sort of pit stop strategy, if you will, you may have watched Formula One where they change the tyres, and that's usually why they're coming in, because they're not putting fuel in. Here, it's more a strategy. They're just going to keep the car stationary. They won't change the tyres, won't put any fuel in. They'll just sit there, and the idea is to get it the timing right. So if you're in traffic, if you're trying to fight with somebody that you don't want to fight with, and you're stuck behind them and you can't get past, that could be a time to pit. Or you just go hell-bent for leather while your opponent is in the pits and try to gain that sort of overtake from him in the pits.
Absolutely. The Radical Cup is a breeding ground for drivers and teams, for that matter, looking to make a move into the upper echelon of sports car racing. So we want to prepare these guys, whether that's the drivers behind the wheel or the crew members, to remain calm under these circumstances. And of course, pit stops is a big part of sports car racing.
We were looking at Ken Savage there, 12th overall, and he had a good run yesterday. I think he got a win yesterday as well, didn't he?
He did indeed. So a maiden victory for Ken Savage, and for that matter, G-Tech Motorsport, who's come into the series this year. And Kent with those green stripes indicating he is leading the 1340 class. So a strong start for him. And again, it is the senior Bacon, Seth Bacon, who is second at the moment in Pro 1340. As under pressure is Al Miller in the 500 machine from Alain Dersey, who's really found his form, stepping up from the Pro 1500 ranks into the Platinum class and into that 435 brake horsepower, 380 foot-pound torque SR10. We call it the torque monster, and it's unbelievable. In fact, Williams, the 57, Wayne Williams, said that he's driven a lot of high horsepower sprint cars. He said it's just the same feeling. Awesome power under the right foot, and always difficult to lay that power down onto the tarmac using these hand-cooked tyres.
You know, you mentioned the Bacons. I saw a great picture on Racer Magazine of Seth and is it Chase?
Chase. Yeah.
Chase Bacon together, looking so happy after yesterday's race, and it was up and down for both of them. They both had a good run, but at different times, and they looked so both happy in that picture. But if you want to catch up, racer.com with all the news on the Radicals and what they get up to. Where are you up to next? Where are you going next?
Well, we're out to Barber Motorsport Park with IndyCar, so that's going to be an exciting one. And really looking forward to 3 next events with IndyCar, and then off Dakota, and then of course ending the year with the season finale of IndyCar at Laguna Seca. So it's a big year for these guys, and we're really expecting some big fields. Now, what's interesting, we've seen the top 2 in the Platinum class break away a little bit.
Yeah.
Schreiber seems to be matching Field's pace at the moment. Miller can't seem to match it. And we've got Wayne Williams, curse of the commentator. We were just speaking about the 57, and he's managed to beach it on the curb.
That's on the track as well, isn't it?
That is, and we just wonder whether this is going to bring out our safety car. We haven't seen it yet. Hopefully, I'm sure Bo will be...
he's got it going. Good man.
Good man, indeed. And so it remains green here at NOLA Motorsports Park. I think the Radical, and I'm sure I'm going to curse this now, I think we're the only series to go green in all our races so far.
Good point.
So some high caliber driving from the Radical Cup. And on screen, Nick Persing talking about high caliber. This young man's been doing a sterling job in F4 and in the Radicals this weekend. And he seems to have found some pace. And I mentioned Aurora Strauss is carving her way through the field. So she's starting to hone in on the back of the 19. Crucially, she's passed teammate Greg Gorski. And Austin Riley, I have a feeling, is going to be under all sorts of pressure for second place in Pro 1500, because it's Dushelski out in front, then Riley with Persing honing in. Then we're back to Strauss, and Gorski's not far behind either. And Zaudi's in the thick of it too.
So great racing here with our 6 laps gone, 28 minutes to go. You mentioned Nick Person. I talked to him on the grid of the FR as he stepped into the car, quite literally, after stepping out of his Radical. Didn't even have time to go to the podium. He was that busy. And I said, how are you doing this? He said, I've been working out extra hard in the winter, quite literally, because I knew this would be happening at this particular event. But I'm up for it. And here is Strauss. We just saw her. There she is in the 17.
Yeah. So Aurora Strauss has found some pace, and it was confirmation. We could see him just coming out of pit lane, the 27 of Reed Stewart. So he was the other one, I think, who may have got into the back of the 94 of Robert Soroka on that opening tour. And Aurora Strauss in some good fresh air. You can see the brand new halo on her car. So that cockpit safety structure, new to Radicals this year, and a number of cars running it. And the driver's saying it does change the handling characteristics just a little bit. Obviously, you'd expect that because a little bit more structure tying in all the bars of the chassis. But the team's liking it. And of course, the driver's liking that added protection.
Absolutely, yeah. It's become the modern thing, no question about it. And since it was introduced in single-seater racing, it has become more and more popular, and the FIA have tried to increase the coverage of that halo-type equipment, which has proved so vital in both IndyCar and single-seaters around the world. Now, now the gap has gone right up, or has, hang on, something's changed here, because Miller's now second.
Yeah, so Louis Schreiber has dropped back. There he is on screen. The 111 of Louis Schreiber has fallen back to 4th, so some kind of issue. Now that's going to be interesting because that also is going to check Dushelski up a little bit, so Riley might capitalize. 24, the smoke buddy of Greg Gorski, he'll be licking his lips as well. Perhaps this will condense the top 4 of the 1500s. They are running line astern now.
Strauss coming under pressure from Gorski bit by bit as well. There's only a second between them. We're watching that battle. The 24 just behind the 17 of Strauss. And she dives into that right-hander, and she's got Gorski now getting ever closer. But she is trying to catch Persing, of course, who is after Riley. Now, is this the first of the pit stops, or is this a problem?
I think this is
the car
too
that was
early.
turned around, yeah. This is the car that got turned around, Reed Stewart, yeah. So he did go onto the grass, and they're just checking the balance of the car, I think.
Yeah, I think it's turning into a long test session for Reed Stewart. Of course, he started the race, so he will collect some valuable points. And at the end of the day, it's a long championship. So if they can get the car out there, you never know what's going to happen to another competitor. Speaking of which, Louis Schreiber looks a little bit stricken in that 111 machine. The car looks okay, but the pace is not there at the moment. And Dushelski will be getting worried because Schreiber's going to have more pace down the straight. Dushelski's undoubtedly a little bit quicker in perhaps the lighter, more balanced car, if you will. So Dushelski's going to fall back into the clutches of that wonderful liveried number 20, Austin Riley, racing with Autism Machine, and a person closing in there as well. So it's getting a little bit spicy here down in Creole country.
Yeah, no kidding. Whether we get to about turn 6, you might be right about what you were saying about Dushelski, because he's going to be under pressure for sure from Riley and Persing. And meanwhile, Strauss and Gorski in a real good battle as well. Here comes your leader. Sorry, here comes the number 3. That's Bacon, excuse me.
And I think he is the leader now in Pro 1340. You're absolutely right. So a change in position there. Seth Bacon taking the lead ahead of the 5 of Ken Savage. And I suspect we should be inside the pit stop window now.
Yeah, we're getting there, aren't we? So like you said, 15 minutes into the race, they've got to take a mandatory pit stop when they choose to take it. And when does that window close? With 10 minutes to go?
25 minutes in.
Okay.
So, yes, so about 15 minutes to go. And we're going to be looking good here. It's going to be a little bit tricky for us up here in the booth because the order's undoubtedly going to change. But I think what you're going to see is either teams electing to hang out and hope that there is a full course caution during this window, because it's a bit of a gamble to come in early. Of course, you don't want to come in too late and get a penalty.
Yeah, I guess what you really hope is that you can you can start coming into the pit lane just as they call out a safety car or whatever. But I don't know how the rules work on that, but it would be useful for you.
You can certainly, and there we go. So there was an early stop, and that was Wayne Williams.
So he's going to have to come in and do his mandatory pit stop after this now, isn't he?
No, I think that
still counts?
is in the window.
Okay.
That should be in the window because we're 23 minutes remaining. So we should be okay. So we're starting to see cars peel in.
Yeah, I can see him in the background, yeah.
And I think a lot of the 1500s matching each other as John Field's coming out. So he's taken his stop. So Miller is in the lead of this race, but it's really going to come down to how Field plays out. Now, he crucially got ahead of the 94 of Soroka there. So Field in relative fresh air, and he'll be making as much as he can of that, because he's got to be certain to get not caught out. Robert Burgess on screen there, team principal of Radical Canada, just making sure that the pit stop's going to plan. They are free to work on these cars in these pit stops, but honestly, unless there's something fundamental, the teams are just going to try and be calm, count down the seconds and get that delta right.
So John Field has already done his pit stop and therefore is trying to catch up. Dersey now picks up the lead because Miller has come in. I think Schreiber moves to second place. So it's all change here, but that's what we expect with the pit stops. And then it should all shuffle out, and then we'll see who's where, because now the traffic does come into play. Because as you shuffle, what you don't want is to be stuck in traffic at a crucial time when you want to be making time up on those having to stop.
That's right. If you think about Formula One, even with all their telemetry and technology, they still often get it wrong where those cars come out. These teams don't have that luxury. So it really is a bit of a lottery, but you can see cars streaming into pit lane. And so now we're going to have the deck of cars get shuffled. Persing's now running third, so into the pit lane. Obviously, Dushelski has come. And some cars are going to get held up by others just a little bit in pit lane. Undoubtedly a little bit frustration and all of those sorts of things. Of course, for the driver, it's an opportunity to reset, but you're out of your rhythm.
Yeah.
So once you go back out on track, you've got to regain composure. And
all the running temperatures have changed. The tires have changed. The cars changed. Yeah, there's definitely, as we see the 94 in the pits, that's exactly what's going on. You've got to get back, both the car and the human, back up to running temperature, if you like.
And you can see there, they're just making a small adjustment to the pressures on the Hankook tyres. Robert Soroka getting some advice there from Richard Yin and Ryspec Racing. They're holding the car because otherwise that was going to be an unsafe release, and they're going to be...
And that is going to be an unsafe release, surely.
Well, that was very, very close, wasn't it? And Soroka getting up to speed in front of that car, so they did seem to work it out. Luckily, a transition lane in here, and Soroka being pretty smart. Now, what's happened to car 5? It almost looked like at the end of pit lane he stopped. Now, that's going to be interesting because that's not really permitted by the regulations. It'd be interesting to see if Bo Barfield picks up on that. It looks like he came to a crawl.
Yeah, he did.
He wasn't holding anyone else up. He may get away with that. There's a little bit of damage on the front of that car too. The dive plane on the front of that 5. So Ken Savage in all sorts of strife here. But we'll wait and see. Now, look at Field. He's back in the lead. And Miller, it appears, has come out, shuffled down to 4th. So Dersey could be the winner out of these pit stops. Up to second place is Elaine Dersey in the 09.
Yeah, this is going to get interesting because it's hard to work out because we haven't seen each and every pit stop, so we're not quite sure if everybody's taken it yet. But yeah, it's starting to shuffle back into play now as each and everybody takes their pit stops. Looking high above the NOLA circuit at turn 6. Starting to become another beautiful day as it was yesterday here. They had a practice in the rain. That would have been an eye-opener for you guys early in the weekend.
It was a big eye-opener for a lot of these drivers, and in fact both Seth and Jace Bacon had never driven these cars in the wet. So they starred. I mean, I think it is a case of when you don't know, perhaps you go in a little blind and you push a little bit harder than you should, perhaps. But of course, if it sticks, you gain that confidence early, and they did just that. John Field, all over the curb, and you can see him working at the tiller.
Yeah.
Trying to gather that car up. And he is back in the lead of this race now. So it appears we have had a shuffle for position. So Dursey has picked up second place in that round of pit stops. Interestingly enough, I think Riley may have taken the lead in 1500 over Dushelski.
Ah. Well, is this Dursey coming up here in the orange?
That is Dursey. So Miller has got back ahead of Dursey.
Right.
But Riley is definitely ahead of Dushelski on track.
Yep,
so
you're absolutely
Riley
right.
in car 20, the first time, I think, almost this weekend. Well, certainly since that great battle between Dushelski and Persing in race 1, that we've had a different leader in a Pro 1500.
So good stuff. And we've still got 17 minutes to go, because once they all shuffle out, then it's a run to the flag, obviously. And we're looking at the 09 of Dursey.
And Dursey, he'll be hoping to really hold on to that third place. A final step of the podium. He's going to have Louis Schreiber in the 111. Using all the exit curb and more as he pilots that 09 SR10 around the high-speed right-hander sweepers here at NOLA.
There is Dushelski, as you mentioned, Riley in front of him.
Wow, so that's huge for Racing with Autism. They've managed to place their man in front of the 88 of Dushelski, who's definitely shown the pace. He's had the pace of all the drivers. Could have Riley been holding out? He's obviously put in a burner of an in-lap, a burner of an out-lap, and they've got the pit stop hopefully just right. Of course, if they haven't, they will be getting a penalty, but we'll assume all is well in the Racing with Autism camp.
Through goes the 37 of John Field, leading this race by some 6 seconds at the moment. Here comes the second place Miller in the 500, Dursey right behind him. And then the first of the 1500s is Riley. There he is in that beautifully painted yellow and blue. And then there comes the 88 of Dushelski.
I was just trying to look at some of these lap times to see whether I could decipher if Riley had made a short stop or not. But so far, I think he just may have made a better stop. It was certainly, based on just rough lap times, a 2-minute 27 lap for Austin Riley during his pit stop, and a 2:29 lap for Dushelski. So Dushelski certainly lost a couple of seconds there. We'll wait and see whether it was too short for the 20. I hope not, because this is great news for Racing with Autism and Austin Riley's 2023 campaign if he can pick up a win here.
Now, what we missed was the battle between Gorski and Strauss. Gorski getting past Strauss, and he's now up to 8th position and going in pursuit of Persing.
So the pit stops throwing the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons, and certainly mixing up the order. And talking about mixing up the order, this is Seth Bacon versus Jace Bacon.
Father and son going at it.
And father in front of son at the moment.
Oh, this is great.
I tell you what, the rivalry around the dinner table must be just amazing. And so far it's been the old man who's got 2 stripes on the board. He's picked up a couple of wins.
Yeah, payback is today, I reckon. I don't think Jace is going to hang back this time, especially after Dad was saying that he ran out of talent at one point yesterday.
Now, they are back ahead of the 5. So the 5 of Ken Savage, who we saw was slow in pit lane, has certainly dropped down the order in 1340, and that means that Kevin Poitras is now up into a podium place in the 1340 class.
Well, the 999 losing a bit of ground to Dad in that last complex there, but here they come down the main straight one more time.
And after having that spin, the 57 through screen there of Wayne Williams, our sprint car star, he said he just loved the car in the wet. It was like driving a sprint car, and he's still struggling a little bit to make the transition from the dirt track to the pavement in the dry. So there's Austin Riley's old car, the 73 of Kevin Poitras. Bought the championship winning car. That's what you want to do.
Yeah.
You know, it's just down to you then. And that is the car that took home the outright championship. And the car that really took Austin to he hasn't done it yet, but will take him to a race in England. And so the prize for winning the outright championship last year, a race in England, thanks to Radical Motorsport, we're excited to have him over there.
Oh, that'll be a great experience, yeah. I mean, to go back to the home of Radical, as it were, where I know how popular they are there too. The competition will be fierce.
Absolutely, and to have the chance to mix it up with the top drivers in the Haggerty Radical Cup, United Kingdom, to represent North America, represent Canada in England will just be tremendous. Well, there we are, the leader, the outright leader, John Field, coming around, finding the back of the field. So Dan Decker in the 7, we haven't seen him until now, and it's because John Field is trying to put a lap on that Porsche Homage livery, one of the Cameron Racing cars, all the way from California. And John Field is reeling him in.
Yeah, you can see the gap from high above, just what he's got on 6 seconds. It's a mighty gap, and I don't think he's going to be held up, because once they get onto the straight after this complex, he should be able to blast back. Oh, what's going on here? On the grass.
Very wide and into the marbles and on the grass, and I think that's one of the faster SR10s, so who is it? We'll wait and see, and it's Dursey. That's disaster.
Oh,
running second in class, or third in class, mind you, so rather. He was vying for that final step of the podium, and that's meant that the 111er Louis Schreiber now has been elevated onto the final step. Riley now 4th overall. What an outstanding drive from the young man from Canada. Our reigning champion and our reigning Pro 1340 driver as well. Oh, and there's some kind of issue with the 5 car of Ken Savage. It's all unraveling for a couple of drivers as we enter the final 10 minutes.
It's all happening, isn't it? Yeah, this is great stuff. Field now still leading, but now Miller, Schreiber, and Riley and Chelsea continue their battle in 1500 Pro. Persing's in that one, Gorski's in that one, Strauss is there one. Dursey's now dropped to 9th position after that little excursion onto the grass, the Platinum man.
There's been 25 minutes of qualifying, a 40-minute race 1, a 40-minute race 2. We're now entering another 30 minutes on top of that, and I just wonder whether some of these drivers have used up some of their Hankook rubber around this racetrack.
Now, here's another look at it. You see, he locks up here going into 15 and then tries to go around the outside and just gets on the marbles, I think.
Yeah, I think he avoided the car in front, that white 1500, and then once he was on the marbles, that was all over Red Rover. So
there's your leader going through, John Field, 9 minutes to go.
And
Decker comes next, but he's at the back, and then there's your second place man in Platinum 500, Miller at the moment.
Miller having just a quiet, casual race in second place, doing the job to play rear gunner, if you will, for One Motorsports. And John Field, Louis Schreiber now has to clear Dan Decker if he wants to have a run at the 500 in the final minutes of this race. Of course, in yesterday's race, it was the lap traffic that meant he couldn't have that final charge at John Field for the win. But the battle I almost want to get back to is Austin Riley. It looks by the timing charts, he's got a decent lead, about a second or so, nearly 2 seconds on Dushelski, I think, or at least a second and a half. And Persing also sort of in the mix, but he's got Gorski behind him. Strauss a little bit further back, and then we're back to Dursey and Zaudi having a strong run in the 61 machine. Then we're back to Jack Yang. And then the leaders in Pro 1340, who is now the young gun. You were right, the 999 of Jace Bacon is in front of the old man.
Yep, he's finally done it. I knew that payback would be coming, and he's going to try to make that stick, but don't count out the old man yet. He might have another go at this. There's still 7 minutes to go, but they are having a ball, father and son, and that is what racing's all about, especially in radicals. I think that's great.
Riley, crucially, with an out-of-class car, the car of Ken Savage, I think that is, between him and Dushelski. So that's good news. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief under the helmet there. And that's what's lovely about the multi-class racing.
Tell me about the LED lights. Is that for the more modern cars, or is that a distinction?
All of them are running LED lights. In fact, we'll have to have a word to the drivers, because in theory, they're all meant to be running them. But you can tell the variations of the cars.
Yeah.
So, yes, the later models having LED lights, and the different variations running those strips in different locations, so you can kind of tell they're generations of SR3s there. And Riley now popping out to pass Decker, just to put another car between himself and Dushelski, as Dushelski passed the 5 of Ken Savage. So just as Dushelski thinks, right, I've got some clear space between my rival, another back marker will play a role in this race.
But this is a good run from Austin Riley. He really is putting on a good show here.
That's an outstanding drive. Absolutely phenomenal.
Here's your leader. And the gap, some 7 seconds that you see here between Miller, who dives in now. That's what I'm talking about with those lights, is that you notice some more on those two cars than perhaps on some of the others. But
there's Austin with lights ablaze.
Yeah, no kidding. Now here comes Dushelski as well. He's got past Decker.
Yeah, so now there is clean air. Is there enough time? Dushelski has shown he's got the pace, the raw talent, but has he got enough tyre left?
There's Dursey. He's now behind Strauss. He was the one who had that spin, of course, earlier on, still in 9th place ahead of Anzaldi.
We'll talk about pressure. Austin Riley all in front. Now, what's the replay here? Seeing a pass, or almost a pass, into the high-speed section.
You can see how spread out they all are now. You never know when you're going to come across another battle. And that's how we like it, spreading it right out and creating little pockets of radical battles.
It's amazing to think when you look across this beautiful shot. It looks like the track's out in the middle of Louisiana, but it's only 20 minutes away from all the action of New Orleans. And I tell you what, they've done a great job. And this is tight. Richard Gerosha in the 29, not giving an inch as he fights. And this has allowed Seth Bacon to have a go at his son in the Stussy car. And Seth Bacon can't do the job on young Jace at the moment.
Yeah, I said he'd get another chance, and he's got it, because he's going to try to use this car ahead of both of them to try and come back at him. But this is excellent fun.
You can see in the brake ducts at the front of the 3 car, there's a fair bit of grass.
Yeah.
So I think Seth, after joshing around on the podium and winding his son up about making mistakes, has made a mistake on his own there. And that's what's caused that change of position.
Whoa, nice move by the youngster, and he's trying to make the effect of holding his father back here by getting a car between them, and that was a really good move.
It was indeed. And it's hard to pick up which one is the Bacon and which one is the 29 of Jerosha. So, okay, so it's Seth ahead there, I think, and then, yeah, Seth just going out of shot with the white on front of his car, and then it is Old Man Bacon. And then we're back to Richard Jerosha, who's running a 1500.
So 3 minutes to go. Field still leading as he has throughout most of this race in Platinum. And then Persing and Duchelski going for battle. And Persing trying to stay with Duchelski for the 1500 pros. Gorski going quick. Up to 6th now. Strauss up to 7th.
Now, it's interesting. Couple of things here. I just saw a black flag.
Yeah.
There's also been a change in position. Austin Riley has dropped down right down the order. I think what's happened is Riley has had to serve a drive-through or a stop-go penalty. I think Duchelski has regained the lead
in 1500.
Yeah.
Look at this battle in Platinum.
Yeah, Louis Schreiber right on the back of India Miller, hunting down the 500 for
They've
second
got some
place.
traffic to deal with as well. This is great stuff.
This is, and Persing up to second in 1500. Gorski up to third. Strauss, could she come home with a podium? The 500 of Indy Miller defending hard as he comes up onto the back of the 73, who gets out the way, but chops back in front of Louis Schreiber. And again, the back mark is not on the side of Louis Schreiber. They're rightful to go through this this high-speed S's, but it's a tough break for Louis Schreiber.
Yeah, and he's finally going to get through, I think, but you're right. He just held him up enough whereby the advantage was gained.
No, we haven't got the white flag yet. It's not
still got another minute yet. So I guess they're going to let him do one more lap before the white flag.
Yeah, and I'm waiting to see who just came into pit lane.
No, there is the white flag for the leader, John Field. So through come the leaders.
No.
Oh, no, excuse me.
Do you know what's happened? John Field...
We missed... Yeah, he's gone.
Do you know what's happened? He's also been given a penalty. So he is short-stopped. Disaster for John Field. I wondered who that black flag was for, it was for Field. So India Miller has gone into the lead of this race, and now he's not fighting for second place, he's fighting for the win.
For the win.
You got to think the red mist will be elevated under that visor in the 111 machine, because Louis Schreiber can also sniff a victory here
this
at
is
NOLA
great.
Motorsports Park.
What a grandstand finish we've got. Well, that was drama indeed. That black flag indeed for Field, who took his pit stop. And now this is the race for the win. Miller holding on there. India Miller trying to hold off Schreiber, and it's going to go right to the end. In 1500, Duchelski's still third. Persing and Field does rejoin, but in 5th place now. So he's out of it, but will get third in Platinum. But who's going to win this one?
I tell you what, these two have come to blows before. There's a lot of love between them. In fact, Louis Schreiber was one of our Miller's best men at his wedding just last year. But they've had some absolute fair dinkum battles on the racetrack. Some words afterwards. They race hard. Al Miller comes around the final couple of corners here. The white flag is out. It's going to have to be replaced in a minute, I think, and it does. India Miller takes victory, his first for the season. And Louis Schreiber, second place.
Great stuff, really good stuff. And couldn't quite do it. Duchelski coming out of the last corner now. And there is Persing behind him. So in the end, that was a close finish too.
3 wins from 3 starts in the Blue Marble Radical Cup Series for young Danny Duchelski. And what an outstanding weekend that Wisco Racing driver has had. The Number 19 of Nick Persing, another podium for him. And I tell you what a great debut he's given the brand new SR3 XXR, flowing in with no time really for Cameron Racing to really work on the setup, work out the advantages of the new car, and he's given that car a great debut.
What do you think Field did to get the black flag?
I honestly think he was probably just a little bit short on his pit stop.
Okay. That's a shame.
It's easy, you know, to get anxious. We said it's like an eternity in pit lane. It's an eternity as you're holding there, and I just think that he probably got a bit quick to exit pit lane. And
who won the Battle of the Bacons?
Well, I think
it's Junior did.
I think it might be that man there. I'm just trying to bring up timing and scoring. And of course, it's not playing ball at the moment. Across the line, the number 99 goes. But I think you're right. I think.
Yeah, I've got Seth. Well, I've got Seth ahead of Jace, so that's interesting. But that may not be right. So let's see what you have.
I think I've got Jace ahead of Seth.
Well, we'll soon find out. The official results will come up in a moment. And great racing from the Radicals. My thanks again to Tom Drewer for coming with us. He'll go down and do the podium and go and celebrate with them. I came to the back of the podium yesterday. It looked like a really good time down there. Alan Miller then. Indy Al Miller takes the win ahead of Louis Schreiber. Then Danny Jaselski takes third. Then Nick Persing in fourth, doing double duty this weekend. Greg Gorski. John Field in the end, the man who led this race but got black flag, finishes sixth overall ahead of his opponent Alan Dursey in seventh. Aurora Strauss with an excellent eighth position ahead of Austin Riley, who was right at the sharp end for a while in 1500 Pro, and Mike Ansaldi in 10th. And a little further down now, the tail of the tag will be Jack Yang. It was Chase Bacon, quite rightly, who did beat the dad, and he beat Seth from 12th to 13th, and then Portras 14th. Ken Savage taking 15th place, Dan Decker, Sirocco, Williams, Derucha, and Tweedle. We'll take a short break. My thanks once again to Tom for coming in here. And best of luck for the season. And we'll see you from time to time, I'm sure. As the sun comes out here, we'll take a short break from NOLA. We'll be back with more action from the Speed Tour after this.
Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Bush is really coming along.
Hi, Carla. What are you up to?
Oh, I just spent the whole morning having a little battery-powered fun.
I can see that.
This thing is powerful. Hey, honey, I was just gushing about our new favorite toy.
Let me tell you, the battery life on this thing, you wouldn't believe it. Sometimes we need a little extra push to get there. Sometimes, hey, I let it do all the work for me.
And it has so many different settings. All right, Joel, ready to go again?
You should join us sometime.
gotta get me one of those.
say with me. So when both of we're on. Okay. Well, welcome back, everybody, as we get our attention now to some more single-seater racing. We've had the Radicals, we've had the F4, but now it's the big boys of FR out on track. A small field for the first round of the championship, but a tightly knit group of very, very good racers. We saw a great win for Ryan Sheehan, a monumental win, actually, his first ever in his debut in FR. Raced for Crosslink Kiwi last year in F4. Had a couple of good wins there and was vying for the championship, but yesterday's victory in his first ever run in FR was sensational. He really did do a good job, and I'm joined for the race by one of the young drivers in the F4 championship, Daniel Cara, from Houston, Texas, but also partly Brazilian. We'll give him a bit of both. He's got both on the car, on the side of the car. I stood by his car this morning before he went out, and definitely looking forward to this. But Daniel, first and foremost, while these guys are heading out, give me your own background. Where have you been racing and how did you get to F4?
Yeah, of course. First of all, thank you so much for letting me come on here. And I originally started racing out in karting. I only have about a full year of experience and coming straight into shifter karts. So I raced only 4 car races in shifter karts, and we actually incorporated our own team. I'm the founder. My father and I bought a F4 car, spent the 2022 year kind of setting up and getting ready for the next races, and we actually joined last year at the VIR and COTA races.
Brilliant. And how are you enjoying it so far? I know it's early days.
Oh my gosh, it's a dream. It's a dream come true. I love it, and I was really excited about yesterday's race. I was leading a little bit, but some struggles, but I'm really hoping to make a name for myself out here in 2023.
How'd you go on in the second one today?
A lot better. Starting 7th, finished 7th, and I'm starting 4th for the next race.
Perfect. So you're listening to Daniel Cara, 20-year-old from Houston, Texas. Write the name down because he could be one of our stars of the future. As we take a look at Callum Hedge, who was just up here a moment ago, doing your race, in fact. We were covering your race, and he had some mechanical gremlins yesterday, did Callum Hedge, and he's hopefully righted those, but he's got a lot of work to do because he's a long way back. Starting on the, 4th row is Callum Hedge of New Zealand. Yeah. On the front row, though, is Ryan Sheehan, and alongside him is Nick Persing. And behind them will be Cooper Becklin, who is also returning to the series, as is Hayden Bowlesby. So we're looking forward to it. The wind is picking up, as you can see from our long-lensed camera there at turn 1, hanging on to it for dear life there. But the key, and this circuit, as you can see from above, has this long front straight, and that is one of the keys here to get a little bit of a slipstream, and the wind may become a factor as we get underway on this race. So then, the calm before the storm. On the left-hand side, the 66 of Ryan Sheehan, looking for his second win. Nick Persing, though, looking for his first. On go the lights, out go the lights, and away we go. And a good start from Ryan Sheehan. He got off the line well. None of these guys in their practice starts really had nailed it. And Ryan, by his own admittance, was very nervous about that starting procedure. Ooh, very tight indeed, but Persing just squeezing through in the 29 into second place. Bowlesby and Becklin, Cooper Becklin just squeezing into third place there, and already we're starting for jostling for position here. Through goes the number 3. But a nice clean start, Daniel, and where now would you be looking for an overtake? Where's the first possible overtake? You see someone already around the outside. Hedge is creating his own.
Exactly. If you see Oliver and Hedge right over there fighting for position, usually that turn 3 and 4 complex, you really want to get ahead of these drivers, because the next corners, 5, 6, 7, you can't even make a move over there. You see these guys going super wide and trying to get good on the S's. And the only next turning attacking point is going to be that turn 13. Deep braking.
Yeah, it's deceptive when you see these fast right-hand kinks or these S's, because you presume that there might be an opportunity, but actually there's only really one line through there. And if you try to make an overtake, then you're going to be so far offline for the next corner that it becomes pointless. So yeah, you just have to be patient. This is the most obvious point to overtake coming into this last complex here. And you see how they jostle for position and get very tight between each other. But a good climb, good start to this one, and a nice compact field as Wesseling still trying to hold off Callum Hedge as we get started in this one. And away we go. But that was a good start from Sheehan. Won the first race. Persing was second, and Becklin was third in yesterday's opener. And now down that long straight. That must feel like it goes on forever, but can you get a decent slipstream down there?
Yeah, especially with these FR cars, you're much quicker down the straight, and the huge outwash from these massive rear wings, you get a lot more speed than these F4 cars. As you see Oliver.
Yeah, and he's all over the back of the number 3, and does he make it? No, not quite. It's going to be a battle between the pair of them. Really good racing. And Hayden Bowlesby, the local man from New Orleans, trying to hold on. Oh, and he's gone wide, has Bowlesby. And that's allowed Hedge to come back into this one. Hedge will now try and pounce on Wesseling in the all-blue.
Oh yeah, that turn 4 right there is super easy lock up. The outside line is super bumpy, so that's probably why he got that lock up. But he's quick, and I hope he gets that position back.
So Callum Hedge and Oliver Wesseling. Wesseling came into the championship last year, so he's got some miles under his belt. But then again, Callum Hedge has just done 6 weeks in a very similar car, different engine, different chassis, but pretty much the same spec, because FR, Formula Regional, is run all around the world, and it's all about super license points. And Callum, having become runner-up in that championship, probably has more super license points than anybody out there right now. And there is a possible 18 for the winner of this championship. And so very prestigious from the FIA's point of view. And they certainly keep an eye on who's doing what. But Ryan Sheehan already pulling away. His last lap at 1:36.2. So the time starting to drop, and Ryan doing what he did yesterday, which is kind of control this race. So Persing, who is in second place, has got to pounce soon as Hedge looks to the inside. Can't quite pull it off, though. Where would you, Daniel, try to make a move if you were in the 17th position, if you were in Hedge's position?
I mean, easiest spot is down that straight. With these cars, they got the downforce, and kind of just got to set up on that last corner and go for it on that straight. It's hard to follow these cars, kind of like F1, going through these tight corners. The downforce almost holds you back through the high-speed corners.
Well, wait for a mistake from Wesseling, and that's exactly what's happened. And this is a good chance now for Callum Hedge. He thinks about it there, but as you say, it's a risky business, because there's so few lines through there that once you make the commitment, you've got to make it stick. Becklin now losing time in third place. Morris still fourth. Wesseling and Hedge going at it, and that's that second group that you're seeing coming through shot right now. Just behind them is the young teenager from Mexico City, Manuel Rosa. Looking forward to seeing what he can do. His parents are here, your parents are here, and a bit of a family affair. Are they enjoying it?
Yeah, my parents out here love it. It's only our 3rd race weekend here with F4, so it's amazing.
That's just a hop, skip, and a jump from Houston. This is a local race for you.
Yeah, for sure. I actually came back here back in karting, so good time this year.
Good kart circuit, it looks like it anyway.
Oh, it's incredible. Out in the shifter karts, we were all 4 wheels off that ground.
I'll bet. So Sheehan completes another lap. He's dropped it again, 1:35.6. The difference, 0.6. So he's not gapping Persing like he did yesterday. Persing, though, was starting to get a little fatigued because Nick Persing has just jumped out of a radical. And yesterday he'd already done 3 sessions when he took on Ryan. So he should be a little bit more ready for it this time. He had to write his own name on the side of the car, which is kind of funny. But anyway, there it is.
Man, that's actually really impressive for Persing. I know some kids out of karting, they do the KA classes in the X30. But hopping in from a radical to these FR cars, you get so much experience, but that fatigue really kicks in these super long races. We got 19 minutes, and although Nick's quick, I hope he just keeps up that pace.
Well, also, the concentration as well, because the braking points are different, the input is different, the engine reacts differently to your throttle. So, you know, everything, the braking point, just everything is different. And that's, when it's only 20 minutes in the turnaround, there's not a lot of time to rethink it, is there?
Exactly.
Now, something's happened to... no, that battle continues now. Why is Hedge, though? Oh, he is! Hedge has got past, that's what's happened. So Callum Hedge has got past Oliver Westling. He looked as though he was edging himself to do that, because Westling made one mistake. Oh, somebody going on the inside there, making a mistake. 2 cars, in fact. So I don't know, as long as they don't gain anything, but I would have thought the stewards will have a look at that. That was weird. So there is that little offline if you miss your braking point, but that's the way to go. But let's see how they adjudicate it, because you don't want to gain an advantage by taking the shortcut. So this is starting to be a much more impressive race in terms of how close it is. Morris coming through, here comes Hedge. And now Hedge going in pursuit of Bryson Morris, who's one of the returning drivers. Bryson Morris having some great victories in F4 last year. Have you raced against him?
Yeah, I raced for those last 2 races, VIR and COTA, and he actually finished second in that championship in F4.
Yes, he did.
What's really impressive is that that Crosslink team, I hope he'd be a little bit higher in the FR. He's a really quick driver, and I just think it's going to take a little bit of a second to transition. Ryan Sheehan was actually out in New Zealand driving those Formula Oceania cars, and I think that's why he's getting the edge on these other drivers.
Oh, there's no question. It's interesting, actually, because Callum Hedge, who you just saw there, was runner-up in the championship. And I think Ryan, finished 9th overall. He didn't win a race there, but the time in the car at some 3,000 kilometers really does get you ready for the season ahead, the international season. And so, smart move by the young Texan. We'll have to get you over there.
Oh, yeah, I would love that.
Somebody locking up there, going into 15, and just losing a little bit of time, but not any space on track. I think that was Morris under pressure now, because Hedge has reeled him in, and is he close enough to make a move on the straight, do you think?
Let's see. He's just behind. I bet he can maybe go for a turn 1 move.
All right.
Let's see.
Well, Persing still taking some time out of Sheehan. In fact, he's reacted well to Sheehan's lead, because he's right there, the gap 0.4, but the reason he's got the hurry up is this man, the number 19, Cooper Becklin, the tall figure of the high jumper that is Cooper Becklin, is right there in 3rd place. Cooper's got some good experience, and he's looking for a big season too, so he'll try to get past if he can, but the 3 of them glued together on track, and then another battle behind between Morris and Hedge.
Yeah, exactly. When races usually calm down like this, and you're 1 by 1, you really got to get your head down and try to catch up to a pack. Like, you see that huge gap from Becklin to Morris. Morris is out of that slipstream, and these 3 are probably going to pick it up, go out of that way.
Daniel, for people who've never done this kind of racing, or even karting, just explain how physical it is, because it looks so smooth on TV, but you are rattling your teeth, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, these cars, no power steering, no power brakes. You feel everything right through the seat, through your back, these bumps. Although it looks kind of soft, like right over there, those curbs, you really feel the car, and you're almost muscling it through these corners. But it's important, like these drivers, they keep it smooth. You got
another lock up, this time by Cooper Becklin.
Yeah, super easy to do. But honestly, just keeping control of the car, gets super physical, but being consistent. You're not sliding through these corners. You want to keep it stable and not fight the car, but work with it.
Yeah, and your car, they make your suspension nice and soft so you get a smooth ride. Well, the engineers in these kind of cars make them as stiff as possible because they want the aerodynamics to work.
Exactly.
And so really that's another part of it, is that you are literally in a bouncing bucket. Now, talking of bouncing buckets, here comes Callum Hedge. Can he get past? He's all over the back of Morrison, has been for the last couple of laps. The Giltrap sponsored, Tony Quinn Foundation sponsored car from New Zealand, carrying the flag of New Zealand as so many have before him. And we've got a real renaissance happening here in the States with so many Kiwis. Marcus Armstrong just arriving in IndyCar this year and putting a good show on at St. Pete. Scott McLaughlin so close to a win. All came to naught up against Grosjean. Real shame, but exciting racing all the same. And then the GOAT, of course, Scott Dixon, as ever. So watch out for the Kiwis taking over in the States, and Callum Hedge just the next in line. Now, has there been change at the front? One of the top 3 could be missing. Let's hope it's not. It's Persing Persing may well have gone out of this race, and that changes the... Oh, no, there he is! Oh, that is bitter, bitter disappointment. And it plays into Sheehan's hands for the second day in a row. And they're going to wind. He's well out of harm's way, but yeah, I don't know what happened there, but that's a shame. And now Becklin moves into second, and now we have a two-way battle. Is it easier when you look in your mirrors in second place and you go, okay, I don't have to worry about the guy behind me, I just have to concentrate on the guy in front?
Yeah, 100%, especially when that guy is probably just a couple of tenths behind you.
Yeah.
You really got to be important and focus on either, okay, this corner, can I attack? Can I defend? Is it going to put me in compromise to this guy behind me passing while I still want to move forward? So it's really important paying attention to who's around you and how much time you got between each other.
And the 24 is also in, that's Janssen. And there's no pit stops supposedly in a sprint race like this, but the Canadian Kevin Janssen is in the pits. He's our oldest driver here, but most experienced as well. And I don't know what the problem was, but he's back out again. I think he may have gone a bit of grass tracking there because there was grass on the ground there, and maybe he just wanted to check out and make sure the radiator's working to overheat the engine. And you're listening to Daniel Carra, who is a young 20-year-old from Houston, Texas. Currently at the University of San Francisco, absolutely open to any sponsorship you may offer him. He's got a winery, so if you've got some glasses you want to sell, he'll go well with that. Or even, you know, I don't know, what do you need?
Honestly, we're out here, single car team. It's me, my father, Daryl Willis, and Jeff. We are just 4 guys working on this car, and we're really trying to make a name for ourselves here.
That's a great story. Well, remember the name. What's your car number and what's your social?
I'm car number 10, and it's Daniel Carra BR for Brazil.
Yep, he comes from a family of Brazilians who emigrated here to the USA and have made their home in little old Texas, just like myself. I say little old because it's huge. Now, talking of 11 minutes to go now for another man from Texas, Ryan Sheehan from the capital, Austin, Texas. Won the first race and really wants to put his marker down this weekend. It's a great opportunity. 600,000. Oh, Bowlesby's in as well.
Oh,
man. Hayden Bowlesby with problems in the number 3. You saw him go wide earlier, but they're working on something at the back. I'm not sure what that is.
He's been having troubles all weekend. I remember he actually came up to me in a testing session out in Houston, and he knows he's quick. He was... I don't know how he was doing in these practices, but he was pretty quick, and this is his home race, so it's such a shame that he's struggling with these problems.
Well, they're working quite hard on the car, but here's another car going off. This is Oliver Westling. So what happens here?
Oh, I think that's out in the S. Is super easy to lose over there. It's kind of bumpy on the inside, and if you just miss your line, you hit those bumps, and with these lower cars, the F4s, the FRs a little bit lower, and it just kind of loses it.
Excellent insight from Daniel. Thank you, sir. As we go back to the action, and it's fast and furious. As we look at another little battle. Now we've got little pockets of battles going on all over the racetrack. We've lost Janssen to the pits. Persing is out. Bowlesby's just stuck in the pits at the moment. So we're down to a very few drivers out there at the moment. But the battle at the front is good. And it's between Sheehan and Becklin. It's still less than a second. And with 10 minutes to go, if you were Becklin, you count yourself potentially in with a win here, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's closing in that gap, but if I were Ryan, I'd be trying to keep my head down, but it's kind of hard when you're looking in that mirror and that guy is just not getting any further.
That's our first look at Rosa, the young Mexican driver, following in the footsteps of the likes of Pato O'Ward. And then Westling, who made that mistake, is now quite some distance away, but in 6th place. And it's important that he keeps going because every race is important, and you know this, Daniel, because the point is, if you stay out there, there's always a chance of scoring points, and at the end of the season, it does count.
Yeah, honestly, in these sprint races, we've got 18 races in a full championship. If you finish these top 5 positions, carry these points, you're in the fight for the championship, and it's a huge scholarship at the end for FR going to Japan.
Yeah, absolutely. That's just a reminder that Honda have very, very generously offered $600,000 worth of prize money, and that all goes to a seat with a Honda team in Japan in the Super Formula Championship. I just mentioned Pato O'Ward and Pierre Gasly, another one, all went there. Raoul Hyman, somebody else has gone off. So it's a war of attrition out there this morning. Not quite sure who that was, but here comes Rosa's battle with...
Oh, this is...
It was car 3, it was Bolsby again, so it's Bolsby who's gone off again.
Oh, man.
Now, here's the battle at the front. This is what we want to watch.
Yeah, he's about a 10th quicker right here.
So then, and there's the battle for third place, and it's Hedge once again and Morris. They've been going at it all race long, and this for a chance of getting on the podium. And for Callum Hedge, this would be a mighty turnaround for the disappointment of yesterday. And knowing Hedge as I do, he'll be very disappointed with his debut yesterday. He's got a lot of friends in that Kiwi Motorsport camp, and they know he's better than he showed yesterday. But it wasn't his fault. But look at that move up the inside, Daniel. He's taking every risk, isn't he?
Yeah, I definitely saw him looking down that straight. He's going for that pass sooner or later.
Well, he's an aggressive driver. I saw him in tin tops in '86. He's also done single-seaters in Formula Ford and Formula First in New Zealand, and has been racing also in the Porsche series in Australia for Earl Bamber Racing, who started his career, Earl Bamber, who of course now is a big superstar on the world level. But Earl Bamber started at this level. I remember commentating on his races in Formula BMW many years ago, and now of course runs his own team, and Callum is part of that team. Now, there's Becklin, and he's lost a little bit of ground to Sheehan. The gap was 0.8, and two distinct battles, one for the podium, one for the race win with 7 minutes to go. If Hedgie's going to do it, he's going to have to start doing something now, but he's close enough surely to make a move now down into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1.
Yeah, let's see if he makes a move down here.
I mean, I don't think Becklin's close enough, and he's not. Hedge, though, that's different. He looks, can't quite think of doing it. Next opportunity would be at the Bridge Hall Bennett's turn 3. Coming up now. That's a long left-hander coming up. There's really not many lines through there. You've got to kind of stick to your line here, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what he does. And then he'll go through that 4, 5, and 6. Now, he's had a jink to the inside just before 6 a couple of times, but hasn't quite pulled it off. Now, you can see him high above, coming down through that gap. First and second coming through now. And there's this battle for third. Bryson Morris, almost winner in the F4 Championship last year. And remember, a chance to win an FR seat if you win F4, so that's what Daniel will be going for, and a chance to win $25,000, so that will be useful to a homemade team or a small team like yours.
That's everything, and compared to these huge teams, they got a lot of cars, they got a lot of drivers, and a lot of experience. This is my first time on almost every venue here, and I've got nothing to work on. I come on these weekends and I gotta work on every aspect, the car setup, learning these tracks, and I don't have the comparison with other teammates. Like usually it's like almost like a team effort. You guys work with each other. Oh, I'm slower here, I'm slower here.
And you can share the data as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Another lap completed, time running out then for Callum Hedge. He's trying desperately to get on the podium. His first experience of these kind of cars, FR cars, the same as they are in his homeland, but slightly different chassis, slightly different engine. Obviously, I say slightly, very different, but obviously they're going to feel just slightly different. And I was asking him about the nuances between, and he said, yeah, he said that he feels that this car's a little bit heavier than the one at home in the Oceana series. Hankook tyres, they both use the same. But it just feels a little bit harder to get on the power and drive the car. It doesn't feel as easy or as nimble as what he's used to, but he'll get used to it once he gets his head around it. I've watched Callum for a few years. He's going to be red hot here in the USA. Now, Becklin's dropped off. The gap now 1.3 seconds, so Sheehan is doing what he did yesterday, which is slowly build that gap and then control the race from the front. Sheehan again has a look, and this coming into the Mission Foods turn 15, or complex 13, 14 and 15. now into Mission Foods 15, and this is as close as Hedge has been. And as they pop out into our view, surely Callum Hedge with 4 minutes to go now, running out of laps. If he's going to make his move, Sheehan has made his move. He's pulled away from Becklin and is now in control of this race, but the gap has come right down here, and Hedge doesn't try to do anything here. Where on the outfield, where in the infield would he make a move, do you think?
I mean, the only next great shot is at that turn 3, but I think Bryson Morris always picks up on that turn 1. You see that gap getting a lot larger. I don't know where Callum can make a move.
To be honest, we've been talking about Callum. We should be really talking about Bryson Morris and how well he is defending his position. As finally Callum gets through. Well, commentator's plight. Sorry, Bryson. But yeah, because he did an extraordinary job of holding off Callum under massive pressure there. And then finally, Callum surprised us all. Chose a place where probably Bryson didn't expect him to move.
Yeah.
And now look at him go. Now he's passed. He might have a crack at trying to catch Becklin now.
Yeah, let's see how he can grow this gap from Bryson.
Great race this compared to the first race, which is totally dominated. Nothing wrong with that by Sheehan, but this one likewise. But he had a 9-second lead at one point in yesterday's race. So Callum Hedge makes the move, and Daniel, as we take another look at a replay, let's see what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I think this is right into turn 4. It's really easy to kind of coast out wide on turn 4, and I think Callum just cut in the inside and it had to hold back Bryson. He just couldn't do anything, and once you're on that power, Callum's gone.
So then, here comes Ryan Sheehan to start his last lap. 2 minutes to go. Didn't see the white flag though, but the board. Cooper Becklin doing a good job in second place. This would be a good result, but now he's got to keep a watchful eye on what's behind because Hedge is catching ever so closely. Just having a look at the times here. Bryson Morris was clocking 1:36s. Manuel Rosa just did his fastest lap at 36.6. Callum Hedge at 36.1. So Hedge is just marginally quicker than Cooper Becklin, but only by a 10th. But he's got time, maybe, in these closing laps to make a move on Cooper Becklin. That's the gap. You can see it physically. Is it possible, do you think?
I think at this pace, it's really easy to kind of catch up to these drivers as they get more tired. And I know Cooper raced last year, but with Hedge's experience, I think maybe at the end, those last laps, I think Hedge might pull it off.
Yeah, it's a good point. You mentioned that experience because Callum, still young himself, but has got a lot of experience at both single-seaters and Porsches. Oh, and that's the lockup that Hedge was waiting for. Cooper Becklin makes a rare mistake into 13.
And there he is.
And he's right there with him. So now he's going to try, surely. Oh, he gets a bit of oversteer there as he tries to push on. But he is absolutely pushing on. Meanwhile, the leader, Sheehan, is up the road by 2 seconds. Here he comes. There's the white flag. Now we're on the last lap. And surely Hedge is going to make a move on Cooper Becklin. But will it be here? I don't think he's close enough at turn 1, but he might try turn 4 again. His little specialty. Good stuff, though, isn't it, Daniel?
Yeah, 100%. It's actually really impressive to pick up the pace later in the races. You saw these 25-minute races. Honestly, even me racing, try to get that last position, it's tough.
And I assume that this is where you want to be in either next year or the year after, right?
100% FR. We're pretty committed to this formula.
And another lockup, this through 4. So Becklin feeling that pressure, and Hedge will have seen that just as we all did. And now maybe, just maybe, he's got a chance. Boy, they're tight.
Yeah.
Well, this will please his sponsors back at home, that's for sure. Because they put a lot of time and energy into bringing him here, and it was a bit of a toss-up as to whether it would be worth bringing him here, given that he's got a full season in Australia, which is only a couple of hours away, and he's looking for his second season there and believes he can win the title there. He narrowly missed out to Alexander Wirtz, the son of... Alexander Wirtz's son, Charlie Wirtz, who won the Oceania Series. Oh, and the big lock up there by Becklin, and is this a chance? Surely for Callum Hedge. This the battle for second place, and he's all over him. But he's got to have a drag race to the line. Here comes Hedge. He's going to take it high and wide and now get the power down early. But it's going to be 2 for 2 from Saving Private Ryan. What a great job by Sheehan. And somehow Becklin has held on in the dying seconds there to take second place, only just from Hedge by .087. Scintillating racing, just what we wanted from FR. But well done from Cooper Becklin, because we were talking about Bryson Morris sucking up the pressure. Well, that was immense there by Becklin, because he made two major mistakes and still held on.
Exactly. That's really impressive racing from all of them. It's kind of interesting once you get really close in these FR cars, so much faster than the F4, and it's kind of hard to pass on a thin track like this in NOLA.
Well, Ryan Sheehan channeling his inner Raoul Hyman. Raoul Hyman, the winner last year of the FR Championship, because he totally dominated proceedings and has now gone on to race in Japan. We'll be watching his Super Formula action coming up in April. We wish him luck. It's great to have a graduate going on to international racing due to Honda, and certainly that's Ryan Sheehan's plan from here on in. Well, Daniel Cara, where are you on the grid for the next race, and what should we be looking for?
I think I'm starting 4th or 5th.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. So.
Then you'll get me a podium then.
That's the plan. I just lost that win the first race, but I'm really fighting it, and I want to get that hopefully this weekend, at least on that podium.
Well, you've been listening to Daniel Cara, and he'll be in action in F4. But that was FR Race 2. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from it. And from the get-go, Ryan Sheehan not too happy with his start, but that was a good one. His nose cut off as he tried to get in. All sorts of shenanigans, including Bowlesby going off. At the 29 of Persing, who was second at the time, going off. And Jensen also coming in. Grass in the radiators, I believe. Westling getting slightly south on that one. And managed to hold it all together through the S's. And then the almighty battle between Bryson Morris and Callum Hedge, who made a superb pass at turn 4, but couldn't do it twice and had to settle for third place behind Cooper Becklin. But a great race of FR, and they've got one more to come. But congratulations, it's 2 for 2 from Ryan Sheehan. My thanks to Daniel Cara. Here is the official results, and look at that. Crosslink Kiwi with a top 4, all winning through there. Ryan Sheehan, the top man. Becklin second. Hedge in third. Morris in 4th place. Then Oliver Westling. Rosa of Mexico in 6th place. Again for Crosslink. And then Max Hewitt, the young Texan, in 7th position. Kevin Jansen in 8th. Hayden Bowlesby 9th. And Nick Persing, who both did not finish the race. Again, my thanks to Daniel Cara. He'll be in action later, and starting 4th on the grid in F4. Can't wait to see him. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back with more action from NOLA.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive. Flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty. Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
If your tooling isn't quite ready, and you need parts, and you need more parts than just a few, or if your run is just not that big, look to the experts in low-volume production, three-dimensional services. Whether it's 10, 100, or 1,000 parts, we can meet your needs. And if it's 10,000, we can do that too. Three-dimensional services delivers high-quality parts for short runs, 70% faster than industry standards. Three-dimensional services. Prototype, production, proven.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hey everyone, welcome to NOLA Motorsports Park in New Orleans in Louisiana. It's a beautiful day here, a little bit windy, but we're in the perfect place to go racing once again for the second round of the Trans Am Series. With me once again, as ever, Adam Andretti, and Adam has just literally stepped out of the car, so he knows these guys like the back of his hand. But we've got already a championship on our hands here because it hasn't gone all to plan so far for our champion Chris Dyson, and we've got Brabham, his teammate, leading the championship.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly hasn't gone all to plan for Chris Dyson, but neither had it gone all to plan for Justin Marks either at Sebring. So it kind of starts that out on an even keel. Really, the three people that finished on the podium at Sebring and aren't committed to a full season in Trans Am. So it kind of puts Ken Twaits, the leader of Showtime Motorsports, in kind of a points lead, so to speak, if you will.
And NOLA's not a place that we've raced many times before. I know you've raced it, but it's a few years since most of this field has been here.
Absolutely. Actually, the only two drivers in this Trans Am grid that have raced here in anger in a Trans Am car are David Penterick and our two-time champion, Amy Ruman. Actually, the only Trans Am driver here to win at this racetrack in a Trans Am race.
How do you see it going? We've got this long week straight. We've got a bit of wind here. Who's going to be favor this?
You said it right there. This is wind. This is a big headwind coming down this only long straightaway and into one of the only passing zones we have at NOLA Motorsports Park. So I've already seen a few little aero changes on the cars that I haven't seen all weekend long, so it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. Do you give up a little bit of downforce? Do you give up a little bit of speed on the backside of the course, which would leave you vulnerable then for the end of the S's and the turn 13 pass, the other key passing zone here at NOLA Motorsports Park?
It's certainly going to be an interesting race because we've got the super sub, if you will, Matthew Brabham. Whenever he's got in a car, he seems to win 4 out of 6, I think it was. He's now leading the championship. Will he stay for the whole year? He's one of the most versatile drivers you'd ever want to meet, and he's certainly going to push Justin Marks all the way. Justin Marks, though, took the pole for Trackhouse Racing, and he spoke to Ben Sissel for the Motor Pole Award. First of all, though, let's take a short break. We'll be back with that after this.
160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim, to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
I'm Richard Petty, and you might say I've had a fairly successful driving career. And you know the secret of my success? Having a good support team around me when I need it. Whether you're a route driver, over-the-road trucker, or you're interested in driving special purpose vehicles, Clean Harbors is the kind of place where you can build a long driving career. Do yourself a favor, give Clean Harbors a call.
Well, here we are for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the TA, XGT, SGT, GT classes, the Fan Walk, and we are with the Motul Pole Award winner for both events here, Justin Marks. Justin, NOLA Motorsports Park, how's it feel?
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, I've never been here before, which is sort of surprising because I've been to a lot of tracks, but it's a pretty unique place, very technical, physical, bumpy surface, a lot of slow speed corners, but some high speed stuff too. So it's a setup challenge for the team, but everybody at Showtime Motorsports did a really good job. Put a good qualifying setup on it, and we got the pole, and we'll see what we got in the race.
So when the green flag drops, what's your strategy going into a bumpy turn one?
I mean, I think the trick is really going to be to make sure we get our temps and our pressures up as much as possible on the pace lap, so we can charge turn one as hard as possible. You know, it's a pretty fast right-hander. It leads right into a left-hander, so being on the inside, you know, I gotta try to get through there pretty good, because if Matt hangs on my outside, then he'll have a preferred line for turn two, and I'm in trouble. So I don't know, just drive it in there as deep as you feel reasonable and hope it sticks.
Nice. Now, walking around these Trans Am events, you run into Trans Am legends like Ron Fellows right here in his Chevrolet shirt. What do you think, Ron? You've seen the evolution of Trans Am. This is pretty cool to see, and then the likes of people like Justin Marks racing with us.
Yeah, no, this is awesome. I'm admiring his car. This is awesome. The last time I drove was 2014, and that was I literally got in with Jim Durhog and got in the car, and he reminded me that, oh yeah, I've been 10 years since I've been in a car that the engines are a little different now. So these things look and sound awesome, and put on a great show. It's great to be here, and again, just to see the kind of show that TA continues to put on.
Nice, I love it. And I just got a little hint there that Ron Fellows might want to ride in one of these TA cars. Let's go over and talk to Matt Brabham, qualified second. Matt, I even did the go-karts last night, and your name is on the top of the list in go-karts. So you're just fast in everything, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't know. I hope so, but no, yeah, we had a good time with the go-karts. We went with the Dyson Racing guys and the crew. They were working hard all weekend, so I thought I'd go over and rough them up a little bit some more in the go-karting. But no, the track over there is awesome. This track is sweet, and yeah, ready to go today.
Nice. Now, I asked Justin this: when the green flag drops, what's your strategy to get by him in turn one?
Well, what's his strategy?
His strategy was to keep him behind you.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to make plans, but I'm definitely going to be aggressive. I'm kind of like the aggressor on the team side of things in the early part of the race, and this car is probably going to be pretty strong in the early part of the race, maybe not at the end. So yeah, my strategy is to be aggressive in the beginning.
So back in your dad and grandfather's day, that would have been called the rabbit. Are you the rabbit here?
Yeah. The rabbit or the bull, I don't know, like that, yeah, something like that. But it's hard to make plans, as I said, so we'll just kind of see how it goes. But yeah, definitely going to be pushing the whole race, and I'm not really in the mindset of saving anything at the moment. So we'll see how it goes, though.
I love it. Matt Brabham won at Sebring. He's done 6 races with us, and I think he's won 4 times and got second place twice. Is that right, Matt? It's a crazy record. Let's come over here to Chris Dyson, champion, over here with Bo. Look at that, getting some photos. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Bo. Chris Dyson, you know I love the awkward questions. Not the start to your third championship that you wanted. How are you going to make that back at NOLA?
Well, it's just one race at a time here. I mean, this is a long season. It's 11 races, and we've got a lot of competition this year. So, yeah, we weren't happy leaving Sebring, but obviously we got a 1-2 for the team. We know the speed's in the car. We just got to go out there, hit our marks, and execute today. And I've got confidence the team's given me a great car. We've got both Jim Weed cars running fast the whole weekend. And I'm looking forward to getting back up front today.
And I see you've got Jim Weed in your hand. Isn't there some special promotion you're offering?
In fact, there is, Ben. No, in fact, I'd encourage everybody who's watching here to support us, support the team, and go to jimweed.com. Type in the keyword Dyson20 for the promo code, and you'll get 20% off of all online orders.
Perfect. I love it. Good luck out there, Chris Dyson. David Pinterick starting fourth, the beautiful red, white, and blue. He's been here with us in years past. I love the look of the car. Pinterick, green flag drops. What's your role in this?
Go like hell.
I love it.
It's simple. Let's not complicate things. Just go. Learn something from those guys and try to keep up with them.
Now, I know you're a NOLA SpeedTour and these fan walks.
Oh, it's great. You know, you see these, especially the young kids coming in, and they're just wide. Their eyes are big and wide and all that stuff. Wait till they see the start of the race. That's going to be impressive because we put on a real show for them.
I love it. David Pinterick, this beautiful red, white, and blue Mustang. Then we got to come to really the most winning person here at our grid at NOLA Motorsports Park. Amy, you got a first place and a second place. Was that 15 and 16?
Yes, it was. Yep. 15 and 16. It's been a minute since we've been here.
Has the track changed at all?
Yeah, they made some improvement down the straightaway area. It's not as bumpy as it was, but some of the back area is a lot bumpier. So it's definitely challenging. It's a challenging track for sure.
Now, green flag drops. You're starting back here behind all these drivers, the fast drivers. What is your strategy for the whole race? Not just the green flag. I know you're going for the whole race.
Well, traditionally we have really good starts, so I'm hoping to have a good start, maybe make up a couple spots. We'll see. If that doesn't happen, we'll settle in. I think it's going to be a long race. Personally, I think it's going to be green, which is going to be challenging for everybody. I wouldn't mind seeing a caution because it is super busy here and very, lots of turns. So I think we'll settle in, and if you want to win, first you got to finish. So.
Now, I got to point out something. You know I love the awkwardness. Let me see your hand real quick. Let's see how much it matches. Is that true McNichols red?
Pretty close. It's pretty close. Yeah. This is sun faded, though, so this is fresh. So, you know.
You straight out of the sprayer, right? Yeah. I love it. Amy Ruman, good luck out there. We're going to come over here. Ken Twaits, Franklin Road Apparel. I just love the look of this McNichols red Chevrolet Corvette sporting the number 23. But Ken Twaits, man, it's been a great weekend so far. Your driver's up front, but currently you're kind of the leader of this championship hunt. How does it feel to be back at NOLA Motorsports Park?
Well, we got a good finish at Sebring, and so that's cool. And we've had great finishes in our TA2 cars. So let's hope for a clean race, and we'll bring them all home safely and load them on the trailer in one piece. That's the goal today.
Nice. I love it. Well, good luck out there. We'll see you out there running. We'll come back here. Tommy Dreese, we're gonna make Tommy Dreese run a little bit because I spoke to Tommy earlier today. Tommy, I was really impressed with your speed, brand new car, 3GT, the Lucas Oil, sporting MAV TV. But man, it seems like you've got a rocket ship.
Yeah, the guys at 3GT, the whole family, the Genelosi family, and all the guys and girls put so much work into this. We didn't turn a wheel before Sebring. We were really good at the end of the race, so this thing's coming alive. We got some tweaks to it, that I think we can still make it faster, and some tweaks to the driver, right? So yeah, just glad to be here.
I think Paul Genelosi might say the tweaks to the driver. It's going to add like a 1/4 inch of wedge into your ear.
Oh, it's always Genelosi. It's always the driver. Yeah. It's always the driver. So, but no, they worked so hard on this, and so proud to have the Lucas family on here and MAV TV. I watched the telecast the other day. Awesome.
That's awesome. Tommy, good luck out there. We're going to go to one more driver over here putting his balaclava on, but the other driver here that has been to NOLA Motorsports Park with us. You came back in 15 or 16. We actually went go-karting last night, got bumped in the back by Lee Saunders. But Lee, How does it feel to be back at NOLA?
I think that was a love tap, actually. Good, very good to be back to NOLA. Just a great facility. Love it. Fans are great, so a lot of fun. Hopefully we can give Ricky something to think about. He's super fast, so we're a little bit on our back foot, but we'll give it a try.
Nice. I love it. Lee Saunders here in this beautiful black Dodge Viper. We're going to make our way back up through. Matt Crandall, check this out. Beautiful XGT car. Matt Crandall, thank you for being here. Love having you out here. This orange Mustang. We come through here. Amy Ruman, Ken Twaits, Chris Dyson. We spoke to him. We've got a great field of cars here at NOLA Motorsports Park. We've kind of cleared the grid of the fans. People are getting excited. This should be quite a fun race. So we're going to come up here, get everything going for the invocation with Bill Knox. So Bill, come over here real quick, Bill. Bill, something that I love about Bill Knox being here with Road Race Ministries is I noticed even just we were calling Tommy over from you. You pray with all the drivers. You pray for safety, right?
Correct. We play with all the drivers, ask for God's blessing on the drivers, the crews, help them remain smart and remain safe.
And if you know anything about Trans Am drivers, they definitely need to stay grounded, especially right now when the adrenaline is starting to flow. So, Bill, if you'll take the mics from me and deliver the invocation, please.
Thank you. If you'll join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this glorious day, and we hope that all we do, Father, brings honor and glory to your name. Father, we ask for your hedge of protection upon the drivers, the crews, the fans, their families, especially for those who cannot be with us, Father. We ask for you to watch over them. Protect our first responders, our police, as they try to protect us. And Father, we ask that you protect our military wherever they are in the world as they protect this great country which you have given to us. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Bill Knox, and thank you so much for being a part of the Trans Am series. Now, Kyle Brandon to deliver the national anthem. No pressure, but man, Aaron really gives us some great national anthem singers. So, Kyle, take the mics, take it away, sir.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Wow. Kyle Brandon, beautiful. Thank you so much. Well, gentlemen, I'm going to send this back up to you in the booth to run through this grid. Up to you, gentlemen.
Great stuff, Ben, and great to hear the national anthem sung so strongly and with fervour as we take a look at the front row. Justin Marks and Matthew Brabham going head-to-head. It's going to be interesting to watch those two go up against each other. The champion is on the second row with David Pintarik. Chris Dyson starts on the third position. Ken Thwaites and Amy Ruman on row 3. Then Tommy Dreesy and Matt Crandall. Ricky Sanders and Lee Saunders, former SGT champion in that Viper, will start on row 5. And then further down, it's Chris Evans, Milton Grant, and Michael Attaway, the only GT competitor in that Audi here today. So we've got GT, XGT, SGT, and, of course, the big boys from TA. And talking of big boys, I've got one of the competitors from the last round here with me, Adam Andretti. And Adam, as always, love watching and doing TA, and you've raced this circuit. That, I think, is a huge advantage because I don't know much about it. I haven't even been around this circuit, but it's a tough one, isn't it?
It is. You know, it's a very challenging circuit here at NOLA Motorsports Park, and that's why it's so well received by the drivers. You know, on the surface, it's flat. You know, you didn't think it would have much to offer, but it does. It gives you some flow. It's challenging. It's it's on an unsettled surface as you're out here in the swamps of Louisiana. So the surface always seems to be changing out there. And, you know, like Chris Dyson, for example, he has never been here. I don't even think they made a lap here testing. I don't think they even came down here to test. So, you know, when he showed up here this weekend, that was already a disadvantage and starting behind the 8 ball. So I look for Chris to keep gaining over the 100 miles, Jonathan Green.
Well, as we get ready to go racing, we are looking high above from the drone. And as you can see, our homologato countdown gives us 10 minutes. But let's head down once again to Ben Sissel, who's in the thick of it all. Ben, what have you got?
Well, thanks, Jonathan. I'm here with David Pace, general manager here at NOLA Motorsports Park. He does a little bit of everything. We were here last year for the NOLA SpeedTour, but we didn't bring the Trans Am show. We had a great show with SVRA, and we had the crawfish boil out there. We had FRF4. But you're like, I really want Trans Am to come here. And you've made so many improvements. You've added the bleachers, so many things for spectators. But there's so much that I don't know. So tell us what all you've been working on.
Well, this has been a lot of things, and you're right. Tony and I have been talking about making this into a pro event, and this year you guys really brought a great show. A lot of cars here. It's been awesome. Car show was huge. A lot of people came out. We had a lot of our local fans like Al Copeland and them came out. So they all love it. So it's been great. And we've been doing a lot of improvements. We've been trying, you see the asphalt's on the front stretch, grandstand. We've got some more work we're going to do this summer. So we're trying real hard to keep up and just keep bringing the big boys here.
Nice. I love it. And the character of the track, the way that it's laid out, it's so much fun because you've got this long straightaway into turn 1, but then it kind of becomes a bunch of twisty bits in the carousel. And talking to the drivers, Justin Marks was saying this track has a little bit of everything. Is that what you guys were going for?
Yeah, absolutely. And, it's intimidating because when you look at it from afar, and I've talked to some of your drivers here at Trans Am when they were here testing, it's very flat. So you think, oh, this is going to be a boring track. And then you get on it, and it's like, wait a minute, this is a little trickier than I thought. So it really is. You carry a lot of speed down here. The front stretch is so long. So.
And then you've got this great autocross section that the Optima Search for the Ultimate Street Cars here this weekend. We've offered so much. And is that what a lot of your events are here at NOLA Motorsports Park?
We always try to pile out everything we possibly can, and this is the first year that we've actually had everything going. We had a kart race happening at the same time, your events were happening, and the Optima was happening, so we had all surfaces running at the same time yesterday. It was great.
And you can even shoot zombies with paintballs here from a school bus if you would like to.
Yeah, you can, actually. So we've got some events, next 3 weeks from now we have Hemmings. 4 weeks after that, we have SRO coming back. And then, come around October, it's going to be crazy because a New Orleans favorite, we've created zombie paintball last year, and it was just out of control.
Nice. Well, Mr. Pace, what a great name for somebody that manages a racetrack. Take the mics and announce the most famous words in motorsports.
NOLA, are you ready? Drivers, start your engines!
So, as we savor the sound of those beautiful engines, muscle cars rolling into action as they have since 1966, we'll be on board with the Lucas Ford Mustang of Tommy Dreese. And it's a big day for Tommy. He hasn't had the start to the season he wanted. In fact, last season didn't go as according to plan. So Dreese needs to get back on track, so to speak. We know he's capable. He's already been a winner many times over and a champion. And looking forward to seeing what he can do. So we will also be getting close and personal with every driver, including this man, Matthew Brabham. Matt Brabham started off brilliantly last time out, and he is in the Jim Weed number 20. He will be challenging our pole man for sure. But it is Justin Marks on the pole as we get ready to roll off pit lane and onto the track. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back. Now, alongside me, Adam Andretti, as we watch them roll out, I'm sure you, as a sneaky eye and keen eye as you are, saw the wind as I did, and we were out there a moment ago. It's a strong wind coming at you on the front straight, but given that you've got to go around the whole circuit, where's it going to affect you, and where could you be caught out by a strong wind or a gust even?
I was even thinking, honestly, that's a great question, Jonathan, is those switchbacks, the S's as you're coming back, into a headwind. If that decides it wants to change direction or all of a sudden just die out or pick up on you, these cars aren't super aero sensitive. I will say that. They're like the perfect mix that you want out of a race car. It's like 50% mechanical grip and 50% aero grip, as we're on board here with Chris Dyson, the Jim Weed Ford Mustang. But that's what makes these cars so special is to get half of the grip out of being mechanical when you have that much power. It's so important. So that's why I think the air will be tricky. It could play some tricks, but I don't think it's going to play a huge role other than that straight line speed. So I don't know if maybe you sacrifice a little wing angle, as I've seen a couple of the cars have done that since yesterday's qualifying and practice. Maybe they're sacrificing that to get through that wind down the front straightaway, but that might cost them a little bit of rear stability as they come to the S's, Jonathan.
Well, we'll be finding that out. Tommy Dreesy, as we said, looking for a big weekend out of today. We go into the Bennett's Bridge Hall Turn 3. And yeah, we saw one of the FR cars go off actually in the previous race through those S's that you mentioned. And I just wonder now whether that will be a factor, but we'll soon find out. 100 miles is the race, and it will kick off in a moment's time, and we'll be keeping up with all of the categories of the race itself. I say all the categories because obviously we've got XGT, SGT, and GT out there, and that's really kind of harping back to the tradition to 1966 when this was a sedan championship before the tube frames came along. Effectively, this was production cars only, and it was very much manufacturer. Trans Am was the home of race on Sunday, buy on Monday, wasn't it?
Absolutely. That's why the GT classes have such a great home here at the Trans Am Series. It's part of the history, and this is the evolution of the history, what we're riding on board with right now is Chris Dyson in the Jim Weed Ford Mustang. This thing is the epitome of what a motor racing car should be able to do. It's got all that power, and it plants that power down to the ground. It has, a fantastic, feel inside the car. Like as far as driving feel, it gives you a lot of feedback to the driver. So they are, they're animals. They live on a knife's edge, but they give you a little bit of a warning before they wants to take a slice. That's what makes it fun to drive. But as this race goes on, this is a place, as we learned yesterday in the TA2 race, take care of those tires, have something at the end. And just see Tommy Dreesy coming to the screen. He's the only one out there today that has 4 fresh Pirelli P0s on his Ford Mustang.
Yeah, and just tell us how much difference will that make?
I think it makes a heck of a difference. It was one of those things where, like, I was calling in on my pretend radio last night in qualifying, to Matthew Brabham, because I just don't know why he kept lapping during qualifying. Every lap that I saw him doing qualifying, I felt like was taken away from his race today. So only time will tell. Matthew knows more about what he could get out of a race car than anyone I've ever been around. So he didn't do anything, I'd guarantee you, that was going to put him at detriment today. But I do think that Tommy Dreesy is going to find a huge benefit to having those 4 fresh tires on.
And if you're wondering why Adam Andretti's second in the championship, well, because of course he was at Sebring and he replaced Humaid Masood, who had an injured back that weekend. So he was racing with Matthew Brabham, and they got a brilliant 1-2 at Sebring. So congratulations to you on that.
Thank
one.
you.
He tried to slip into Dylan McAvern's car when he was out this weekend, but couldn't quite find it.
No, Scott Lagacy was having no part of that one. I was like, hey, Scott, I thought we were friends here. And no, it was an all fun and games. It was, out of respect to Dylan, it was not meant to be, and they wanted to make sure that car was safe for 2 weeks at Road Atlanta, and I could totally understand that, as you never know what can happen. I would have had to start from the tail of the field here, and you just never know what can happen there. But anyway, look for Dylan to come back and get healthy and all that, as we're on board with Ken Schweitzer in the Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet Camaro. He is the leader, the owner of Showtime Motorsports, our pole sitter in the Trackhouse Chevrolet Camaro. Being Justin Marks, he is underneath that camp. He's a proud member of that Showtime camp, and had a little time talking with Justin Marks last night. And wonderful individual.
Let me ask you this. Let's just inform our audience here. Justin Marks, if you know the name, and you certainly know the name Trackhouse Racing, because they're a NASCAR team, Daniel Suarez, and you'll notice that the number 99, which is Suarez's number, well, this is the team owner of that team in NASCAR, and here he is on a Sunday racing in Trans Am. What gives?
Yeah, so is it really Suarez's number, or is it Justin's number? Because he's the owner.
Point. That's a good question.
So yeah, no, I think he just carried his own number over to this program. But you know, tons of respect for the guy, and like I said, last night it was the first time I had some time to spend with him. Incredibly humble. I was really, I think I walk away like most people do with their first conversation. That conversation with that man is you're just utterly impressed. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings to this 100 miles. He was having a great race in Sebring. They had a failure with the alternator, and they've definitely solved that problem. I can guarantee it. And they're ready to go racing here, Jonathan Green.
Yep, and as you can see, Matthew Brabham in the all-white will start on the inside. The pole man, Justin Marks, in the all-black 99 will start on the outside, but it becomes the inside to the first corner. But can Brabham stake his claim and beat Marks into the first corner? He said he's not holding back. He's not playing super sub anymore. He's leading the championship, Brabham, and he's going for it. So too Dyson. Dyson jinking out at the start of this one. Away goes Marks, though. Marks has got the lead, and round the outside, though, goes Brabham, and he does get him. Matthew Brabham does do exactly what I hoped he might, which is try to steal a march on Justin Marks early on. And we're on board with Tommy Greasy, but that was a stunning maneuver from the start of that one. Brabham doing it perfectly.
Absolutely textbook by Matthew Brabham, but don't look too far ahead because you got him coming around the outside. Justin Marks does, and that leaves the door open for Chris Tyson.
Whoa!
Justin deep into the corner, gets into the back of Matthew Brabham and moves him out of the way, and that puts Justin Marks in the lead. But textbook move on the start of this race by Matthew Brabham. As I'm not sure that's exactly how they wanted that to go down as they went through turns 4 and 5, and I'm sure Matthew is a little bit steamy inside the helmet there on how that went down. But
well, I'll be interested to see if the stewards have anything to say about that, because that was a quite muscular move, wasn't it?
Yeah,
and he definitely hit him.
and it is, and that's the thing. You never want to put it in the steward's hands, so he's having a little trouble locking up, and Justin's disappeared off screen. He is not on screen anymore.
No.
He has gone straight off and spun off into the grass, Justin Marks. Oh, no, not a good start for the first lap.
And he's well embedded in there in the 99.
He is deep in the Louisiana swamp, folks. That is out there. As you can see, almost up to the wheel wells. This might bring out a full course caution if he can't get out. But that gives Chris Dyson, the two-time champion, the lead here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Well, he's making his way out. He don't want to get out of the car. Too many gators.
Yeah, right.
I'd stay in there, son.
Yeah, I mean, as I was talking about, knife's edge these cars are, and they're just ready to slice you at any moment. And poor Justin fell victim there. It looked like he was having a little trouble under brakes. He had that lockup that caused him to have the contact with Matthew Brabham. I certainly don't think that was intentional. As you saw, he had a hold of the binders. He was trying to get the car low down. But as it turns out, he went into the S's there and tried to grab a hold of the brakes again, and there was no grip up front. So, again, it might be a little bit of that wind, too. You remember, you're getting a pretty heavy headwind coming that way. It might have caused a little bit of unpredictability there, too.
Good start from Amy Ruman as well. Let's not count her out. She's been a winner here, I believe, in the past. And, of course, she's a two-time champion. And as we celebrate Women's International Day a few days ago, great to speak to her on the grid, getting her nail polished, matching the car. Brilliant stuff. There she is.
I tell you, that is such a beautiful race car. You see it in all the hero shots. You know, what a family affair there. Bob and Barb Ruman, excellent support, you know, and a great shout out to International Women's Day, Jonathan Green, and that was last Wednesday. And
Adam, take a look at this. This is Justin Marks missing his mark.
Oh, he got a little bit left on. He got a little bit on the grass on the left under the brakes. And I think he locked up the brakes first, and that shot him to the grass. And then he was pretty much a passenger after that. So Oh, I hate to see that for Justin. He's going to be definitely praying for some sort of full course caution to get this field back together. I don't feel he'll go a lap down. He did damage his tires spinning off in the grass like that, obviously, so he's just way, way, way behind the 8 ball right now. When he came across the line, he is 17 seconds, or actually 36 seconds behind the leader, so that's a good third of a lap that he is behind the leader here, Jonathan Green, so he's got his work cut out for him.
Adam, we often talk about pushing on and trying to make overtakes or really going for the win. But when does the car feel at its optimum? When does it feel the most aggressive and you feel the most comfortable? As we see Lee Saunders looking very comfortable as he makes a pass. But when is the car at its best in a 100-mile race?
In a 100-mile race, honestly, I don't think your car's ever at its best. When you have the best out of the tire, you have your most load in the car, right? With the fuel that you have to carry for 100 miles. So that's a lot of movement. That's a lot of weight, a lot of inertia that is not right where you want it in the race car. But you have the tires to help compensate with that. But as the tires wear off, you're burning light on fuel, so you have more nimbleness in the car. However, the tires now aren't giving you the support that you once had. So it's really over 100 miles. That's what makes these 100 miles so tricky. That's why I love this kind of racing, where it is really a sprint race, but it's not. You have to throw some conservative. You have to be a little bit conservative. As I said, it's an 80% race. So you got 80% to go. As we look at this GT battle.
Yeah, this is the SGT battle with Saunders leading it, with Ricky Sanders behind him. So this is the battle for SGT. Saunders, of course, a former SGT champion. So these two going hell-bent for leather early on in this race, and they're actually in 8th and 9th overall. But a good battle, too, between the Viper and the Porsche.
The Saunders and Sanders show.
I know.
As you can see, the Porsche is really nimble through the S's, but when that Viper gets to stretch its legs, that's when it really gets to show what it's made of.
So high above as we head towards the Mission Foods 13. Justin Marks back out on track, and like you say, hoping for a caution, but at least the car is moving in the right direction and looks as though it's relatively undamaged. He's on pace, and so Justin Marks will have to make his way through and pray for a caution so he can catch up with the rest of the field.
That's it, Jonathan Green, and he's definitely going to give it the whole fighting chance here, and I'm sure he's getting the call on the radio. At this point, it's about conserving what you have, still laying down lap times, but you're not going to sit there and gain huge chunks of time on those top 2 or 3. So your best to save it, so if you do get that caution, you can go on the attack right away. And to bring up Amy Ruman again, hold strong up there in that last podium position, holding an over 1 second gap to David Paterick. So in the Formula One world, she'd be out of the DRS zone and she'd be in great shape. So this is an awesome job by Amy Ruman in the McNichols Chevrolet Corvette. And then top 2 here, looks like Dyson CD Racing, another 1-2. It's really early to call this thing, but really lap 4 into this race, it's looking great. And Chris Dyson's looking comfortable as ever behind the wheel, that number 16 Jim Weed Ford Mustang.
Yeah, very comfortable indeed. You go on board when you see how he goes about his business. Very smooth indeed. Watch him just gradually put on the throttle and getting up to full power down that main straight. You can see the car rattling and the camera rattling with it. That's how fast and how long this straight is. Brabham's behind him by about 1.1 at the moment, but that gap is ebbing between 0.8 and 1.1, 1.2 it is now as they dive into turn 2. So Dyson just maintaining the gap, but Brabham waiting to pass, and Ruman, great to see her up to third. She had a spin at Sebring and was out of that one.
Yeah, 170 miles an hour down the front straightaway.
Pretty impressive.
Chris Dyson, that's absolutely incredible. And you see why us drivers get so excited about driving these cars. It's that right there. It's the acceleration, the rate of acceleration. It's not only top speed, it's how quick you get there. And yeah, Amy Ruman, Bob Ruman, I had a nice conversation with him the other day, and they got some good help with that Corvette, with Aaron and the technical director of Trans Am in these series, and they gave the Corvette the rear wing to move rearward, and that gave Amy that rear end stability that she's really been lacking. She feels in the Corvette and loved it. So they're definitely working with her to keep that beautiful, and Ruman Racing to keep that beautiful Corvette out there in the Trans Am series. It definitely has its place.
And she's a Corvette girl through and through. She's stuck with that mark through thick and thin, and she doesn't want to change it anytime soon. Coming into Mission Foods then, it's our leader in TA, and in XGT it's Matt Crandall. in 7th overall, but leading in XGT. SGT led by Lee Saunders still, as he and Sanders go at it. And in GT, it's Michael Attaway leading there. Here is Ken Thwaites. Now, you made a good comment, which is he's kind of leading the battle for the guys doing the full championship, because you could argue yourself, Brabham, and a few others not doing the full season. And so this is a big weekend, and each and every race weekend is turning out for Ken Thwaites to be so, because he's also announced his retirement at the end of this season.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And I don't think anybody in the paddock doesn't wish for success for this guy. He is one of the most well-liked people in the Trans Am paddock. Anybody that knows Ken Thwaites, instantly you gravitate towards the man. He has that aura about him. So yeah, we're all rooting for Ken Thwaites, and he wants his first Trans Am victory, and I think he can get it. I really do. He's a smart racer. He brings this thing home. He is always right there, and I always say that you have to be consistent. Once you're consistent top fives, you'll be on the podium. Consistent podiums will lead to a win, and he's clicked off those boxes. So I'm looking forward to the season that he's had, and again, you want to talk about it's a wonderfully helpful person to be around, and I can see why it's been a really good marriage between him and Justin Marks, as the personalities match up really, really well.
Yeah, and of course Franklin Road is his apparel shop, so hence the onboard Franklin Road that we're watching at the moment. Ken Thwaites basing that in Nashville. That's where he's based, and he's got a great career path. I love it. If I had to go back and do it all again, I'd follow Ken Thwaites' path, because what he did was he started racing as a kid with his dad, went to all the races, got the bug, did some karting, then got grown up and realized that it was quite expensive, so he went and built a business, built it up, took 10 years away, as Pintarek gets past Ruman as well. So it's all going on because Dreesy, Ruman and Pintarek now going at it, and now there's a change for third place as David Pintarek goes up to third. So yeah, just to finish off with Thwaites, so he took 10 years off, a sabbatical, and now he's back racing again.
Absolutely, and you said it. Look at Amy; she's right back on the attack, poking her nose in on David Pintarek, but he's not going to have any part of that in this fight for the podium. And you see Tommy Dreesy poked his nose in there, and he's got those 4 fresh Pirelli P0s on, so you know that he's sitting there just kind of licking his chops and ready to make the move. Again, here it's very challenging in this part of the area to make a pass without actually kind of forcing the issue. So he'll play his cards right and make sure he makes it nice and smooth there. But this is really good racing going on. And I'm talking to David Pintarek on the grid just before the race. This was the battle he was excited about. He goes, you know, we have our own race going on here between myself and Amy and Tommy and Ken. And he goes, I'm really excited to get that battle going on. And if you watch the timing sheets throughout the weekend, that really does hold true. So this is going to be some good fun racing here mid-pack for us to watch throughout the day.
But David Pintarek doing a good job in this previous lap, just pulling away from Ruman and Dreesy. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep with him, because Ruman is struggling at the moment anyway to stay on the same pace as Pintarek, and now she's going to come into the clutches of Tommy Dreesy. But this is great. From over ahead, you can see how much he's pulled away as they come into 13 again and into the final complex.
Yeah, exactly. He's definitely got the pace right now, and he's set up for the long run, and that's what you have to do. You have to kind of get that in, and so he settled into his race car, found out what he had. I'm sure played around with the bars a little bit, talked to the crew, and started to dial that thing in, and now is deep into that top 3. And again, he's just another one of those, just like Justin Marks there in 7th place, waiting out and hope for a caution. As you see Ken Thwaites coming in the picture right there in the back, he's just loving that they're up there fighting, because they're going to bring this battle right back to him.
Yeah, talking to Ken Thwaites, Marks is now up to 7th. He's managed to get past all the other categories, and now he's going in pursuit of his fellow TA man, Ken Thwaites. But he's some, 20 seconds or so off the pace, or in terms of off Ken Thwaites' position, so he's got a lot of work to do. But it's all going on here. We're watching a great battle here between Tommy Dreesy and Amy Ruman, and they're starting to slowly catch up with David Pintarek, who got ahead of both of them. And this is good, like you say, their own battle at the moment. Pintarek leading it. Clouds in the distance, but no rain expected. So it's Dyson who leads at the moment. Crandall leading in XGT, and Saunders still leading in SGT, Attaway in GT. Now, where does Tommy make up the time, I wonder? Adam, you've been in this situation. What do you do to push on now if you were Tommy?
I feel like he's looking to pick up some crumbs, you know, and he sees a fight going on in front of him, and he sees it maybe ending in tears for them and ending in a hero for him. So I believe that's where he's at. What's kind of fun to look at here is there's been a lot of buzz around the TA series and this class of racing in particular, the Trans Am series. What we have here is David Pateric's in Ave Riley chassis, that new Ave Riley chassis, number 001. He had the first one of those. Amy Ruman is in, arguably, I think not even arguably, it is the oldest chassis in the field there, and that's an old Ave chassis as well from the previous generation with some modern upgrades. Don't get me wrong, like it's not sitting there like a dust off a shelf. This is all respect, but that's just off of Bob. Bob tells me this, that it's got the upgrades, but again, it's the chassis been worked over a lot of years. And then you have Tommy Dreese. He's in that GT301, that brand new chassis coming out of the GT3 Works team led by Paul Gentilossi.
Yeah, I mean, chassis don't get a lot of love in terms of talking on commentary because obviously we're looking at the outside of the car at all times, but you've driven a lot of different cars in your time in Trans Am. What difference do the chassis make, and how much of a difference can they make?
They all have their own wonderful character, and that's what you love about them, right? I've had the blessing to drive 3 different chassis in this particular class, in the Trans Am class. One is built by Blaze Saida, which you see him running Misha Goikhberg and Barry Bowes in the TA2 series. He's an excellent chassis builder, and what a brilliant chassis he owns, honestly, and he builds. So that's been a good one.
Now we've had a change also in our SGT battle as Ricky Sanders has got past Lee Saunders up to 9th place overall and leading now in SGT. So Crandall's still leading in XGT, but that's a great move for Sanders, who's got ahead, and Pateric now under pressure.
And then also to finish the other 2 that I've driven was I've driven the Pancho Weaver car, which we won at COTA in, and it's a wonderfully nimble car because he builds the lightest car on the grid. And then I drove the Meissen car, 2 weeks ago at Sebring for the first time. And Mark Meissen builds a brilliant race car, obviously, taking it to P2. And all the wins that Matthew Brabham has had in that car, and all the wins Ernie Francis Jr. had in a Meissen design. So definitely everyone builds great race cars in this class of racing. And it comes down to that communication between driver and crew. And you don't get a better communication than really between Amy and Bob Ruman.
And here's our first look at Matt Crandall, who is leading for Avantgarde in his Ford Mustang. It looks like a TA car, but it's actually racing in XGT, and that's funnily enough, talking to Ken Thwaites, he was the first winner of the XGT Championship a few years ago, and now we're allowing these sort of cars to come in, and Crandall taking full advantage of it and pulling away, doing a good job.
It's really an interesting car, right? It's really like a TA2 chassis with a TA2 body, really, and then it has a TA rear wing on it. Has some dive planes, canards on the front for extra downforce. Has some TA underpinnings, like big wheels too, 18-inch wheels. And then it has, I believe, a lot more horsepower. I didn't ever get out there to actually check it out, but than a TA2 car. But it looks like a very fun car to drive. I'd be really interested to see what could happen with that. Could that class grow into something and into something new? It looked like they had 2 cars that were just kind of sitting there waiting for somebody to put a bid on to go out there and drive them this weekend. So I believe there would be seats open for the future if anyone would be looking.
Yeah, this XGT class is very much a catch-all too. When Thwaites won his championship, he did that in an Audi R8. And now you've got these sorts of cars, as you say, very similar to a TA2, but with a bit more horsepower. Now, talking of horsepower, here comes Marks. He's in 7th at the moment, trying to chase down Ken Thwaites, the man we've been talking about, into the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1.
Yeah,
and the car looks fine.
Oh, the car is perfectly fine. He is in there. He was, I guarantee you, because all those drivers would be the same way. You're fuming. You're upset. You had a rough first lap, especially when he had the potential that he knows he has to go win this race. I mean, he's sitting out there turning, lap times every bit as fast as your leaders. His best time is a 1:37.4. He was doing that very early on to the 1:37.3s and 4s that Matt and Chris Dyson were doing. And now he's doing a 1:38 flats, and that's with Chris Dyson doing 1:39.2s up in the lead. So he's definitely controlling as we look at what happened on the GT class here.
Well, what do you think is happening here? This is Mike Attaway, the only member of the GTs at the moment, but he's in the pits. They're taping something up. What do you reckon he's gone loose?
It looked like it's a hot day, and he wants his cool suit to work properly.
Maybe
that looks like
yeah.
to me. So. These cars are incredibly hot. I cannot stress. Basically, at home, the best way to do this, if you want to know cars in a place like Louisiana, you go ahead and put on your snowsuit, go ahead and get in your car in the summertime, turn on the heat, and drive around for an hour. And now you know what it's like inside a Trans Am car in any of these classes.
That's a good analogy. I like it. This is Milton Grant, one of the many Grants. You raced against Keith Grant the other week.
What a fabulous family. Definitely a Trans Am family, and they bring it. They always got entries here. They're always out there putting out their absolute. And the race with Keith was awesome. He's fun to race with. He's a clean racer. He's got speed. So I can't wait to have him back. He took the weekend off to go do, I believe, some SCCA national stuff, and all my hats off to him. I believe he was leading that race up until they had an engine failure, so he's definitely putting in the miles. He wants to come out here and even take this competition level, I believe, up a notch in the TA class.
Good for him. Well, I'm watching also as we watch Milton Grant go through his paces, third place at the moment in SGT in that Porsche. But I'm also keeping a watchful eye on Justin Marks, who's just done a 1:37.4, and he's on the same pace as we go back to Lee Saunders, leading in SGT. But at the moment, Marks is some 3 seconds quicker than the man in front of him, Ken Thwaites. He's on the same pace as Chris Dyson and Matthew Brabham.
Yeah, and I mean, just as I say that, it's like Chris Dyson and Matthew Brabham have us mic'd into their earpieces because they just went off and cracked off 2 laps.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Just went ahead and said, hey, I'll show you guys in the booth. We're just going to go ahead and show you we're not just up here controlling this race. We got our hammer down, and because that's honestly the worst thing you could do as a driver is be told to change your pace, because that's when you make mistakes. That's when you miss a shift. That's when you do something that could just take you out of the game. So you go out there and you keep up that average speed. I mean, the average speed around here, think of this, folks at home, lap average over 100 miles an hour. That's absolutely incredible pace.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I get so excited in the commentary booth is because, often when you watch it on TV, it belies the kind of speeds and how risky it is out there each and every day. So, yeah, forgive me for getting excited, but I do kind of know what's going on out there because I've been inside some of these cars, not racing them, but I know how fast you're actually going and how much of a knife edge you're on.
Jonathan, you're forgiven. Your excitement is infectious. I got to tell you, my dad and I woke up to you for many, many years in World Superbike coverage, and it's a blessing to have you here in the Trans Am Series calling our races because you bring a wonderful insight, and we do. We have great racing here, and just like this GT car right here, the number 18 of Ricky Sanders. This was a heck of a battle here not a few laps ago as you got Ken Thwaites. Justin Marks coming up right behind it, and he's coming up on his teammate Ken Thwaites, and that will be for position, and I'm sure there will not be, it'll be an ole for Ken Thwaites. He's going to make sure that Justin gets through without hindrance to any of his laps. Justin Marks right now is sitting 15 seconds behind the leader, so
look how quickly he's making hay of this.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely, when he recovered, remember, I said he was 36 seconds behind the leader. Yep. He has made up 21 seconds on the leader, Jonathan Green and folks at home. This is huge. This is a guy that is not giving up on this race, so we should not give up on Justin Marks.
No, on board with Ken Thwaites, down past the start-finish. He's got his teammate, Justin Marks, right behind now and closing in, and it'll only be a matter of less than a lap, I would have thought, before Marks does make the move. It possibly could be as early as turn 3 at the Bridge Hall turn. And Mark's doing a very good job of recovering and keeping his composure here, because that's the hard part when you made a mistake. Because it was nobody else involved. He just went and hit the grass slightly, and that threw him to the other side of the circuit. And through does go Marks. as predicted, at turn 3. So there you go. Now into turn 4.
And you don't have to be far offline, Jonathan Green, either here. If he was even a little bit offline in that braking zone, it's so greasy here because of the environment. As we're on board with Ken Thwaites in the Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet Camaro, that right there is, I mean, there's so many factors. I can't wait to hopefully talk to Justin afterwards to get a little bit more insight into maybe what went wrong there, what he felt, because it was an innocent move. He wasn't overdriving the corner, I don't feel. But that was his second lockup in that lap under hard braking zone. So I just want to know what he felt was going on right there, because I also don't feel like his contact with Matthew Bradman at the beginning of the race was intentional by any means necessary. He just couldn't get the car well down, as he had another puff of smoke in a lockup right here.
Yeah, just locked up into 13, did Marks, but that's because he's pushing on. You can see how much time he's made up already as he's got past now Ken Thwaites, and he's off in the distance. So now he's after this battle, which has Dreesy at the back of it, and there is Marks coming onto the same straight. So now he can see the target. Pitarik still holding off Ruman. Lucas, number 8 of Tommy Dreesy from Hollywood in California.
Yeah, the podium is not out of touch. The podium is not out of touch here for Justin Marks, who we were just talking about. So this is definitely very realistic, as you're pointing out, Jonathan Green, because they're fighting up here. They're still battling up here for this last podium spot. And as long as they're battling, they're sacrificing some lap time.
Yeah, there's no question. Dreesy did a 139.9 last time, 141 by Amy Ruman, and Marks is clicking in the 137s. So he's going to be on them very soon indeed.
And excuse me, I must have had a glitch on my timing and scoring. He did not gain that much time, Justin. Actually, he's lost 11 seconds to the leader since he recovered. He's at 47 seconds behind the leader, but he is only, it looks like only about 8 seconds behind this group right here, and he's lapping, as you just mentioned, about 6 seconds a lap faster. So he's going to be in this fight soon.
And as you can see, this race starting to hot up now with 16 laps gone, as Justin Marks is catching and catching fast. Now back with Tommy Dreesy on board, and you can see the maelstrom that he's up against. They won't be thinking about Justin Marks, but they might have to in a few seconds time, because Dreesy's got his hands full just trying to stay with Ruman at the moment. This is a really, really good battle, isn't it?
It's been a great battle. This is some classic, Trans Am mid-2015 battle right here coming at us, and then we're living it here in 2023 for this podium spot. You got David Pitarik in the Kreider Racing Ford Mustang, and you got Amy just either peeking or protecting one or the other, but Justin Marks lurking in the background, waiting to pounce on these, just charging to pounce on these three right here. Once he clears these 3 again, he's going to go ahead and break out the prayers to above and try and get that caution so he could take this fight to the top 2, because what could have been, 2 days in a row, what could have been for us, Jonathan Green, had the pole sitter not had their issues. Seemed like we've been cursed the last 2 days, as the pole sitters have been in our Trans Am events.
Well, of course, Justin Marks has wanted to hang around for this season, so we're really looking forward to seeing what he can do, but it's going to be interesting to see how many races, and if he actually goes for a championship title chase, as you go back on board with Tommy Dreesy.
And that's what you have so much respect too for, is he's taking those time off, right, from those Cup weekends. That's a huge commitment. Not only it's a huge commitment to the Cup Series to do what he's doing, but it's a huge commitment to take a break from that and say that. And really, he uses this weekend. This is like Zen time. It's great to clear the mind, and I'm sure it even help. He sees it help with his business. Some good stuff there. The Audi did a very good job. Attaway did a very good job of signaling with this turn signal. Where Lee Saunders off course.
Saunders. So Lee Saunders parks it up, and that's just happened out of nowhere, and we don't know why yet. We'll try to find out what happened to Lee Saunders, but of course he was leading in SGT, and now Milton Grant will pick up that lead. Sanders will pick up that lead from, Justin Marks coming in on Dreesy as well into turn 1, so it's all happening at once here. Saunders is out. Justin Marks has caught this battle, this 3-way battle at the front in TA.
Yeah, and depending on where Lee Saunders is that going to give us a caution? And man, David Pitarik taking a very wide line there.
opening the door for Amy Ruman, shuts it right back down. He's very wide again. You can't get offline here. It just picks up the garbage on the tire. Amy Ruman back in the P3 position in her McNichols Chevrolet Corvette. Tommy Dreese capitalizes and takes P4 away from David Paterick.
You've got to think there's a problem for Paterick.
I believe David, I believe he was missing those marks because, like you said, he's having an issue. So could it be a power steering failure? Could it be something along those lines? Or maybe just garbage on the tires for being wide? But it looks like he's off pace completely, David Paterick, because we're back on board with Justin Marks, sitting in P5 right now.
Yeah, now he's going to eye up, and I'll put you in his position. How does he go past Tommy Dreese?
Right here, right now. You got to go. And
there you go. Yeah. Thank you. That's why I got you.
Oh, I thought you were setting me up for that, Jonathan Green. That was like an underhand pitch with a beach ball. I had to take a swing at that one.
But that was a classic overtake here at NOLA. Two real main overtaking into turn 1 and turn 13.
Boy, Amy is getting drive off that last corner. Really, really good drive down the straightaway. Justin Marks, he's going to have to fight hard for this last podium spot. Amy Ruman is not going to lay over. Remember, she's a two-time champ. She is also the last and the only person in this field to win the TA race here at NOLA Motorsports Park.
Yeah, back in 2015, 16?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. So Justin's got his hand, fight cut out in front of him. Amy's sitting there doing a nice job, being very defensive, showing not really an obvious place to go. But I tell you, I think Justin's going to buy his time through the S's and make that dive bomb move, just like he did, that textbook move for this last podium spot into turn 13. Great onboard shots here.
The battle for third then, Corvette versus Trackhouse TA. Amy Ruman doing every which way to try and stop him.
So he's going to keep it nice and tight. He's going to keep it nice and tight through the S's here, make sure that he gets a good run off of the last one. Sacrifice a little bit at the beginning, just like he did there. He's going to be full on power. He's going to go to power early. Right here, he's going to get this run. You're going to see this dive right down here. He knows he's got it real dialed in. No, he's not. He's going to stay as Amy gets great drive, great braking into turn 13. Amy Ruman, again, showing everyone what it means to be a two-time champion in the Trans Am Series.
Yeah, she's hanging on though because Justin is surely going to try and make a move now. And he's close enough now surely to dive at turn 1. He's got good drag, got good drive, onto the main straight, and surely he's going to have a go at turn 1.
Yeah, she's been getting great drive down the straightaway. The Corvette is very slippery. That is a huge advantage to it. When you get it onto a long straightaway, it's a very slippery car. Justin goes hard on the brakes. Is Amy going to over-under? Don't believe she's going to have the chance. Justin Marks gets the spot for the last podium. Amazing drive, given what he experienced on the first lap, to drop all the way to the tail, come back through the field to salvage himself back onto the podium spot. Again, he's looking for somebody to drop something on the track maybe and bring out a caution, but that gap to shut down, as he is now going to be about 49 seconds to 50 seconds behind our leaders of Chris Dyson, the two-time champ and reigning champion, and Matthew Brabham, the absolute phenom that we have here in the TA Series.
Well, the irony is, it's only lap 19 of 37, and while 49 seconds is almost an impossibility as they weave their way through, Marks is up there in third place, but, 49 seconds to catch, pretty darn hard. But one safety car could change all of that.
Yeah, that's what does it, right? I mean, you never know. These Trans Am races are 100 miles for a reason, because that's the perfect distance to really see some intangibles come into line here. So these cars, they're not bulletproof, right? They're sensitive race cars when it comes down to it. You have to take care of them. This is a bumpy surface. This is not an absolute easy track on a race car. So you're over the curbs a lot. You beat the car up a lot here. So this is not a given for CD Racing. But I can guarantee you that Chris Dyson, the experience he has, Matthew Brabham, again, they're gonna do what professionals have to do to bring these race cars home. So really, really good driving here. That Ave Riley of Chris Dyson is looking fantastic as it's coming through the S's.
Yeah, the car looks absolutely on rails at the moment. And he's actually pulling away from Brabham. The gap 2.1 seconds. So he's maintaining that. He's got another sensor. We saw that in one of the cars yesterday. But flapping about.
You want to know why? You want to know how intense it is in Trans Am? That Velcro will hold in every other series on the planet. But in the Trans Am series, the forces are so big that they just can't hang on. We have to come up with our own special Trans Am Velcro to get these things tied down, I think, Jonathan Green.
That's hilarious. Brilliant. Well, there you see the gap physically between the first and second man, and in a moment we'll hopefully see Justin Marks approach, but he's still quite some distance yet, and 21 laps of the 37 gone. This is round 2. Matthew Brabham, our championship leader. You're looking at him now in the number 20 Dyson Racing car. Dustin flying up there. I hope there's no problem. And
so whatever was going on with David Paterick has not been a critical issue that's put him out of the race, but has certainly affected his race in a great way. So this could be he's down a cylinder. It could be anything. Like it could be, again, a power steering failure or something else going on. But it's just a shame to see that. He had such a strong run going up there, being in the podium position.
Dyson's car sounds great There's damage now to Tommy Dreesy's car. I did see some dust and smoke fly up a moment ago, and it looks as though Dreesy's has got a problem.
Yeah, and I hope that didn't include Amy Ruman on the other side, because I haven't seen Amy since. So,
well, these two have a history.
Yeah, they do, and I'm not trying to pick on that at all. I'm just Amy has dropped down behind Dreesy now on the timing and scoring. So. It's and you said you saw the puffs of smoke, Jonathan Green. I trust your eyeballs as much as anybody, so I didn't catch that myself, and I hate to speculate here, but I hope we can find a replay or maybe find out what exactly happened here, because that's front end damage pretty heavy on that Ford Mustang and Tommy Dreesy.
Well, it doesn't look pretty, that's for sure. But we'll see if he does come in. I know that. Our pit reporter Ben has been telling us that the team are preparing for him potentially to come in, because they've seen what's happened.
Yeah, the car was crabbing a little bit, actually. It wasn't tracking straight when he came around the carousel there. So, yeah, they're bringing the car to the pit. So this is going to be a possible end of the day for Tommy Dreesy, not the way they wanted that to go down. It's great to see Lucas Oil behind both sides of the series in TA2. He did hit Tammy from behind. That is the report we're getting in. So the stewards will take a very stern look at that. And that's a shame. Amy had such a great race going. And as you pointed out, Jonathan Green, it's not like they don't have the history.
Now, Matt Crandall coming into the pits. And this is important, too, because he is leading in XGT. And, well, let's take a look. I'm going to let your eagle eye go across this one, because it's hard to judge. Like you said, there's a bit of history between these two. But how do you see this?
So there's traffic ahead. So traffic, we'll see what role that plays, if it's a little bit of an accordion effect here. But looks like Amy's diving in, getting down, and Tommy just misjudged it. There was nothing malicious there. Tommy just really misjudged. Couldn't see there, and I mean that stinks, because it's going to come down on Tommy, right? The stewards are going to come down on him. That's avoidable contact. But when we talk about the history between these two, I'm not looking at that as malicious. So again, I hate it for Amy Ruman. That's horrible, and it really puts a big mark on both their races, and that's just a darn shame.
So then, Tommy Dreesy in problems. You can see now why there was a little to do between the pair of them, and that was probably the lock-up and the smoke that I saw. And Ken Quates now all over the back of Dreesy, who is struggling to say the least. He'll probably stay. If I know Tommy, he'll stay out as long as he can.
Well, they're calling him in. He's just saying, man, I don't know. I think I can do this. And that's Tommy Dreesy's kind of attitude. But you can see the car is crabbing. It's not wanting to do what a race car should do, and that's track straight. So there's something, a toe link or something, that has taken damage. And he definitely needs to pit this thing before it actually does something even more detrimental to a tire and do more damage to the car. As you can see, he can barely hang on to this thing. And so it's time to bring it in, Tommy Dreesy, and let that 3GT crew put some attention to it and see if your day is over or not.
So he's coming up to Mission Foods turn 13. Let's see if he does jink left and into the pits. Like you say, you can see the crabbing for yourself now.
No, he's going to stay
staying out there. He's staying out there. That's Tommy. Hollywood Tommy.
Hollywood Tommy.
Well, you see, he's got the MAV TV on the front there. He wants to get all the exposure he can.
Right. So you can see the crew chief right there is, I'm sure, trying to get his attention in any way possible. And and I gotta tell you, there are some innocent ways. Sometimes I can tell you my earpieces have come unplugged because they caught on the seatbelt, and on a real bumpy track like this.
It sounds like the dictionary of excuses you've got there in the back of the motorhome. Do you? Is there a book for racing drivers to say, "Oh, I didn't hear you"?
I just got to be consistent, and as long as you're consistent with what you got. But no, it does happen, and so he may be suffering from that. He may be wondering why no one's talking to him on the radio.
Well, he likes to talk, this Tommy, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, no, the push-to-talk button, I think, is on the palm of his hand instead of on the thumb.
Yeah,
that way he can just squeeze the steering wheel and talk.
Yeah. We talk to him in a lot of races.
Yeah, no, I tease because if you have a scanner, that's probably the most interesting radio channel to capture on any Trans Am weekend.
Oh, yeah. He's a great character, Tommy, but unfortunately, coming together with Amy Ruman has made him a bit of a slow car out there, and he's crabbing his way to try and finish this race. But with 24 of the 37, he's got a lot of laps to go as we go back to the Bridge Hall number 18 of Ricky Sanders, leading in SGT.
And you also have the 44 of Lee Saunders. He was out with overheating issues in that Viper, so this hot day took its toll on that Dodge Viper. And as you can see now, right, Panteric is back in the top 5 as he soldiers on to fight, but you're going to see Ken Thwaites come into this battle as he gets around Sanders right now as he put a lap down on that individual. It's also, as you see Chris Dyson coming around the last turn to start lapping up to that top 5. So he is definitely setting down an incredible pace. Back to Chris Evans in this XGT class. That nose was black at one point throughout the weekend. You cannot really have an off-course excursion here at any point at NOLA Motorsports Park, and Chris Evans found that out the hard way. Because what happens, you go into a little bit divots, right? You start Baja, and then Splitter digs in at some point and just really wants to rip itself off. And he had that problem at one point during one of the practices, I believe. But they fit a beautiful new nose on there, got it down, and he's out there winning in XGT and running 8th overall. So a good day for that individual. They're going to be happy if they can hang on for the last 12 laps for this result.
Yeah, and the reason we're watching Evans is he's now got the lead in XGT. Crandall making that pit stop, so he's just got to keep it all together now as Chris Evans.
That's right. And Chris Dyson and Matthew Brabham, this has been quite a separation. Chris is finding his way inside that new Ave Riley chassis. This is really, truly a good 100 miles. He hasn't got a lot of 100-mile races on this Ave Riley. Obviously Matthew won on it in Sebring. Now it looks like, Chris poised to do the same. He's pulling away from Matthew. 3.6-second gap as he comes up on the lap Tommy Dreese here. This is going to be an important calculated move, I can assure you that, as Justin Marks, too, is, right there. He's again 47 seconds behind. So it seems to me like he went ahead and backed off just in case this thing did go yellow, that maybe he would have something to fight these top 2 with. But that kind of time is running out.
Yeah, he's got the fastest lap at 37.2, but he kind of hit the wall a little bit because Brabham and Dyson are doing 37.3. So if he's making any time, it's a 10th here and there. As finally Dyson now lapping Tommy Dreese. Dreese keeping out of the way and making sure he doesn't get in Dyson's way. And that's the only real worry for Chris Dyson now. He does not want to get involved in another car and make a mistake because of it. I've seen it happen before in Trans Am to Dyson as well. But he's been cruising around with a strong lead and then suddenly, whoops.
Absolutely. I mean, these races that's why you do 100 miles. I'll say it over and over again, folks, because you just never know. These races can deal you anything all the way up to the last lap. At Sebring, I was starting to have a misfire with 4 laps to go because the ignition box was getting very hot. So at that point, I always thought my race was coming to an end possibly. We were definitely trying to diagnose it back and forth to this wonderful crew at CD Racing, and we brought that thing home and come to find out that we're glad we didn't park it because that would have cost us that. And Amy finally get to see her circulate, so it's good to see that.
So no major damage to her car then?
No major damage.
A little bit on the rear right.
Yeah, you're going to have some
bodywork damage, which doesn't help the efficiency of how the air exits the car. So that does help. That doesn't help the handling at all, but nonetheless, again, for such a strong day that was going, running in the podium position for a very long portion of this race, only to have that taken down by a misjudgment. So hate to see that.
So the Corvette now down in 7th overall. Amy Ruman behind Dreesy, but not for long, I don't think, because she's going to catch him up.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? This is where drama can come. Amy's coming back, and I don't think Amy has that in her. She's a professional, and I know she's seeing a brighter shade of red than the red that's painted on that car or even on those fingernails of hers. So she's going to want to make sure that she keeps it calm, and I'm sure Bob is on the radio with her and her father, and just reminding her the big picture and that she could get around Tommy here clean, and trust me, out racing someone's a bigger punishment than doing anything else to somebody.
Well, you're watching Trans Am from NOLA. That's New Orleans, for those who don't know, but NOLA just outside the city of New Orleans here in Louisiana. Jonathan Green and Adam Andretti bringing you the action from round 2 of the Trans Am Series. And next up in a couple of weeks, we head to the mighty Road Atlanta. Looking forward to that great circuit as always, and one of the classics here in the Trans Am Series, as are all of them really. First time we've been back to NOLA for a few years, but we've got some iconic circuits to come, including Watkins Glen, Road America, Mid-Ohio, and of course the West Coast Run. And we'll end up at COTA at the end of the year. So a lot of racing still to come from this championship, and Justin Marks, the man you're looking at right now, in 3rd position, hopefully will play a big role in that. He's had a bit of a to-do though on the first lap in the action here. He got overtaken at the start of the race as we focus in on Michael Attaway in the GT. The only lone Audi out there with the lights on.
Yeah, he's 3 laps down. Again, they had that issue in the pits. I'm speculating that had something to do with the cool shirt, driver comfort area, maybe. But I could be wrong. It could have been something completely different and something more detrimental. So, but he's back out there and putting in the laps, going to get away here probably with an 11th overall if everything goes as planned here for the rest of the day. And what I see up front too is Chris Dyson parked it. He saw that, he parked it as far as in qualifying is what I'm referring to yesterday. And he did his 3 laps. He knew that the money lap was on lap 3. He wasn't going to get anything more, and that it was more important to have tires for 100 miles here. And I believe what I said earlier about Matthew Brabham and how long he spent yesterday qualifying on those tires. And now over the last 5 laps, we've definitely seen the gap grow between the leaders. Ken Twaits does a good job getting out of the way, sees Chris Dyson at the last minute, gets out of the way of the leader right there. That was a very professional move by Ken Twaits.
Let me ask you a question. I saw Dyson 16 go out and do some extra laps yesterday. What would that have been for?
When was that?
He just went out on his own. Oh, it was a wet session.
It was a wet session. He's the only one that chose to go out.
That's it.
He had not been out in the new Riley chassis and the Ave Riley chassis in the wet conditions, so they wanted to get some data. For
smart move.
Yeah, for a lot of different things, right? It's not one of those things that you could turn a faucet on and you get it, right? So when you get it and you can collect some data on the race car, you're going to try and do that because you never know when you're going to run into weather. We race rain or shine in the Trans Am Series.
Absolutely. So Chris Dyson making his way. The gap, though, as he's been through traffic, has come down from 4 seconds to 2 seconds on Brabham. Brabham dealing with the traffic a little bit better than Dyson has so far. I don't think we're going to have the grandstand finish that perhaps we might want, but either way, it's going to be another 1-2 for Dyson Racing. Dyson wasn't involved in that last time. The man alongside me was, as Adam Andretti and Matthew Brabham took victory last time out at Sebring. But so far, Dyson has looked picture perfect. It was a little bit dicey if you ever want to see G-Force in action. I love the fact that the sensor's falling off. You can actually see G-Force,
Oh, yeah, the G-bubble down here in the V-Box screen. It's a wonderful screen down here, folks.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the sensor.
Yeah, I know, and what's amazing is we're still getting the right data here down at the bottom. But you have the track map at the bottom right, which gives you position of where they're at as you're coming around the last corner here
to shoot down the long straightaway. The class of vehicle, obviously, you have your G-bubble. Look at how the acceleration is on that, but I know it's easy to get caught up in just what's going on the racetrack when we're on those wonderful onboard shots brought to you by Greenlight TV. It's a whole nother thing when you can actually like diagnose it and see the revs and the speed.
Oh yeah.
I mean they're entering the S's at 150 miles an hour and still maintaining 100 mile an hour through these S's. That's incredible, folks, at home. The load that's going through these Pirelli P0s is absolutely amazing. A great onboard shots from Justin Marks in the Trackhouse Chevrolet Camaro, brought to you by Showtime Motorsports.
Yeah, Justin Marks almost doing qualifying laps here just to keep the concentration going, because he's never going to catch that 45 seconds up. But the hope is, of course, that some sort of caution could come out, and that could change this race completely. Not will it be a simple race at all. It'll become very complicated after that.
And this late in the game, too, I mean, you would honestly, because of how long it takes for a track to get recovered, you would probably need that to happen in the next couple laps. If it doesn't, we'd probably end that thing under caution, unfortunately, because of, it just takes time. It's a long, vast racetrack, and track cleanup here is not the easiest thing. So, honestly, he's taken his medicine today, and Justin, like I said, he's mature and humble.
We're on lap 30 of 37 here at NOLA Motorsports Park, and it's been pretty much a big easy, as the city is called, down the road for Chris Dyson so far. He had a bit of a to-do at the start of the race when this man, Justin Marks, who was on pole, got overtaken by Matthew Brabham. Brabham took the lead briefly. Dyson was there with him. They jostled for position, and then Trackhouse man hit the back of Brabham, and then just a few corners later went off himself on his own through the S's, and since then has been working like a dog to try to fight his way back into contention. He's done an excellent job, and he's made it all the way up to third place, but still some 44 seconds off the leaders Brabham and Dyson at the moment. So it could well be another Dyson Racing 1-2.
Yeah, very well could be. There's still quite a bit of racing left here, and anything can happen. So want to make sure that we're well aware of that, but also, it's been a great day for these three racers. If this is a bad day for Justin Marks, then he could chalk that up as being pretty darn good, right? Because you walk out of here with some third place points. You guys both walked out of there pretty even at Sebring between him and Chris Dyson. Those are the really, if you're wondering, if folks at home, that's really the two big protagonists we have for this championship, as they're the ones that committed for the full season to go at this thing. They called each other out for that too. Justin has said that he wants to, everybody wants to unleash, and take out the standing champion. And that is, of course, Chris Dyson. And Justin Marks, wants to do that. And Chris Dyson isn't going to take lightly to that, right? He wants to defend that title and make sure he's a three-peat and makes Trans Am history. And he's doing a really good job here today, leading at another lap around NOLA Motorsports Park.
Yeah, I wonder if people in the motor racing industry watch Trans Am and just wonder what would be like to have a crack at it, because it is an intriguing car. I know you've loved it for many years, but when you see the likes of Justin Marks, who's got a fair bit of racing under his belt, and Matthew Brabham likewise, but mostly single-seated and truck racing of all things. But when it attracts these sorts of characters, and each and every weekend they want to come back and do more, as you do yourself, it just shows there is something quite magic about racing these cars.
Oh, without a doubt. Absolutely. Talking to Justin last night, he goes, and Boris said is the biggest advocate. He said back in 2006 when he was driving a BMW, teammates with Boris in IMSA,
yep,
in the endurance racing stuff, Boris goes, "Hey kid, you just wait until you get your hands on one of the Trans Am cars one day, because you're going to have to do that one day." And that was now you're looking at a long time ago, and long before this modern era. And Matthew Brabham just hanging it out. I mean, you want to talk about, you get to watch this kid live, this is a gift. This is a gift to be given in motorsports, to watch a man of his talent drive a race car and get around a racetrack the way he does. It's absolutely breathtaking. I love it. I love learning from the guy, and he's wonderful to be around.
Just have a quick look, though, at the back of his car. Next time we see the rear of Matthew Brabham's car, I saw a puff of smoke a moment ago. It could be just the mixture. But you see for yourself. What do you think?
Yeah, he does have a little bit of smoke there coming. It could just be from the overflow of the rear end. The rear end gets hot. The rear end fluid will get a little foamy. That'll get into the overflow. So maybe that overflow is leaking onto a hot part of the car, causing a little bit of smoke. But if he was laying anything down, or if there's anything like that, the steward should be on top of that and they'd be calling to his attention. Looks like Amy Ruben has gotten around Tommy Greasy.
Yeah.
It looks like that was done with no drama, as I kind of predicted it would be, because Amy is a consummate professional, and she's got a very high moral compass, and she wants to go right by things. And again, I don't think that was a malicious act, but I'm sure Amy, in the heat of the moment, when she sees that blue car with the damage up front and she was turned sideways, I'm sure she wasn't feeling that way. She doesn't get the view that we get. So I'm sure Tommy will go over there and apologize, but they're still wanting to come in. You can see the 3GT crew here.
Yeah, I've forgotten that they asked them to come in about 15 laps ago.
Yeah,
They've given up. They've given up. They're going home.
On
All
board
right, you're on your own.
with the Lucas Oil Ford Mustang.
Well, he's
here.
done a good job as Tommy, actually, because the team wanted it in. Interesting what Paul Gentilozzi would think, but points are points, and he's still in the hunt very much. 7th overall. These can count back in a few weekends' time.
Yeah, I mean, this is not, again, how they wanted their race to go down at all. And you have those. This is racing. This is why we do it. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. We always hear that adage. So it's a wonderful sport. That's why we love it. That's why we keep coming back, because it gives us this opportunity to test our own, our own strengths, our own personalities, and to see if we have what it takes. And Ken Thwaite's pulling out another top 5.
And also chasing down Pintarek ahead of him. So still time with 34 to 37 gone. 4 Thwaites to make up from 5th to 4th. You can see Pintarek just ahead of him. The car you're looking at between them, that's Milton Grant. He is in this battle with them. But look, here comes Ken Thwaites.
And I tell you, this is when Ken this is when the race comes to him. He is the long game player. I tell him that all the time. I was like, I remind him, Ken, you remember your game, because you're the long game. You're the long ball. You're going to go out there. You're going to wear him down, and before you know it, you'll be either right on that podium or right off of it. So, and that's what he's done today. He's been methodical. He has kept his nose clean, and look at him. He is right on the tail here of David Pintarek, and he is going to make this a fight for that top 4 spot here with the last few laps to go, Jonathan Green.
So we are going to have a bit of drama. Dreesy finally in. You can see the damage for yourself now. And they're having a look at it, but it's not nice. And they may just get him out there to test whatever they've changed, or at least pulled out body work-wise, or they may just retire him here and now. But so Dreesy comes in from 7th. Thwaites and Pintarek. So Tommy, he's opening the door. I think that's game over for him. But let's take another look, and we'll see it here.
Yeah,
and again, Adam.
So again, the XGT car up here on the high side. Amy in the braking zone here for the next right-hander, and just it was not what Tommy was expecting at that point. So, I truly don't believe that was malicious, but I'm sure what Amy felt at that moment, that I'm sure that's not what her feelings were. But I think she would review this a little bit differently. And again, you're gutted for it all. You're just absolutely gutted for it. I got so much respect for all these drivers out there and what they're doing, and you hate to see anything like that happen. You just want to see the great clean racing, the hard battles, and because that's what everyone's capable of.
Back to the leader then. Dyson leading the way. The gap 3.1 seconds, but it's ebbed and flowed between 4 and 2 seconds over the race. But that's how Dyson wants it. He doesn't need Brabham to take him on. Dyson here for the championship. Brabham here to make a name for himself, which he's already done. And he's some 4 seconds behind. There he is, just popping into view there. But it's going to be Dyson in the Jim Weed, number 16, leading the way as he has done throughout most of this race.
Yeah, taking the number 16, the number his dad made famous, to another victory, I know always means a lot to this man here, Chris Dyson. And I know Rob is watching at home, and when he gets to these races, his presence is always wonderfully felt. And
I know he's so proud of this young man and his son here and what he's done not only on and off but off the track. And this is just a great example, another generation example of the Dyson family. And he's doing a fabulous job with 36 to 37 in the books here. So we're going to white flag next time by, I believe, Jonathan Green.
Yeah, I think we will. But this sets up Dyson Racing, certainly for the Teams Championship, very well indeed. And it also means that Dyson's back on track for his hunt of defending that title and going for 3 in a row, remember. And that would be really impressive. He comes from a long heritage of racing. His father, Rob, you mentioned a couple of times. And so Chris Dyson, just like the Rumans, it's all about the racing. Every weekend was racing. He used to go to Lime Rock as a little kid. And he'll be looking forward in June to going there again and trying to put on a show in front of his home crowd. And this has been a pretty good show, though, so far. Well done to this man, Chris Dyson. Should get a white flag next time around.
It has been a great show. He's given this Jim Weed Ford Mustang a heck of a ride here today, and I know that's really the biggest thing he's proud of too is to get log these miles on this new Ave Riley project that they have going on over there at CD Racing. So this is a big confidence builder to go 2 for 2 out of the box with that chassis, because this chassis is the one that did win, take the victory at Sebring International Raceway just a couple weeks ago. So just with Chris's body work on it, and that's the only difference. So he's giving it a heck of a ride as he comes here to see the white flag. Chris Dyson, this is when you hear every noise in the car you never heard before. This is when you think it all could come apart for you, Jonathan Green.
Oh, no kidding.
It's that white flag lap is just. I look the other way, right? I don't even want to see the white flag because it's one of those things where it's almost like it's a superstition.
Well, it's been a dominating performance by Dyson Racing, led by Chris Dyson, and he's just got 2.7 miles to go around this famous NOLA circuit. Perfect conditions for racing. He's kept his head while a few others were losing theirs. A shame for Justin Marks, but Marks will be happy at least to put some points on the board after a disappointing Sebring himself. And he went off at turn 8, or turn 7, exit of at Sebring, and didn't come back, unfortunately.
Yep. 2 days in a row that, what could have been with what happened with the pole sitter. So it's a shame there. And also, as we circulate the last lap, it's a reminder that this is Colorectal Awareness Month.
Yes.
My brother John, unfortunately, passed away from colorectal cancer 3 years ago. He would have been on January 30th. Actually, today marks his 60th birthday. So love you, John. A heavenly birthday to you. And my nephew, Dylan, turns a teenager today as well. My sister Mary Jo's oldest son, Dylan. So happy birthday to you. He's turned 13 today. And so a special day in our family, but also it's a reminder, get yourself screened and check for Andretti, and if we can help you in any way, please do as we cut to the winner.
So here we go. Chris Dyson on his way to victory. In the end, the gap was 6 seconds, but that's because Brabham decided, you know what, I'll bring it home safe, I'll bring it home clean, and maybe that mixture or that smoke was maybe causing a bit of a problem. But well done to Chris Dyson. Brabham, though, there he is in the distance, will take the second place. It's another 1-2, back-to-back 1-2s for the Dyson Racing team. That is an immaculate way to start a championship. And in motor racing, yes, we love to see fairing, banging, action, and lots of crashes, but for a race team, what they want to see is 1-2s with no incidents. Justin Marks, well, he had his incidents, but he's going to have third place wrapped up. He's going to finish ahead of Pintarek as he and Thwaites went to battle. I wonder if Pintarek does hold off Thwaites, but here comes Marks all the same, coming into the Mission Foods corner.
It is tight between David Pintarek and Ken Thwaites. I hope we pick up that battle because I think that one's definitely going to come to the line between those two Ave Riley chassis as well. And again, this is going to be an exciting race for that top 5 position. Amy pulls right over. It looks like so that she can go ahead and get whatever taken care of. I don't think her car was perfect mechanically. And then the leaders here getting their cool down laps, celebrating with each other. Really interested in what's going on in that David Pintarek Ken Thwaites battle, but checking out the champ on the cool down lap with the teammate there. It's good stuff. Good stuff.
Yep, and line astern, and one slightly purple, one slightly pink, so that's the only differentiation you can until you can actually see the 16 and the 20, but that is an immaculate performance by those two Dyson Racing cars. So that concludes our coverage of TA. My thanks are always to Adam Andretti. We'll take a short break here from NOLA, and when we come back, we'll see the celebrations on the podium. So then, we just wait for them to come in. I'm interested to see, it was Pitaric holding off Thwaites at the end there, so that battle went all the way to the end. But in the end, David Pitaric did hold off Ken Thwaites for 4th place. Ken Thwaites taking 5th, Amy Ruman 6th, pulling off quickly there. Chris Evans wins in XGT, and in SGT it was Ricky Sanders who did get the better of Milton Grant in the end. Lee Saunders going out with an overheating problem on that Dodge Viper.
We got the podium we expected, though, Jonathan Green, right?
Yeah,
Chris
yes,
Dyson,
so, yep.
The CD Racing brings home another one, too. Congratulations to that whole race team. Justin Marks, Gary Seelix and the boys there, and JJ and Gary Jr. and the whole gang. Great job, preparing these 2 race cars at Showtime Motorsports. They made it all 100 miles. Ken Thwaites comes home in another top 5, Mr. Consistency right there. And Justin Marks recovers remarkably after that first lap. Off-course excursion, if you will, doesn't do any damage, and just puts in a wonderful drive to the back. It's going to be an exciting weekend at Road Atlanta, Jonathan Green. I can't wait for 2 weeks.
Yep, should be fun. So Ken Thwaites making his way back to the Parc Fermé.
Yeah, he's going to get himself a Victory Lane celebration, I believe. It would be the Masters. He's going to
Yes,
be
that's right.
somewhere.
He's going to win the Masters. Absolutely.
That's fantastic for him. Another great trophy for the case.
So well-earned water for Chris Dyson as he gets a handshake from his engineer as we celebrate with our top 3 in Parc Fermé. Brabham out of the car, Dyson about to do the same, and when Dyson gets out, he will have Ben Sissel to deal with, but he had him to deal with before the race, so he's used to that.
That's Stevie. That's Dixie.
Dixie, yeah,
Dixie's awesome, and the whole gang. There's Scotty and the boys, Dixie, Matt, Darren. I know I'm probably leaving people out, but I don't mean to. But there's so many there, and they're all fantastic. And Chris Dyson, way to go, champ! You nailed it there. Right there's Matt giving the big hug, and there's Dixie. Just a great group. And Matthew Brabham is just, I'm sure, coming over to greet the boss right there as he's taking his helmet off. But what a wonderful
and by
day.
the way, look, overheating on Brabham's car for sure. Look.
Yeah. No, it's. I think they salvaged that to get that back. I think that's kind of 2 weeks in a row because I was in that position. in Sebring.
Well, let's head down to Ben Sissel. He's got our winner, Chris Dyson.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with the champ, Chris Dyson. And I asked you that awkward question there. It was a bad start to the championship, and now you've come right back. How does it feel?
It feels great, Ben. I can't quite process it. It was a hard day out there. It was hot, flag to flag like that. You got to pace yourself, and I know Justin was coming back. You can't let up in these Trans Am races. It's a flat-out sprint the whole way, but you got to look after yourself and the car. It was hot out there, but I got to tell you, that Jim Weed-focused energy, it really helped me out. Greg, Dad, everyone at home, this one's for you. I'm so proud of the guys. We rallied back after a tough one for us at Sebring, but here we are again, another 1-2. We're back in the championship. Let's go.
Nice. Congratulations, Chris Dyson. Nice job. I'm going to come over to Matt Brabham. We got to show something here, Tony. So he came in running hot. His crew guy was coming over with a fire extinguisher. And that doesn't seem like that's overheating. What is that, oil or something? That's oil on the motor, yeah. Yeah, so you can see that we've got oil on the motor that's not overheating. But Matt Brabham, get in here, man. Nice job. You said exactly what you were going to do on the grid there. You just called it. How was it? And this thing, I don't know if you could have gone another lap.
Yeah, no, I was definitely holding on at the end there, but it was an exciting start. I mean, it was side by side. I managed to get around him, and then we were side by side again, and then we were nudging and kind of bumping, and unfortunately he made a mistake going the S's and just went straight off. So it turned out all right for Chris and I, and to bring the Jim Weed cars 1-2, especially with all the hard work from these guys, is just incredible. And yeah, obviously I was spewing out oil everywhere at the end there, and my feet were covered in oil and there was smoke, but no, we managed to get it home, so happy.
Nice. Well, keep that fire extinguisher handy, please. Let's come back and talk to Justin Marks. Come around this way. Okay. Here we go. Nice job, Dyson guys. Look out. Let me interrupt Justin Marks. Justin Marks, what a recovery. I know that's not what you wanted to have happen, but what a recovery for your championship run.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think I just didn't get enough heat in the tires on the pace laps, and I had some lockup in the first couple corners, and then had a big one in like the worst place you'd want it, and spent a lot of time in the grass. Obviously, we went green the whole way, so just had to fight back and try to get back on the podium. But it's kind of just my mistake. Just had to try to limit the points loss for the rest of the race.
Were you just out there just because this happens first lap? So you're thinking, oh, there's got to be a double yellow at some point, and then this is the race that it doesn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was prepared for either scenario. I mean, there was a car that went off that they left out there for like the whole race. I thought at some point they were gonna throw a double yellow, but then eventually he just pulled away. So I don't know. I mean, I was prepared. I was prepared for either scenario.
Well, Justin Marks, third place. Matt Brabham, second. Chris Dyson, first. Gentlemen, back up to you.
Thanks, sir. Yep, excellent stuff. And yeah, Justin Marks pretty much admitting that it was his fault. He didn't get the tires up to temperature, and those S's can catch you out.
That's kind of what we speculated up here, Jonathan Green, was just that, just because he had that lockup, right? He had lockup, and he didn't need to get in. And here's the results with the champion, two-time champ, Chris Dyson taking the win, Matthew Brabham, as you said, P2. Justin Marks rounding out the podium, David Paterick in a real strong fourth. The top five rounded out by Ken Twaits in that Franklin Road Apparel Chevrolet Camaro. The two-time champ of Amy Ruman back there in P6, not really where she runs, not indicative of that. But your winner in XGT, Chris Evans. Winner in SGT, Ricky Sanders. Milton Grant, a great P2, ninth overall. P2 in SGT. Tommy Dreesy brings it home in the top 10. And in TA class would be seventh in class. P11 be Michael Attaway in the GT car in that Audi R8. Beautiful car. And Matt Crandall, XGT as well. And Lee Saunders, that we saw him on track, and that's a car that Justin was referring to, but he had overheating issues. I believe once the temperature came down, he was able to refire and get that thing safely back to pit road. So,
well, there wasn't a lot of overtakes at the front because it all kind of took place in the midfield, and therefore our cool move of the race has to be Justin Marks, because what a comeback. Here he went off, watch this, at the S's on his own, spins it round in the dirt and the grass, hanging out with the Gators, spun it round and then made his way back and literally scythed his way through the entire field back up to third place. So it is Justin Marks in the 99 who is the recipient this weekend of the Cool Move, the Chill Out Systems Cool Move of the weekend. Well done to Justin. Something you can take home.
Wonderful to have the support of Cool Shirt back in this deal, and the Cool Shirt Systems Cool Move of the Race
you needed one
award
today.
back, and he definitely needed it. So Mac bringing that back to that award back to the Trans Am Series. Great to have you back. Great to have Cool Shirt back. We love it.
Now we have highlights, of course, of what the action was in that last race, because it was pretty much all at the beginning and all at the end. But let's take a look at the start, because Justin Marks gets duffed up by Brabham right at the get-go. But then he does a little payback, a little nudge from behind, sends Brabham wide, and then he goes wide off and gives the lead to Dyson. But out of the dirt came the 99 and started to make his way back bit by bit, hence the cool suit move. Here's another one on Amy Ruman. Ruman in a battle with Dreesy. That would come to this moment where Ruman taken out a little bit by Tommy Dreesy, who just made a misjudgment there and would have to come in. But no misjudging the winners. Another back-to-back and 1-2 win for the Jim Weed Dyson Racing team. So that concludes our coverage of TA, but let's take a look at some of the highlights of GT and XGT and SGT, because of course they were no more competitive and in their own race, very much so. And there was some good racing too. They generally start further down the pack, but Lee Saunders it was who led in SGT early on. Sadly, the Viper in this heat would overheat a little bit. Crandall, though, leading in XGT, doing a really good job, but that would come to naught when he had to come in for some reason. We didn't know what it was. And we think it was a cool shirt or a cool box, but there was Saunders out with overheating. That put him out of SGT, and that allowed this man, Chris Evans, to take victory there. The 91, Chris Evans going strong. And that's how they concluded in the TA SGT XGT. And don't forget, MAV TV from NOLA Motorsports Park. You can watch all the highlights, and it starts for the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. That's Thursday, March 16th at 8 p.m. Eastern. And don't forget, literally following straight after that, the TA XGT SGT GT, the race you've just watched. And you can see all the highlights on Thursday, March 16th. At 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll let you sum up your day. Adam, I know you want to be out there. I know your second place in the championship has gone. But, hey, what's next for you?
Well, I look forward to Trans Am Thursday nights on MAV TV for sure. That's always great television. But, we'll be at Road Atlanta with the TA2 car for sure, with the Ultimate Headers. Chevrolet Camaro, we're looking to have a strong run there, and you never know if anyone wants to throw me in anything else. I love to drive, and we love to go do this thing. And I love the Trans Am series, and thank you to the fans that tuned in. The fans that showed up here today were amazing, and I couldn't believe how many people we've had here with all the events that are going on. As you heard from the general manager here, Mr. Pace, that he showed every ounce of this facility was being used this weekend, all the way through all the campgrounds. All the campsites were rented for the weekend, so just really good deal for the Speed Tour, Pirelli Motorsports Holdings. Thank you to Greenlight TV. To you, Jonathan Green, thank you for being the voice of Trans Am. We appreciate you, and look forward to Road Atlanta, my friend.
I'll look out for an FR car for you. If we can't get you in a Trans Am, we'll throw you in a single-seater. I know you'd be happy there. Well, listen, my thanks to Adam Andretti and to Ben Sissel down in the pits. That concludes our coverage of Trans Am here from NOLA, but there's more racing to come from the Speed Tour, so don't go away, because we've got more single-seaters coming your way with both FR and F4. But for me, Jonathan Green, until next time at Road Atlanta, bye-bye for now.
Speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped further and stronger, tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
That's the ironic thing. I'm on a Unity, which is on a SIM card here, and my director in my ear is in the Isle of Man, on the other side of the world.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Isn't that bizarre?
Yeah, that is. Wow. I would not have thought of it.
I know. No, when I tell people that, they're like, what?
Do you have a separate list of the drivers and numbers?
I'm just, hang on, I do actually.
Not most of them, just.
No, it's good to have it in front of you. And I don't like this because it's not clear enough.
It's gonna be good this afternoon though. Everyone's on used tires. So,
Yeah, well, talk about that because it's these sorts of little things that become important.
Right.
There you go.
What other F4 drivers have any of? Okay.
From F4 come up.
Right.
He was good.
Yeah.
Good job. Where are you from?
Well, we live in California, the Bay Area, but originally from Sweden. Yeah, so moved here about 12 years ago.
So do you know Linus? Who's the Swedish driver?
Marcus Ericsson?
Well, yes. No, Linus Lundqvist?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He came through here and I got to know him. Nice guy.
Oh, that's cool, yeah.
Got to know his sister.
What's
he doing?
Well, sorry?
Is he on Road to Indy now, isn't he?
I'm not too sure. I'm not keeping up.
Okay, welcome back to NOLA Motorsport Park as the cars are already on track for our next race, which is F4 Americas. And I'm delighted to be joined here in the booth by Oliver Westling, who hails from California via Sweden. He's been out in action, and he'll be out in action again, so he may not be here for the whole race because he's got to go and race himself. But I love the fact that we've got drivers in here who have actually sampled and tasted and raced the track that we are looking at the moment. And Oliver, what do you think here? First and foremost, your impressions of NOLA Motorsport Park and what it's like to race?
No, NOLA Motorsports Park. It's probably one of the most physical tracks out of the calendar. I think that some other tracks, they have a little bit more straights, so you can relax a little bit before you hit the next turn. But it's by far the most physical and mental stressful track of the year. So yeah. I just think it's tough for everyone, first race of the season. Everyone's trying to get the gist of the car and what the car is doing. So yeah, definitely by far the most physical track of the season.
And as we're on the warm-up lap, give us a little potted history of your getting to FR. You are a level above this in Formula Regionals. So what was your backup or backing to get to this point?
So yeah, no, I started in Formula 4 last year at the beginning of the season. It was going well overall, and I thought that there wasn't a point to mess around in the lower divisions because I knew the potential that I had. So we decided to do the last two races of the FR America season, and that worked out wonderful. Finished in the high in the points at Virginia, and got a podium at Coda. But yeah, no, I think the F4 series is a great series. It's great for people to learn about racecraft, learn the speeds of cars. So yeah.
How many of these drivers have you either raced against or know and sort of have a feeling about in terms of how they're going to go today?
I've raced against a couple of drivers. So Alex Berg is another returning that I raced with last year.
Yep.
Tyke Durst, Cole Bennett, Matty Ost. They're all great drivers. I'm really impressed by Carl Bennett's performance this season. He started. He had a great first race, P1. I mean, that's the perfect way you want to start a season. So yeah, Tyke Durst has shown great speed too. Alex Berg, he's doing well as well. So yeah, I think the returning drivers that I've raced with, they're on good feet.
Well, Carl Bennett won a race. So too did Jimmy Lockhart, who won the previous race this morning. He lines up 4th on the grid in the 48. And it's going to be interesting because the usual suspects, if you like, from the weekend so far are at the sharp end for this 3rd and final race for them. That's Michael Costello, Patrick Woods-Toth from Canada, Lewis Hodgson, the Aussie, and then Jimmy Lockhart, Daniel Cara, the Brazilian-American, Jesse Lacey, the Australian, in 6th position, Alex Berg, who you mentioned there, Carl Bennett, who I just mentioned there, in 8th position, having had a win under his belt, the American tie. But a full grid, and now you see the length, just how long that long main straight is from the pit lane and from high above on the drone. But away we go then, and the race is underway, and somebody moved very quickly indeed, hopefully not too quickly. But out of the heat haze they come, and it's the run towards that first corner. And it is the 27 of Patrick Woods-Toth, who's got a very good start, but doesn't take the lead. Just slots into 2nd place there, I think, or maybe 3rd. But a good clean start. Michael Costello looking to hold off the field. 27, that is Patrick Woods-Toth. He's right there, just trying to chase down the number 30, Lewis Hodgson, who made a better start, in fact. And now side-by-side stuff as one of the...
Alex Berg's got an amazing start already.
Yeah, I was about to say, it was. I got lost on my Jay Howard. It's a Jay Howard car that leads, but yeah, Alex Berg got a good start. And as they head out of turn 4 and 5, and it is Jay Howard development car that leads the way. Not sure out of how many there are. It is which car at the moment? I'm thinking it's Michael Costello. It should be Michael Costello.
Yeah.
And as they head out of 6 and down to the back and to the S's for the first time.
Oh, Alex Berg is getting it.
Oh, he's on it.
Whoa! Oh, a little sideways.
Wow, and damage one of the rear casings coming off the engine there. I'm not sure to which car, but we'll find out in a moment. But that could easily bring out the safety car if it stays on track. They've all got through there. And as they dive into 13 and up towards the Mission Foods corner for the first time, all sorts of drama here, but the race is led by Michael Costello, leading the way after the first lap and starting to inch away from the rest of the field. Good start then from Costello. They cross the line. The opening lap, a 1:51. Those lap times will drop. Everybody jostling for position because this is one of the overtaking places. Lockhart, Jimmy Lockhart up to 2nd place, but Berg's the man on the move, up to 5th place. And you know this kid, right?
Yes, I know. Yeah, he's done well last season. He's showing terrific speed this year, and here he comes. Yep.
Yeah, he's on it. You can't miss him in that pink helmet, can you?
Yeah. No, I love the pink helmet. He's definitely unique in that way. Oh, here we go.
Well, Lockhart going for the lead now. Jimmy Lockhart, who won the 2nd race and now leading the race. He got ahead of Costello in a nice infield move there. So it is Lockhart now moving into the lead. 22 minutes to go. Hodgson still 3rd. Woods-Toth drops to 4th place. The Canadian. Berg is the man we've been watching. He just got past the man from Houston, Texas, Daniel Cara, who was up here a moment ago doing some commentary with us. Then it's the Australian Lacey. Sherlock is 8th. For Kiwi Crosslink Motorsport. Likewise, Kleck in 9th. Bennett is 10th at the moment. And watch for Mosman to come out.
Yeah, that was an amazing move by Lockhart. I think in turn 4, there's
I'll let you see it again while this action is going. But have another look at it. What do you think, Oliver?
So I think that's a perfect move. Holding the inside. He was on the outside of turn 3, went on the inside of turn 4. So that move is already done before it happened.
How easy are these cars? And I say easy because they're all hard, but you're very close quarters. There's Daniel Cara on the inside there, Berg just ahead, and the 31 of Titus Sherlock. They are wheel to wheel, but how comfortable do you feel racing at these close quarters? I mean, you've all done karts, I know, so, are you fine with slicks of winds being these close?
I love it. Rubbing is racing. These these cars are amazing, especially F4, because the cars are so close at most of the part of the track. So I think that when you're running close with other cars, it's always exciting because you know they're really talented guys, and they want to get a shot at every turn they can.
Nice move by Sherlock. Titus Sherlock making the move on Berg and gets it done. Daniel Cara now having a sniff himself. This is really good racing. 4 of them involved, including the number 16 of Jesse Lacey, the Australian. So this is fantastic. We've got a 6-way battle here in the midfield. And it starts with Berg, Sherlock, Cara, Lacey, and just behind Kleck and Mosman in the top 10.
Alex Berg is looking really impressive now. He's got great race pace, so I think that he can move up further and further.
Yeah, 5th at the moment, and like you say, experience starting to show here. Oh, there's the damaged car. That's one of the Jay Howard development cars, and that's had its rear end ripped off, and the driver's okay. He's out of the car, but he's just putting the thumbs up and can't see the number, but the back end of that car is absolutely ripped off.
Wow.
Now, don't know if that's the one that had the engine cover go off or it's a different incident. I've got a feeling it's a different incident because there was damage to the rear suspension. Yeah, I think that's a crash between a couple of cars. Another of those cars is car 17. That's Tyke Durst. Let's take a look at it, Oliver, and we'll see it for the first time now, but I'll let you judge it for what we see. Here we go. Ah, yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I think that he ran out of road. Someone might have squeezed him out.
Right.
Maybe they were in their blind spot. So, yeah, that's always tough when you get squeezed out because once you get on the grass, once you drop those wheels on the grass, it's praying thereon.
Yeah. Well, it's Gatorsville out there. You don't want to be out on the grass here at Louisiana.
Yeah.
Now, I always think this is a hard time for a racer driver. I've often said this. Tell me what happens now when you slow right down, you've done 3 or 4 laps, your adrenaline's been flowing, and then you have to kind of regroup, don't you?
Yeah, no, it is nice in a way to slow the pace down and regroup because you get to analyze what you've been doing in these past laps and what you can, the weaknesses of the drivers ahead of you, the mistakes they might have done in the earlier laps. So yeah, I think the slow down lap really gives you time to settle down and just think about what you're going to do in the once the safety car goes back in.
So we're looking at high above the main part of the circuit here at NOLA, and we're under caution. Jimmy Lockhart, 1 race 2, leading the way. The race 1 winner, Bennett, down in 11th at the moment. And Mosman just inside the top 10. Cara was in that battle that we were watching. And here is that group, led by Berg. Sherlock got into it as well, but now, I mean, do you start thinking about the restart as you're going around? I mean, are you talking to your engineer? What do you go through in terms of systems check?
So, well, before the restart, you want to be right on the tail of the other car. If you don't have a good restart, then you might fall back too quick because during the last turn, once you start accelerating, that's around the last turn of the carousel going onto the main straight. So I think that you want to prepare right on the last few turns before the carousel. You want to be right along the gearbox, but not too close because you know the front car can't brake, and then you can have a wing damage. And yeah, I think it's very crucial the restarts. Yeah, no, you really have to be prepared. You have to be ready at all times because some drivers may not know that the safety car is coming in. Mm-hmm. It might not be focused and see that. So, yeah, you really have to be dialed in right along the safety car lap.
Well, you're listening to Oliver Westling, who's joined me here in the booth for this F4 race. But we're going to take a short break while we're under caution, and we'll get back to the action from NOLA right after this.
The Mission Foods Atlanta Speed Tour returns to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta March 24th through the 26th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association International GT. Saturday, take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Laps. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Atlanta Speed Tour, March 24th through the 26th. Advanced ticket discounts and camping is available. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Welcome back. As you can see, we're under caution, the Honda Civic. And interestingly enough, if you're wondering why we have a Honda Civic, well, all the engines that you're looking at in the back of these F4 cars are Honda Civic R engines, and in FR, the one that Oliver Westling races in, we have the Honda Civic R, but with the turbocharge. So a big, heavy presence from Honda, and we welcome them to the series as they do, and they're offering big prize money. If you can win this series, you will get an entry into the FR series and $25,000 for your work. So it's well worth trying to win out, and if you are in Oliver's position, Oliver Westling, the man who's alongside me, you could be going for a chance to go into the Super Formula in Japan with a win in FR. So Honda has put some enticing prizes for these young men and women out there. And this is the whole point, though. We want to make sure, as an FIA championship, these guys get a chance of winning super license points, because they all want to get into Formula One, but there are only 20 cars, of course, and therefore sometimes you have to accept that professionally racing cars. Oliver, I haven't asked you what's your ambition. Where do you want to be?
I want to be a Formula One champion. My dream is to win this championship in FR, to get the scholarship going to Japan to race Super Formula. I think we have a good shot at it this year. There's been some struggles in this weekend, but I'm definitely a top 3 car, and I think we can easily fight throughout the season to make that happen.
Well, Sweden has got a good history. We've got the likes of Stefan Johansson, who went to Formula One, obviously Marcus Ericsson, and both of them still involved. Of course, Johansson managing drivers now, including Scott Dixon, and of course Marcus Ericsson doing a hell of a job now in IndyCar racing. And that's the beauty of being in your position, is that yes, it's great to have that goal, and I still got to play centre forward for England up front, but Harry Kane's there at the moment, so you know.
Yeah.
We've all got our dreams, but I'm not mocking yours by any means. I hope you make it, but it is tough. But the beauty of motor racing at the moment is there are options either side, and sometimes, like Marcus, you could make it all the way to Formula One, and then the opportunity comes somewhere else, and then you take it.
Right. No, yeah, I think IndyCar is a great series. Formula One is not the only option. If you're a driver and you love car racing, you're gonna have a great time in either series. But Formula One is the tip top of the iceberg, and I think that Formula One will be an amazing achievement if you end up to be a Formula One champion.
Well, Sweden, well known for its rally car drivers, and they love their racing in Sweden. Yes, it's cold in the winter, I'll give you that, but they love their racing, I can assure you.
Yes, sir.
And we've had some great Swedes and Danes come to, and of course Finns, to race around the world, and we welcome you. Oliver Westling here as we're about to go starting racing again, and Lockhart, Jimmy Lockhart, will lead this massive field to the race start again, and this is an important part of the race. You've got to get away well from the start, but also if you're the man chasing, you've got to make it happen now. Costello eyeing his way through. Woods top in the 30 and the 27, excuse me, right there in the middle. Hodgson's in the middle there too. Everybody coming into Berg now in 5th place, trying to make it up another spot. Oh, it's nip and tuck as they come into 3. But it is Jimmy Lockhart still leading just about. What are the... well, that was Costello going wide, but just gets back in. He got lucky there, to be honest, because he could have got hung out to dry. He's still in 3rd at the moment.
I'm really impressed by Jimmy Lockhart's race pace. He's stretching it from the beginning, so it's a good sight to see.
Really good, yeah. Jimmy Lockhart leading the way at the moment. But now trying to get away from this group of chasing, and this is an important lap, because if you can break it in this opening lap with everybody else getting up to speed and having their own battles, as Berg is doing there right in the middle of your shot, in what, 6th place now? "11 minutes to go, so not a lot of time as they dive into turn 13, and you can see some overtakes being done and being executed nicely. And if you don't get it done here, coming into that 13, then it's really hard to do anything else around the outside like they're trying here, a couple of them. And onto the main straight again. And this front shot really shows you just how long this straight is. But Lockhart continuing to lead and continuing to extend that lead.
Oh, wow.
The gap 0.9, but the battle are really on now between Costello and Hodgson.
That was a good move by Costello.
Yeah, really good. Costello back up to second place now, but here comes Hodgson again. As he's going to have the line going into 3 at Bennett's. He's got it. Can he hold it? He does send Costello high and wide, but last time Costello came back and he's doing the same again this time. Meanwhile, the 31 of Sherlock, Titus Sherlock, coming into the battle.
Yeah, Costello's being pressed.
This is excellent stuff. I went to the driver briefing the other day and listened to Scott Goodyear tell everybody to keep it clean, keep your nose clean. You've got to finish the race. You're investing a lot of money to go racing. You want to be the best, but being the best does not mean you get into an accident and ruin your weekend. I know this is the last race of the weekend, but every race counts for points. And more importantly, when people are looking at drivers for the future, they want to see them race clean but race hard.
I think it's great with these F4 cars. The slipstream is so powerful in these cars. So when you're on the straightaway, you're going to get a massive slipstream. And I think in the F4 cars, they're much easier to overtake in the F4 cars because somehow the slipstream isn't very strong in the F4 car.
Yeah, interesting enough, you get more aero wash, but you don't get as much of a slipstream. I think these smaller cars are kind of like more suited, a bit like Miata racing, to slipstream racing in groups. And you could just slingshot out just exactly like you're seeing how they're weaving from side to side. It's not because they're lost, it's because they're trying to avoid being followed, quite literally. And Hodgson doing a good job in second place. But through comes the 27, Woods Toft, nicely done, into third place behind Costello now.
Very clean.
Nice move. Berg still there in the top 6. Then it's Lacey. Mosman moving up. He's gone from 10th to 8th position. Cara's dropped to 10th. And Juanillo is in 9th position, the man from Fort Lauderdale in Florida. So the race starting to settle down, and if anything, Lockhart pulling away. The gap 1.6 seconds now. Where do you start to feel comfortable? About 2 seconds, you go, okay, I got some control here.
Yeah, I think you want to be pushing, but I think that just around 2 seconds, or you should start feeling comfortable.
Yeah, 2 seconds though in a race like this could be gone in a matter of moments. So yeah, I don't think you're ever too comfortable.
Right.
But there you go.
Yeah, this racetrack, there's no comfort riding. You're jumping around with the car at all moments except the straightaway. So I think that it's a little different from riding in a limousine.
No kidding. So here we go then, looking at the times, looking further down the charts and looking at who's going where. Hannah Greenmeyer into the top 20, just behind Christopher Parrish at the moment, Parrish. And then Lando Matriano Lim in 18th position, Benavides in 17th, Maddie Aust, the girl you mentioned earlier, she's the highest female at the moment in 16th position. And then she's just behind Eric Wisniewski, who is coming to the season for the first time this year. As we've got more battles going on, as once again it involves Hodgson in the 30, in the middle of your shot there behind him, Woods Toft of Canada from Quebec.
I think the battle between Costello and Hodgson, it's slowing them down a little bit because Lockhart is seeming to get away.
Well, Lockhart's put in some excellent laps in the last few laps, and his last lap a 1:43.9, so he's on a much better pace. Everybody else in the 44s. There is one other car, that's Daniel Cara in the 1:43s, but there he is on the outside in the all yellow there, the Brazilian colors on the car, a man from Houston, Texas. And Brazil, or via Brazil, just like Oliver's from via Sweden. There's the casing that we were talking about. It is the number 30, yeah. So it was Lewis Hodgson who lost the casing on the first lap by the looks of things.
Wonder how that happened.
I know. You'd think the engineer's going to get, or somebody's going to get in trouble for not doing that up properly. Oh well. So Lockhart continued to dominate here. 2.4 seconds he's now got on the chasing pack, but that's just that. A chasing pack of Hodgson, Costello, Woods, Toth and Berg, and Sherlock also involved in that. Mosman up to 7th now. He's come into play as Lacey drops to 8th. So this little battle here between 3rd and 8th position is both a great battle, but also helping Lockhart move ahead and move away. And you can see the gap now as we look at the main straight. You can see where the leader is. He is absolutely pulverizing the competition here.
Yeah, that's big of a stretch.
Yeah,
oh, here we got some
3
weaving.
seconds down. Now we got some weaving on the straight. Are we going to get some overtakes? Costello trying to defend, and he just about holds off Woods top then. Now Berg on the stripe now, on the charge now. Mosman ahead of him. But round the outside, surely not. He's going to give it a go.
Maybe give it a little over-under.
Yeah, maybe do the switchback. Here he goes. But, well, he might. So, Alex Berg makes the move. But unfortunately, the 4th corner is a right-hander, and he has to slot back into place. Good racing, though.
Yeah, very clean.
Do you find as the season goes on, your racecraft gets better, you get more used to what the car's going to do underneath you, and when you can catch a moment where it's going to get out of shape, and you're just more proficient with it?
Yeah, I think the racecraft definitely increases. The more race time you have, the more you're going to learn from what other drivers are doing and how your car is handling. So yeah, definitely your racecraft is definitely increasing the more you race, and yeah, when you get so many races in the season, you definitely develop as a driver.
Now there's a yellow flag waving there in 13, and I wonder if that is a caution coming out. Yeah, they have slowed down, so I think we could be seeing a caution here with 4 minutes to go, and that is the reason why. Yep, it's Maddie Oust, the female driver, coming back for a 2nd year for Crosslink Kiwi. Had a chat with her at lunch the other day, enjoying her racing. She's from Colorado. Excuse me, she's from Dallas, Texas. What am I talking about?
Yeah, she might have had an engine issue. I don't see that she went off in a bad place.
Now, the question is, can they clear it up in time? They've got a digger out there or a crane out there very quickly indeed. And now Jimmy Lockhart is going, please finish this race.
Yeah.
Whereas Michael Costello is going, right, I need to give Jay Howard a win here for the weekend.
Yeah, Costello is slowly preparing.
Good effort by Frankie Mosman. He's come back to 5th place, dropping Berg back to 6th. And Daniel Cara up to 7th now. So it could be a really good or interesting restart if we get one. Where do you like to race? You've got a big season ahead of you, lots of different tracks. Where's a good one for you?
I think that VIR, Virginia, is my strong track. Yeah, I love going through those S's and the chicanes. It's one of the best feelings because you are flat out, even in that far cars, through those turns. So yeah, I think that Virginia has a lot of high-speed corners and mid-speed. Yeah, Coda is another great one. Circuit of the Americas is a great car for the FR Americas. But I do think that it is a little too big for an F4 car, but the F4 cars do great there always.
Yeah, we've had some great racing over the years there. It looked like another car stuck out on track just out of turn 4 by the looks of it, or going into turn 4. Oliver's got to go. He's got to go and get into his car, so we wish Oliver Westling watch out for the number 1 car. It's the blue, and it is, yeah. Oh, wow, it's a nasty moment. So thank you, Oliver, for coming in here, and it is car number 7 that's stuck out on track. So another incident, not the one that we thought of, and we wish Westling some good luck in the next race, and unfortunately this car is not going anywhere, and it's going to get yanked out of, that's Eric Wisniewski, who's only in his first weekend. He was a development driver last year, so he did a bit of SVRA. He was too young to do the series, so you have to be 15, and he was just a little too young. So he's now in the championship, but has been involved in an incident of some sort, and it was parked up there. So whether they get him out of the way, it could mean that we finish under caution here. But my thanks to Oliver. We wish him well in his race. Watch out for the man from Emerald Hills, California, in the number 1 Jensen car. The blue and blue, light blue and dark blue car. We'll see in action very soon. So what can Jimmy Lockhart do at this restart? Or will he need to do one, I wonder? Guys are usually pretty proficient here, and Scott Goodyear will make the call as to when the safety car can come off, but certainly not now. And they'll have to do at least another lap, but the clock ticks down, and my fear is that this will finish under caution. But remember, this is basically high school for high school aged kids, really. But no, this is high school of motor racing. This is where you learn your trade, you learn what motor racing is all about. And if you do make it to Indy and you do make it to Formula One, these are the kind of cars, although they're much smaller, these ones, but you're going to be driving similar sort of cars with similar sort of technology, with engineers, with data, with tires that need to stay warm, with wings that need to get you downforce. So the basics are right here. This is your intro to motor racing, if you will. Karting is the first step. Formula 4 is the second step. And I mentioned this early this morning. What you're looking at now is the future of the sport. And while all of them can't go to the dizzy heights and make it all the way, this is where Lando Norris started, in F4 in England. And there are F4 championships all around the world. And it's a great starting point. And from there, you can go up to Formula Regional, which is the F3 class. And from there, it spreads right out because you have several different international Formula 3 class championship and Formula Regional championships. And if you can make it through there, just as Hunter Yaney did from the United States, then you could make it to the FIA F3. Hunter Yaney going from F4 here in the States into FR and then on to FIA F3. Another route would be like Raoul Hyman. Starting out in single-seaters, he made it up to FR. Had to take a couple of years off during COVID and then came back and dominated in FR last year. And the English driver, born in South Africa, is now racing with a Honda team in Super Formula, which is, again, one step away from Formula One. So this is where it all begins. But if you get it right, within a matter of just a couple of years, you can be at the dizzy heights of potentially earning a living out of motor racing, if not being a huge success, and finding your way onto the fabled F1 grid. Question is, are we going to get restarted? Just a reminder, Jimmy Lockhart leading this race at the moment under caution in the Velocity Racing Development Honda. Michael Costello behind him in the Jay Howard development car. Patrick Woods-Toth just behind him, the Canadian in the Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport Honda. Crosslink Kiwi, the most successful team here. Gary Orton, Tina Larson, running teams both here in America and in New Zealand. And from their base in Nelson, in New Zealand, and their American base here in Dallas, Texas. You'll have heard some of the drivers talking about going to Crescent and testing. They are based right by the Crescent circuit, just outside Dallas, Texas. And they've had a huge success of bringing young drivers and making them into young stars of the future, no question about it. This then the final lap, and as we expected, it's going to finish under caution. And sure enough, there is the checkered flag. But that doesn't mean it's bad news for Jimmy Lockhart, because that means it's a double win for him, and he's going to lead the championship after NOLA. So it's a win for Jimmy Lockhart, his second of the weekend for Velocity Racing Development and Kiwi. And Michael Costello for Jay Howard takes second place, and Patrick Woods-Toth takes third. Hodgson is fourth. Frankie Mosman is fifth. Alex Berg is sixth, and Daniel Cara seventh. Further down, Jesse Lacey of Australia, 8th. Kakai Huberano is in 9th position, and Titus Sherlock drops down to 10th after being embroiled in a accident of some sort. But well done to Jimmy Lockhart. That's a great result for the American Aussie. And one that, all right, he did it without racing over the line at speed, but it won't matter to him at all. Great result, and it's been a good weekend for him. So as Jimmy Lockhart takes the victory, we'll take a look at the highlights from that final race of F4 for the weekend. We got off to a good start. Michael Costello trying to defend his position at the front. Casing's coming off. And then some good battles. Jimmy Lockhart making this move to take the lead away from Costello. And then safety cars came out. One damaged car there going off onto the grass at the restart once again. Hodson defending, Costello getting into the lead. And back came Hodson. Costello going wide, Matty Oust going off. And so too, young Wisniewski in the number 7. And then we finished, as you saw, under safety with Jimmy Lockhart with the win. So they'll make their way back to Parc Fermé, as you can see. We'll take a short break here from NOLA Motorsports Park, and we'll be back with one more race to go from the Speed Tour. Join us in a moment.
There is less than 1/100th of an inch of motor oil protecting your car's engine. Friction and heat causes engine oil to experience thermal breakdown, weakening its ability to protect the engine and its parts. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer is specially formulated to resist thermal breakdown, protect vital engine parts, and extend the life of your engine. It also stops smoking, knocking, and oil consumption in worn engines. Lucas Heavy Duty Oil Stabilizer. Keep that engine alive.
Feel the power. Experience the excitement. You're in the driver's seat. At Skip Barber, you learn from the best. Whether you are a new driver that wants to learn accident avoidance or a seasoned racer looking to improve, we have a program for you. We're your #1 destination for auto racing and driving schools. Skip Barber. Feel the power.
Welcome back to NOLA Motorsport. We're just getting a selfie done here in the booth because that's how we roll. Because I'm here with the lovely Ava Dobson, who is trying out racing for the first time in Formula 4 in terms of development racing. She's not actually in the championship right now, but I've been watching her all weekend going around the circuit, and now she's going to get a chance to talk about the big boys, where she wants to be eventually. And a couple of women also involved in this series as well, as in there is in F4 as well. As we look at Callum Hedge, who had a sensational race too, and looking for more in the same. But let's first of all welcome Ava. Ava, tell us a little bit about yourself. You're not old enough, am I right, to do the full championship in Formula 4 yet?
Yeah, I'm still 14, so like I got to do like the development series for a while until June.
Until June, yeah. That's when you turn 15.
Yeah.
Awesome. And will you jump straight in then and try?
Yes, I will.
Good for you. Yeah. So you have been though in the car this weekend and basically getting some laps, getting some experience.
Yes, I have.
So you're from Wisconsin? Whereabouts in Wisconsin? Cheeseland?
My dad lives in Brookfield, Wisconsin, and my mom lives in Franklin. So, in like the Milwaukee area.
Ah, yeah. Know it well.
Yeah.
Know it well. We go up there. We go up to Brainerd in Wisconsin now and again. So we go racing up there. And I know the women in Wisconsin are hardy women. So I know if you want to take on the boys in motor racing, you're going to have to be a tough lady. But I figure that from where you are, you will be fine. Road America, of course, that's the other circuit we go to.
Yeah.
We don't go to Brainerd at the moment, but great circuit. They've just repaved it. Have you ever been up there?
I have not.
Well, we'll have to get you up there and put you in a car.
Yeah.
So we're starting to look at the FR grid. Is this something you want to end up doing eventually?
Yeah, something similar to it. I mean, they're pretty fast. They're pretty cool.
So where did you start your career? I'm sure there's a lot of young girls out there wondering, you know, hey, I'm 14, I want to go racing. Hey, Dad, can I go racing? You come from a family that knows racing.
Yes.
And has been involved in racing. So that's kind of easier because they get it. But how do you start and what do you do?
Well, I started in go-karts for a while, and like since I was 8 with my dad and with Franklin Motorsports, and then I went on to be with Bennick, and I've just progressed a lot, and I've been doing really well.
Good for you. Well, Ava Dobson, a name for the future, standing alongside me today as we get ready for our FR race. And we've had some good racing, Ava. I don't know, I mean, you've been out being busy, but I've been watching the racing from Formula Regional. And we've got quite a small group this year, but we've got a really interesting group because we've got some guys who are coming here for the first time and certainly taking on NOLA for the first time, and then others returning who've both raced NOLA and know the car as well. So it's going to get interesting as everybody gets dialed in. They head out onto the track, and we've already had some great races from Ryan Sheehan. He's won both the races so far, the young 18-year-old. And I met Ryan when he was your age, funnily enough, in Austin, Texas, and he was just starting out. He went to COTA when he was 8 years old and fell in love with motor racing, and now here he is on the FR grid. So dreams can come true if you get it right.
Yeah.
Ava, first and foremost, tell me about this track. You've got this long straight here. How is it, you know, in a single-seater car like this?
It's a long track, but it's fun. It's a lot of high speed, so draft's pretty important, and it's pretty grippy out there. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, and how is that transition from basically a go-kart where you've got no aero downforce or anything? Is that quite a, you know, does that mess with your head? Does it take a while to learn it?
It definitely does take a while to learn it. I'm still learning it myself, you know. It's first, like, real weekend being out with everyone, and yeah.
And do you find yourself, is it intimidating when you're side by side? Because karts, you know, you kind of trundle over people in karts because you don't fear anything with a car because everybody's in the same boat, whereas you've got a full metal box around you and a big engine behind you now. Is it a bit more, are you a bit more cautious?
I definitely am, because, you know, they're faster, they're bigger, saving everyone some money.
So the family's behind you, Dad's behind you. Is he pushing you, or at least helping you?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, he is.
So your dad raced, your granddad raced, did Mum race?
No, just Dad's side.
So how does she? Because it's always the mums you have to get to. When it comes to the budget, you have to convince them. Is she all right with you racing?
Yes, she is. She's pretty okay with it.
I always find that the girls that go well in motor racing are the ones that are good horse riders too, because if you can jump on an animal with no fear and rein that in, then you'll take or a water skier. You know, these girls that have no fear about what they're doing in whatever sporting attributes they've got, and they just go for it. So yeah, good for you. Well, we wish you well, Ava, and tell us what you see when you see it, because we've got a full race of some 20 minutes plus of the Formula R. Do you know any of the guys in this series?
I just know Ryan.
Yep,
I've heard about him a lot this weekend. He's pretty fast.
Yeah, he's going really well. I've actually spent 6 weeks with him in New Zealand in the last few months, watching him race in the FR Oceania series. So very similar to this, the Formula Regional Americas Championship. Almost identical cars, so it's a great learning curve, and that's the beauty of both F4 and FR. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can pick up and jump in one of these cars if you're used to them and compete. And it doesn't matter what the engine is, it doesn't matter what the chassis is. They're all built to a spec, and so spec racing at its finest, and therefore everybody's got a fair chance of competing. So the grid lining up, and we'll be underway. How far? It must feel like an eternity from the start of the race all the way to the finish.
Yeah, it feels like forever. It's just like, I want to get to the first corner.
Yeah, no kidding. Especially when people are behind you. I saw you do a restart in the Formula V race, and I saw you go through the gearbox, and you took off like a scolded cat, but because I know you knew they were trying to catch you up very quickly. Well, this is race 3, round 3 of the championship. On go the lights. And in a moment, they'll go to 5 and again go out. Revs go up, out go the lights, away we go. And Cooper Beckland on the left-hand side in the Dayglow yellow, trying to get a good start away from Callum Hedge, who won the second race, who was podium on the second race, and it is Callum Hedge who takes the lead here from New Zealand. Ava Dobson alongside me. That's just the kind of start you want, isn't it? Now, there was oil down and a damaged car down, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem coming through turn 2. We'll keep an eye out for that. Where would you make an overtake if you were confident enough? We saw one at 4 the other day, but it's tricky in this infield section, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely is. It's like a little nerve-wracking. You don't know if you're going to make it or not, so you just got to be careful, like where you put the car.
Yeah, and how hard when you're amongst other cars is it to judge where the other cars are going to be, or do you get an innate feeling? I mean, you can't be looking in your mirrors the whole time, but do you get a sort of instinct feeling as to where the other people are?
Sometimes I do, but like definitely not all the time, because they're pretty unpredictable.
That's very true indeed. Well, we're looking high above from the drone, and already Callum Hedge building a lead in this race. Got a podium last time out and has come to make some hay here. Another Kiwi coming to America like so many others. And Oliver Westling's gone round. The man who was in this booth not 20 minutes ago has turned it around with Hayden Bowlesby, the local man from New Orleans, who's just having an atrocious luck this weekend. And I'm sure we'll get another look at that, but I think it was just a racing incident. I don't think it was anybody at fault, really. They just came together, was what it looked like. Let's hope they carry on racing, because what Callum Hedge does not want is for this race to be restarted, or at least to have a safety car where he drags back up and gets caught up by the 29 of Nick Persing. There's Ryan Sheehan. He's won both races so far. He's on for the triple. And Cooper Beckland is also looking for a decent race out of this. Hey, but let's take a look at what happened there with Oliver Westling and see if we can see it any closer than what you think. Here they are, side by side. Oh, yeah. Okay, well, Oliver Westling had nothing to do with it, really. He got tapped from Bowlesby. Whose fault?
You know, I can't...
Hard to say, isn't it?
Hard. Yeah, it's hard to say.
I don't think certainly Bowlesby wasn't intending in any way to barge his way through. I think he just found himself on track and then suddenly found himself up against Oliver Westling. But poor old Westling's had a bit of a tough weekend himself. He went off of the S's earlier in the weekend, the man from California. So back to the action. somebody squealing the tires. You can really hear it from up here even. Through goes the 22. That's Max Hewitt. We haven't seen a lot from Max Hewitt, the kid from Houston, Texas, for IGY6 Motorsports. There he is, out on track, finally. And also, it's good to see Austin Hill out there. He was towed back this morning after some damage to his car. So everybody cleanly through, and Callum Hedge leading the way as he dives into turn 1. So where's the place where you think each lap, okay, I'm going to try a little bit harder here or a little bit deeper here? Is there places where you're still looking at the track and going, I can be quicker here?
Honestly, when I go around the track, I just choose one corner, get really good at it, and just work on the next one that I think I could do better on.
So literally, you kind of join the puzzle together bit by bit.
Yeah.
Okay, good to know. I mean, I'm learning just listening to you. That's a good approach, because if you try to do it all at once, you're just going to forget what you learned. And you're right. I've having done a little bit of karting myself, I know what you mean. Once you get one corner, it becomes almost instinctual, because you kind of approach it at exactly the same point, you brake at the same point, and then you roll into it. Sometimes you might get it right, sometimes you might not, but you're close enough each and every time, and then you go, right, I still haven't got this one right, or I'm watching the guy ahead of me, and he's faster through there, so why? What am I going to do?
Yeah.
All right, 25 minutes to go in this one, and already the field is spreading out, but it is Callum Hedge at the front of this one from Kiwi Motorsport. Race for M2 competition in New Zealand. And here's a good battle. This is Ryan Shearhan trying to hold off the 39 of Bryson Morris. Bryson Morris had a good battle with Callum Hedge last time out, and they're in it again as they come down the straight. And with the length of this straight, you should, it's harder in an FR car, but you see Bryson trying to jink out, but you should get a little bit of a drag, a little bit of a tow, where the car gets sucked in and gets faster, right?
Yes, 100%.
And is that, how close do you have to be for that to happen?
Honestly,
pretty close.
Say, yeah, you had to be close enough to where you can get behind the guy, because they move around on the straightaways. So you don't.
And do you actually feel it, so that you're like, okay, I'm going faster now, I need to make the overtake?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're learning something here, guys. I hope you're listening in, because this is the tactics of how you learn to race at this level. It's all about slicks and wings. It's all about a little bit of downforce and a little bit of skill. You've got more power than you probably need, especially in these FR cars. So it's all about measuring that power against the race that you're in and who you're racing against. And already this field's spreading out dramatically. Still a long way to go in this. And Bryson Morris still trying to make an attack in the number 39. Pretty much most of this paddock has come the same way you have, which is through karting and onto this. And it is, it's really hard learning thing. If you're in school, you'd have time to kind of redo the books or re-over something. When you're in a race, you're learning on the fly, aren't you? You're basically, you haven't got time to. You're either in it or not in it, right? And because they're so expensive, you can't sort of come back in the evening and do an extra few laps.
Yeah.
You got to get it right first time. So we're looking at Bryson Morris doing a good job here of trying to catch the man in front of him, Ryan Shearhan. Here he is in the 66. From Austin, Texas. He had a big karting accident, actually, and it almost ended his hopes of getting further. But he recovered well and has fought his way back over the years. And it's great to see him at the height of his powers again. And making his debut in FR Americas this weekend with 2 wins under his belt. He'll want to see if he can get on the podium again before the end of this race, and he's certainly on song to do that. He's going to hold off Bryson Morris, though, for now. So what other sports have you tried, or has it always been, I think I'll do motor racing?
Well, at school I do track stuff to just for fun,
Yeah, good fitness. And do you have a good fitness regime already?
I kind of do. I'm working on it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I had a couple of girls that were racing in the Oceania series, and I was asking about their workout regime, because you can't just go to the gym and pick weights up. You've got to be careful about what muscles or what fatigue do you find is the first thing that really hits you after a day of racing. What is it that's tired?
It's usually like my arms that get tired. Yeah, upper arms for sure.
So you're going to have to work out on that. Certainly the neck, as you get higher up the ranks, more G-force, the neck muscles become, very tough to be dealt with. You've got to get strong neck muscles as well. I've heard that's another good reason. But you also don't want to overly build muscles. You want to stay light, and you're the perfect size for a racing driver. We'll get you into IndyCar, no problem. But it's good to have that, Danica Patrick. One of the things that everybody said was, she's so light, she's got the advantage over us. But hey, you take what you can. Danica Patrick recently retiring, and now going into the world of TV, doing a good job too. Now back to the action. At the moment, Callum Hedge leading this race. A recovery by Oliver Westling and Hayden Bowlesby, and they're back at it again. So no love lost. They've come together, and now they're back out on track against each other. Meanwhile, at the front, Callum Hedge still leading. This is a good battle because Nick Persing won't let him go at the moment. And he's close enough, isn't he, to be able to make a move. Have you been watching Persing? He's been doing radicals as well as he's been racing in 2 series this weekend.
Oh, really?
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Yeah, he's pretty on it. So we know his fitness level is good because he's been doing 2 championships. But I was saying to some of the other guys, watching it on TV, you just don't realize how physical it is. When you get out of the car, are you exhausted?
Sometimes I am when it's like really hot out. Yeah, I get pretty tired afterwards.
So fitness is key. I always hate it when people say, these racing drivers, they're just adrenaline junkies. And well, it's not the case. You have to be very fit, very focused. You're putting your life on the line, let's face it. You're in a big metal machine, and it really is fight and flight. So your every sense is heightened because of what you're doing, and you have to be every part of an athlete you possibly can be. Having done quite a lot of sports growing up myself, never motor racing mine, but I know what it takes to be an athlete, and I know that racing these cars, having just done a few laps myself and some race schools, you do have to be on your game to get it right. So which section of the track do you like?
I like the S's.
Yeah.
That's my favorite part.
Pretty much flat out, right?
Yep.
But you can. It's easy to get wrong though as well. We saw Oliver go off earlier this weekend.
Yeah, it is. If you mess up like a little bit or you hit the bump the wrong way, you could spin it out pretty easily.
And how's the car? Does it give you feedback? Does it let you know when you're pushing too hard or starting to lose it?
Yeah, it definitely does. I could feel it in the rear end. It just wants to spin out on me.
And what do you do at that point? Do you put the brakes on or do you let off the gas?
I let off. I let off both. Just let the car settle down a little bit and then just get going again.
Okay. You're listening to Ava Dobson, one of our development drivers. Just 14 years of age. She'll be in the championship. She just reminded me, when's your birthday, June?
June 9th.
June 9th. Bring it on. Can't come quick enough. Well, it's not that far away.
Yeah, no. Should be closer.
What are we getting? A new suit? New helmet?
Get a new suit.
All right, new suit. Good. You'll go faster in a new suit. That's definitely the case. Always is. Ryan Sheehan pushing on now. Currently in 4th position. It's been a big weekend so far for him, and he's going to be leading the championship at the end of this weekend if he continues where he is. And I think that's the smart move by him. I don't think he's going to make in 17 minutes the lead of the race, especially with one of his fellow Oceania competitors in Callum Hedge at the front. Bit of smoke there. I don't know what that was, whether it was a lock-up or not, but either way, we're still going. And another lock-up there. So the man in front of Callum Hedge, that's Cooper Becklin, is making quite a few mistakes in front, and that's why he's caught up. locking up, maybe pushing a little too hard. Here come your leaders. And this is a good battle because Callum Hedge just cannot shake Persing. Let's look at the lap times. 1:37.2, 1:37.4. How close are you watching your lap times? I know you're learning, but are you kind of mentally going, right, I was quicker that lap, or?
Yeah, I can definitely tell when I'm going faster than like one lap or the other.
Do you come in and get over the data afterwards?
I do, always.
Do you enjoy that side of it? Because that's a huge part of modern rotor racing. I mean, it may not be the fun side, but it's an important side.
Yeah, no, I love learning new things with Jay and the team. They're constantly helping me through everything.
You'll laugh at this. I asked the team manager what it was like to work with female drivers and male drivers, and he said, what I like about the girls is they listen. You tell them something to do, and they go and do it. Whereas the hot-headed young boys, they're like, yeah, I'll take it all on board, and then they go and do something different until they finally realize that you're right, and you know what you're talking about. Whereas the girls tend to trust that you're in that position of being a driver coach or an engineer for a reason, and you're trying to soak up as much information as possible. So there's an advantage, so keep that.
I will.
15 minutes to go. Callum Hedge leading this race from Nick Persing. Persing's had one heck of a weekend. He's going to be exhausted by the end of it. Callum Hedge coming into this from New Zealand. He's on a plane tonight off to New Zealand. Straight from New Orleans. He's flying at 9 p.m. tonight, and off he goes. Back home for a few hours. Quick shower and a shave, I would have thought. And then he's off again. And back to Australia, where he's racing in the Porsche Carrera Series and racing for Earl Bamber. And that's going to be quite an eye-opening year. So he's already done one, was it Crowded House, the group that said 4 seasons in one day? Well, Callum Season's doing 3 seasons in 1 season. Brilliant. So it's going to be a long year for Callum, but he loves every minute of it. And just like Ava alongside me here, loves being in the car at all moments. Now, this battle starting to rage again between Bowlesby and Oliver Westling. Bowlesby got it wrong last time, in my opinion. And I don't think Westling will be letting him pass too quickly, do you? So, where do you reckon, Ava? He's going to have a move here. As we go through 3. I've seen a couple of inside moves in 4 here. Callum Hedge tried one, but that's not the line, but he just sort of stuck his nose up the inside and made a move. So it can be done there. But from here on out, you're pretty much in one line, right?
Yep.
And flat out?
Flat out.
Flat out through these corners, loving it. Now to the back part of the circuit and what we've been calling the S's. And they are just that. And in a single-seater like this, they are flat out. And that was where Westling made a mistake earlier. Likewise, in the Trans Am race, Justin Marks went off there by just touching a wheel on the grass. And he said his tyres weren't up to 100% temperature, and he just went flying off into the grass. Luckily, he saved it and came back for a 3rd place. So this is a nail-biting fight at the front for Callum Hedge, because he cannot shake Persing at the moment. And they're swapping, not fastest laps per se, but they are right in each other's wheel tracks. 1:37.4 last time out, and a 1:36.9. So Persing actually quicker than the man in front of him as we go back to Ryan Sheehan. His last lap, a 1:36.3. But of course, he is battling with Cooper Becklin, who made a couple of lockups a moment ago, and now the 3 of them are on track because Bryson Morris has caught up with both of them. So Ava, I'm guessing that FR is something you've got your eye on in what, 2 or 3 years?
Maybe.
What kind of would you do other kind of racing? I mean, you're starting in single seaters. You're doing the obvious, karting to single seaters. But what else would you be interested in?
You know, I'm not really sure yet. I haven't had like a...
Why should you be?
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine. But no, do you like sports cars? I mean, or is single seaters?
I like the single seaters. Yeah, they're fun.
I always think that most people in their teens like to stay with single seaters, and then they'll branch out and they'll discover. But if you lose the focus of single seaters, people don't tend to look at you seriously. And you're saying the right things, because at this age you want to focus as much as you can, because there's so many people at your age trying to do the same thing. And it's hard. You know, if you don't focus, yeah, it's really tough. But you're doing the right thing. And come June, you'll be hearing from Ava Dobson. What's your number? What's going to be your number?
21.
Perfect. She's going to have a 21, and she's going to be racing for J. Howard Development. So we'll watch her on the F4 grid when she gets there. She'll be joining the likes of Hannah Greenmeyer and Maddie Oast. Have you met either of those two?
I've met Hannah Greenmeyer, I think, a few times.
Good karter herself.
Yeah, she is.
Accomplished karter for Scusi, yeah.
Yeah.
I think the first female to go and win the Pro Tour.
I think so, yeah.
Pretty impressive. So then, this three-way battle, and it's going to decide the podium because Cooper Becklin is hanging on in there at the moment, and you can see, look, Ryan Sheehan all over the back of him, and the clock ticking down, and if anything, I think Cooper's a bit of a sitting duck at the moment. Even from these TV pictures, you can see that Ryan's faster, can't you?
Yeah, I can.
Cooper's doing a good job, though. There's not that many other places to overtake, and so if he just defends as best he can, he might hold him off. It just depends how aggressive. I would have thought Ryan's in two minds here. And here comes another man to the battle, and that's number 12. That's Manuel Rosa of Mexico City, another young teenager coming through. Has been racing in NACAM in Mexico and flying the Mexican flag. His parents here this weekend. I met them earlier. And not too many drivers coming out of Mexico City in the last few years, but great to have him on board as he chases the likes of Pato O'Ward, who of course is in IndyCar currently. There's Esteban Gutierrez and of course Perez. Now in Formula One, but all starting out in this, and this is where all the stars of the future start, which is why I love having people like Ava here in the booth, because we get to know the names before perhaps they make it in this game, and it's nice to be able to say, oh yeah, I remember them. Oh, a big lock up from Cooper. He's struggling here, and now Ryan's got to be careful because Rosa is coming through. He is having a ball out there. Suddenly he's found a new win here, and he is coming fast because we've got a four-way battle, and Cooper Becklin can't hold on forever. Where's the safest place to make a pass? 13?
The safest place?
Well, I mean, safest in terms of not getting yourself in trouble. I'm thinking coming up into this next right-hander in a moment.
Yeah, 13, I'd say for sure.
All right.
You can really get it in there and just show them that you're there.
Yeah. And that's the point, isn't it? Because it's so easy. This is where we're talking about right here.
Yeah.
But nobody overtaking this time out. But the next opportunity will come at turn 1 as they come through the Mission Foods turn 15. And they are like a freight train, all stuck together. And now Rosa right there with them. Now, Cooper, can you hold them off, I wonder? Down the main straight they come. Here comes Ryan Sheehan. Looking for a way past. The clock is ticking down. 8 minutes to go. He looks to the outside, and that is a possible overtake, because if you can get round the outside, you'll have the inside line to the next corner at turn 2. And the inside line at 3, which is another left-hander. No change yet. Yeah, I had a little lunch with Manuel. Nice kid. Oh, and another lock-up at turn 4. That's the second time. And I don't know what, it's the balance of the car or the tyres just going off. What do you think? I mean, do your tyres start locking up like that?
Yeah, sometimes I do that when there's like a bunch of people behind me and I'm just trying to I just don't want them to be behind me anymore. I just want to be gone away from them. So you almost start stressing out.
Yeah, literally, you start stressing out. You start over-driving. And I think, if anything, I don't think he's trying to slow them down. There's no reason for him to do that. He wants to stay ahead of them, but I think he's actually driving in his mirrors, which they always say, don't drive in your mirrors, because it's only going to stress you out further, because what you end up doing is looking at the guys behind you, worrying too much about that, and missing your braking point.
Yep.
Easy to do. Yeah, and it's easy for me to sit here and say that. Callum Hedge, though, continues to lead. Now, here's Rosa in the 12. There's the Mexican flag with the American flag on the side of it too. They base themselves out of Houston, Texas. And down that long straight. It must feel like you go on forever. You could write your to-do list going down that main straight. Ryan, with 6 minutes to go, is definitely thinking about it. Now, he knows that turn 4 is a possibility. That's where it seems that Cooper's struggling. We're coming up to 3 now, the Bennett's Bridge Hall corner. And let's see if Ryan starts to make a move here as they come towards 4. Yep, again, the lock-up on the right front. You know, oh, and that was a nudge from Ryan. And, well, they say Robbins racing, but that was a little too aggressive, but I think he just banged into him, really. He wasn't expecting him to be that slow as they exited that corner, but it's not helped Ryan Sheehan at all, because now the man behind him, Bryson Morris, is right there too. So a bit of a moment there. And you don't want to upset the car like that, do you, Ava? I mean, it's all very well to hit the back of somebody, but you could unstable yourself and then spin around quite easily.
Yeah.
So we've got Ava Dobson here in the booth. She's been. When's your next development drive? What will you get out again?
Road America.
Okay, cool.
So I don't know who I'll be racing with, but
doesn't matter.
Yeah, just
go for it.
As long as they're cool.
Yeah, I watched Wyszynski do that last year, and there was no question you could see him improving as the season went on. So here's the interval, half a second between Hedge and Persig, and it's not changed all race long. They've got a huge lead to Becklin, Sheehan, and Morris, who are in their own battle with Rosa, and this is a 4-way battle for the podium. Behind them, that battle between Westling and Bowlesby continues. Westling holding him off in 7th place, and then it's Hill, Hewitt, and Jansen, and again, Ryan Sheehan tucked up behind the 19. And I can't think that Ryan's going to be happy sitting behind here, because he's already nudged the back of him. And as they come into 3 here, we're coming into that vital turn 4 where Beckling really does seem to struggle. Let's see what happens this time. Well, he's a bit more gingerly through that corner, but he's still not quick. You can see how close that Ryan Sheehan gets, and he's going to try around the outside now. Is this his chance now? Ryan Sheehan now looks to the inside. He just can't find a way, and if he can't find a way past him, Morris and Rosa are going to pounce. And you find yourself getting frustrated when you're in a battle like this, and it doesn't matter whether it's karting or F4. If you're constantly trying to overtake, you're actually slowing each other down, aren't you?
Yeah, you are.
And so that is also a problem for Sheehan, who's got the opportunity, but he just can't make it stick. So he's going to be frustrated too. Come on, Ryan, get through those S's. Now make your dive. And he can't do it here again. And to be fair, Becklin is doing a good job of staying on the racing line and staying in the middle of the track, if you will, or at least making it hard for anybody who wants to overtake him to overtake. He's just making sure that if you want an inside move, you've got to make it stick, and if you want to go around the outside, and that might be what Ryan Sheehan tries to do this time. He got close last time, but here comes Morris as well. Here comes Sheehan. He's gone to the inside. Now he's going for the overtake. And this time it could come off, and he's side by side with Becklin, and Becklin just squeezes through. Well done, Cooper Becklin. Back comes Ryan Sheehan, and, well, Cooper Becklin's lost out. Rosa's gone with him. This is great stuff by the 2 Crosslink Kiwi boys. And the 18-year-old Ryan Sheehan makes up a spot and onto the podium. What do you reckon, Ava? All fair?
Yep, all fair.
Okay, we've got our driver's eye here. She thinks it's fine. And yeah, I think it was bound to happen at some point that Cooper Becklin would lose out. And that was good driving from Ryan Sheehan. He just set him up there down the long straight and then forced his way up the inside, leaving Cooper nowhere to go. But Cooper kept his foot in, trying to get round on the outside and then on the inside of the second corner, and then just got hung out to dry a little bit, and Rosa came through as well. So this is going to be a good result for the young Mexican driver. If he can get a 4th out of this. Remember, this is his first weekend in FR and in America. So really impressive by him. Ryan Sheehan's been around this single-seaters for a couple of years now. He was 4th in the championship in Formula 4 last year, was vying for the championship, had an accident at VIR where he was taken out of one of the races while he was in contention, and then mathematically when they came into COTA he could have won, but it wasn't to be. Now, Ava, I want you to see what you see here. We're going to have another look at that overtake. You take me through what you see. So he's coming up side by side. Now, what does Cooper do wrong here? He just went a little too strong. Do you think he was a bit too hard into turn 2?
Yeah, I think he might have been, or he just caught the marbles a little bit and just kind of went off.
I think he was trying to defend his position too hard, and by the time he got through one, like you say, we went wide. And once you're on those marbles, well, you tell me, it's pretty slippy out there. It's like ice, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be when you get in the marbles.
When we say marbles, just so you understand, we're talking about the tiny bits of round rubber that come off the tires, and they roll up into literally little marbles, and they feel like marbles when you're on them because they're so slippery, and so they're called the racing marbles. Now, a man with plenty of marbles is this man, Callum Hedge, and he's got a strong lead now. While we've been watching that battle, he's been building his, and it was half a second a while ago, but as you can see, the white flag comes out, and Callum Hedge is in a huge lead now of over 6 seconds as he crosses the line for the final time. Here comes the number 17, Callum Hedge, to make a little bit of history for the Hedge family, because this will be the first Hedge to win on American soil. Doesn't come from a racing family. The lady next to me, Ava, does, but Callum basically jumped into motor racing, tried a bit of rugby, found he wasn't great at that, and said, right, I'm doing motor racing. And ever since, he's put his head down. He's won in tin tops. He continues to win in tin tops in Porsches. He's won in single-seaters, got several wins, I think 4 wins in the Oceania Championship on the way to being runner-up in that, picked up a bunch of super license points, and looking to do the same again here in the US of A. Like I said, he's flying out tonight to go back to race in Australia, then he'll be back in a month's time to race again in FR, doing the full season, and this bodes well. The weekend didn't start perfectly for Callum. He had a gremlin in the engine in qualifying and qualified 4th after getting several really good practice sessions in. But this is the Callum Hedge I've come to know over the years, just dominating the tracks and dominating the racing, and also racing hard all the way to the finish. And the Giltrap group on the side of the car, and the Tony Quinn Foundation, as they were back at home in New Zealand for him. And another Kiwi is going to win in America. We've got so many of them here at the highest level, and now Callum Hedge steps up in FR and wins for New Zealand and the New Zealand team of Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport here in America. Congratulations to Hedge. He beats Persing, but this battle is going to go all the way to the end as well, between Rosa and Ryan Sheehan for the podium. 2 teammates again from Crosslink. Oh, it's nip and tuck. Rosa's going to try to make one attempt here at the climb, but I think Ryan Sheehan's going to hold on. And Sheehan does hold on to take 3rd place away. And Rosa takes 4th. And Morris will take 5th, Bowlesby 6th, Westling in 7th, and Hill in 8th position. But a good race from Ryan Sheehan. More importantly, a good weekend for Ryan Sheehan. That really has set him up for the weekend coming and the weekends ahead. Now, Ava, before you go, where can people find you? Where can have you got social? Have you got all that sort of going? I know you're on the development team of the Howard of the J Howard development team. So where else might we be looking for you? Got on Instagram, anything like that?
Yeah, I got Instagram. Ava Dobson 21.
21. There you go. Yeah. And that's her number. She turns 15 on June 9th.
Yes.
And then she'll be racing with all of them in F4. We wish you well. Continue your learning curve. We look to see you out there on the race. We'll look out for you. I'll be looking out for your race at 21. Enjoy it. Enjoy it while you can. And have fun out there. My thanks to you. But don't forget, if you want to see the highlights on MAV TV of the Trans Am, you can tune into MAV TV, where TA2 series, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series, will be on air 8 p.m. Eastern on Thursday, March 16th, and the following hour, that's 9 p.m. Eastern on the same night, you can watch the highlights of TA, XT, XGT, SGT, and GT. Well, my thanks to Ava Dobson. Thanks for coming up here.
Thank you.
Enjoy your racing when it comes up next. And now the cattle are headed home, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to go home where the cattle, buffalo roam, as well as the cows. But that's the end from NOLA. We've had a great weekend here. My thanks to all of our co-commentators from F4 and FR. Also to Adam Andretti and Ben Sissel, our regulars, of course, and a big shout out also to Al Unser Jr., who helped us out, of course, as always, in Trans Am. Congratulations to two great cross-link Kiwi drivers in Ryan Sheehan and Callum Hedge, winners of all three races today. Sheehan taking 2 and Callum taking 1. It's been a good weekend for Gary Orton and his team, and Tina Larson. Well done to all of you. I'm Jonathan Green. We'll be back with more of the action very soon indeed.
One of the main reasons for poor vehicle performance is a dirty fuel system. It can cause decreased fuel economy and actually do harm to your engine over time. By adding Lucas fuel treatment to your vehicle, it cleans and lubricates the entire fuel system, pump, carburetors, fuel injectors, and valves as you drive. It also improves your vehicle's performance. It's a non-solvent product designed to protect both gasoline and diesel engines. Lucas fuel treatment. It works.